Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. All right, y'all. Hopefully, y'all were able to check out the links and the songs. And what we have going on. Once again, apologies for my tardiness. Now, because of Z's historical, world famous late in tardiness, we're just gonna call 20 minutes tardy from now on. That's what it is. No rules. Okay. Um, we are covering the Tracee Ellis Ross thing once again. All right. Why, Z? Why? For those of you who checked out the links, y'all might have caught it. You might not have. We're going to be speaking about young men, young black men who are weaponized against other black men by black women, particularly by their mothers. So by these men, black men, young black men's mothers. The young man said something that caught Mr. Z's attention while speaking, and it definitely informed why he had this kind of vitriol and kind of smug and definitely sassiness concerning black men, but particularly of a certain age and demographic. And I want to shout out Xer black men here. The other day, I spoke of how Xer black men got sideswiped with an 18-wheeler in the middle of an intersection that they had the right of way in by the system, by Xer black women in particular. And what this young man said really, really informs that opinion and what I said about a week ago now, right? Shout out to Xer black men. And let's start off with this. Dear Xer and boomer women, black women in particular, you got a minority of Gen Z and millennial black men to sign up for what you're speaking about and to essentially be the victims of your future daughter-in-law, your son's baby mother in the future. But for most, I would argue, Gen Z and millennial men, black men in particular, we're not going. We will not be the victims of your petulant, temper tantrum throwing children, adult daughters, right? Huh? Absolutely not. It doesn't matter what your weaponized sons say. It doesn't matter what your snarky, mean, condescending, rude, sassy ass daughters say. Tell your daughters to go get it from those handful of black men that believe this crap that you're pushing, or some non-black men, or tell your daughters to date each other. And if not, I hope while you're saving for your daughter's college fund, you're also saving for in vitro because she gonna need it. Huh? I hope while you're saving for your daughter's college fund, that's if you have the money to, I hope you are also saving for in vitro because she's gonna need it. Because millennial and Gen Z black men are not going. We will divorce your daughters before she can beat us to the punch. Shout out to Lion. Huh? We will not even marry your daughters. We will send her out there to go be with the white boys and the non-black guys. Trust me, we're not trying to hold on. Shout out to Edward Anderson.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shane Son. We got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is they left over. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
Huh? And You know, you may not want to have that type of conversation with your daughter, but if you're comfortable with having that conversation, invest in some toys for her. Uh-oh. What type of toys, Z? Y'all know. The Rose toys. Because if you think millennial and Gen Z black men are going, why? Because you raised a couple of us and you really tried to raise all of us this way to be the little bowing down, kissing ass men for your daughters, the little petulant children, temper tantrum throwing because they not white women ass daughters? Absolutely not. Huh? Absolutely not. We're not tap dancing for your daughters. Huh? We're not tap dancing for your daughters. And to the young man, I say, Xer women, you're coming here in defense of Xer women? Xer women? The TLC Xer women? The Vivica A. Fox Xer women? Huh? Xer women? Not the Xer women. Not the back that ass up juvenile Xer women. Huh? Not the two can play that game. Monique Xer women. Oh, Z, you gotta play the way. You know, Z, you gotta play this. If you talking about Xer women, Z, you got Xer black women, Z. You know what you gotta play, Z, right? Not the Adina Howard Xer women. Not them. That's who you're coming in the defense of? Nigga, really? Xer women player? The worst. Xer women. Xer black women. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, that's it. Look, bro, they sold you. We were the victims of black men, and we were these innocent, helpless creatures, and these black men, they played us, and they left us, and they went to go get milk and never came back, and you believed them. You believed them. Oh, you believed them. Oh, bless your heart. You believe Xer women. Oh, no. No. A millennial slash Gen Z black man who believes Xer women were the victims of these little sexist, misogynistic, misogynorous, colorist, features, texturist, fat phobic ass black men. Yeah, because TLC was the victims, right? Adina Howard was a victim. Huh? Vivica A. Fox was a victim. Huh? Because they weren't lining up to shake that ass and back that ass up, huh? They weren't out here licking faces in music videos and licking something else. Huh? Because Lisa Ray is a victim. Claudia Jordan is a victim, right? Taraji P. Henson is a victim. I'll pipe, right? Regina Hall is a victim. I'll pipe. Huh? Regina Kingswell ass, I'll pipe, is a victim. Huh? Oh no. Oh yeah, what's her name? Is an Xer, isn't she? L's active shout out, my neck, my back. Yeah. What she is an Xer. Oh no. He believes them. BGS, he believes them. He believes the Xer women and the boomers that all y'all were players. And y'all immature and y'all are sexist and y'all are homophobic and y'all say toxic things and the women are just these innocent little hapless victims of Xer and boomer men. Oh no, he believes them. Oh, brother, you're gonna have to find out the hard way when you find out your wife is cheating on you with her coworker who might not even be black. Oh, you're gonna have to find out the hard way when you in divorce court. Oh no, you believe? We gonna play it. I'm gonna bring y'all up afterward. Y'all know how Z do. Oh, we gonna play it. Oh wait, you believe Tracee Ellis Ross? Oh no, huh? Wow. You believe the X are women. Once again, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. Right? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and we gonna play this. Oh no, he believes X are women and boomer black women. Right? And we're gonna play this, and here y'all go.
Often I date younger men, and a lot of it is because.
Let's stop on that, folks.
Oh my God, we had a
Several
great dinner.
snaps on that
We
one.
had a great dinner, by the way. Where across the table, your husband goes, "But why?" And I said, "Well, maybe because I can."
Yes, Marie. This
No.
is what I'm saying. Tales from Tracee's.
It's fun. It's
Okay.
fun to share.
Tracy.
Damn, that's crazy.
But
You
dated
I'm
younger
sorry.
but
The
one of the
younger men.
reasons, though, that because I had to ask myself that question, I was like, "What is this about?"
Yeah.
Because I want a partner, and so often, and it's not just that I'm.
We're not looking for partners, Tracee Ellis Ross, Eddie, Josh, the other brother. We're not looking for partners. Maybe that's why Tracee Ellis Ross is so goddamn chronically single, being the little target practice for younger men. Because them brothers her age that are rich and famous can see that she's a petulant child, you know, born into music royalty. Huh? Diana Ross's daughter, the one that looks like her the most. Huh? Partner? You talking about rich small hat men, famous small hat men, rich black men, famous black men, white guys, rich and famous, and they were gonna do partnership? Oh, no wonder Tracee Ellis Ross sounds so bitter. Because she wanted rich, famous men in Hollywood to go partner, bruh. The poor men are not trying to even do partnership. You think the rich men are going to do partnership? By the way, partnership means you pay for everything and you say nothing. Protect, provide, and shut up. That's what partnership means, by the way. If you want to know what women mean by partnership, this is what they mean.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Huh? Partnership. Yeah, we ain't doing it. Especially rich, famous men. Yeah, that's it, Tracee Ellis Ross. Yeah, partner. Okay, yeah, that's it. Mr. Z is a regular ass black man, regular smegular ass black man. I'm not doing partnership. And I don't even make $100,000 a year. You think millionaire, rich, famous Hollywood men are gonna do partnership? Ma'am, they don't care about what bloodline you come from, ma'am. Stop. That's why you going on these men my age ain't ish tour. Huh? Partnership. Huh? Partnership. Get out of here. Continuing.
So often, and it's not just that I'm older, I'm also very embodied. I am a full, very whole person who knows myself, who is in charge of my life, and who lives a very full, just robust life. So it's not just age, it's like life experience and sort of a difference. But I had to ask myself the question, why? Why does this keep sort of coming up other than they're hot and gorgeous? There's that. But a lot of men my age are steeped in a toxic masculinity and have been raised in a culture.
This is straight, I said it. When women lose, they can't sit with that and reflect. And they instantly go to blaming the nearest man, nearest black man, the nearest man. And you're watching three black men discuss, and y'all will see when I play it. They're not really getting into the meat and potatoes. Is Tracee Ellis Ross just waging a propaganda campaign against the men that didn't marry her or didn't choose up on her? Or we're like, yeah, I ain't doing partnership, bro. Is this just her little bitter temper tantrum? No, they didn't have that conversation. Huh? Oh, no, we can't have that conversation. That's the one we won't have. Is if Tracee Ellis Ross is saying that, not because Tracee Ellis Ross isn't beautiful, and definitely when she was younger, I know some of y'all is debating it. Okay, fine. Not because she's not famous. She ain't as famous as her mom was, but she's famous. Huh? Shout out to Black Uru. Exactly what he said the last time we spoke about this. Why isn't Tracee Ellis Ross' name falling out of all them Hollywood dudes' mouth, particularly the black ones? Is it because they know she's a little petulant child that's 52 years old? A little 52-year-old spoiled brat. Maybe that's why none of them really rocked with her like that. Huh? Outside of Akon's brother, oops. Huh? Wasn't she with Harry Styles for a little bit? What happened? And you can't get no more cross-dressing progressive as Harry Styles. White dude. What happened? Huh? What happened? Tracee Ellis, not Tracee Ellis Ross. Harry Styles out here with kilt skirts, dresses. He doing the whole progressive thing. Why him and Tracee Ellis Ross didn't work? And he's younger than her. What happened? What happened? White, quote unquote, progressive, dressing all different type of ways. What happened? So her mother had what? Damn near 4 or 5 kids from how many different guys? 3, 4 different men? Married what, 3 times? And Tracee Ellis Ross can't even get 1 ring. One! And you think that's because Boomer and Etterman ain't ish? Yeah. Continuing.
Anything that starts to smell of that for me, I did enough of it where I was controlled and felt like I was a possession or whatever.
And you are? Let me get this right. Y'all want the top of the top of the top, the cream of the crop men. And you want them to do what? Just have you? Wait, I'm sorry, but that would imply possession. See, we can't even say have you. So you're just supposed to be there in the mansion. Working if you want to work, don't work if you don't want to work. Driving the expensive cars, huh? Doing the power couple thing, but they don't possess you? Why can't you just finance things? We do our power couple thing, but you don't possess me. Okay, yeah, that's it. And how's that idea actually worked for you, Miss Ross? Miss Silberstein, how's that worked for you exactly? Oh, wait, it hasn't. Exactly. Young or old men, how's that worked for you? No, it hasn't. You better go ask Zoe Saldana how she got her husband to take on her last name. Maybe she could hook you up with one of those guys. Huh? Maybe Zoe Saldana could hook you up with one of the white guys that actually takes on their wife's last name. Go ask her. Maybe that'll work for you. But this road you're on right now, yeah, nope. So you could go on your slander campaign, ma'am. Extra and Boomer Min City, yeah, whatever. Anyway, moving along. Where's the young women at? Huh? Continuing.
And felt like I was a possession or whatever those things were, or prize, and I have no interest in it, and I will not do it again.
Let me add a little bit more. Because I watched a little bit more of her clip. She then goes on to say that, because Michelle is like, well, give an example. They're like, give an example. And she's basically talking.
That's the brother all the way to the right.
Sitting across from an older gentleman or whatever the case may be, or a gentleman her age. And he just says like the most homophobic thing in the world. And she's taken aback. She's like, well, hold on. What did you just say? Like, and as if it's just the most normal thing in the world. And so those are some of her things that she attributes to, like, oh, this is toxic, which has her going away from that and going to younger men.
Okay, another question. Did she, because this is, I think that there's, interestingly, for me, this has a lot of nuance, because I'm looking in the comments and I feel like people.
Remember, when women start speaking, it's nuanced. When men start speaking, everybody look at us like white or black, which, okay, understandable. That's kind of how we speak. But it's nuanced. Wait. We gotta be super generous when the women speak. We gotta be super duper generous when the women speak. All right, fine. Continuing.
A lot of nuance, because I'm looking in the comments and I feel like people are saying a lot of bullshit to try and like either justify or vilify her. They kind of misses parts of the big picture here. My biggest first initial thing is, what the fuck does she mean by younger? Because Tracee is 52, and so I'm a younger man to her, and I've been said I've had a crush on Tracee.
Yeah, do we have a chance? That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, I've been said, so it looked like I'm her demographic. So
40.
If she's saying 40 is a younger man, if that's what she said, then then if she said 40, then I have 0.
Let's pause right there. And y'all heard that, right? So she said 40. She did not say 40. Let's go with this. Shout out to Gender Warlord. Gender Warlord says, what I've noticed is people talking about Tracee is that they will fill in the gaps for her to make an argument she never made. She never said 40 years old. or that range. Well, damn. Uh-oh. Huh? I watched the interview, so did I. She said younger men, people started running with the mint 40 on X Twitter, and TikTok. Now it's lower because people said it is. And there you go. Huh? And there you go. Y'all had to be extremely generous with Miss Tracee Ellis Ross, huh? But y'all didn't want to think that she was saying under the age of 30. Huh? Y'all didn't really want to think that she was saying boy toy. Y'all really feel empowered. Look, the men do it, so the women could do it too. Yeah, but that kind of see, but if the men are dating 28 and 29 and 27, and Tracee Ellis Ross is 52, if she date that might make us cringe just a little bit, just a teeny tiny bit. So we gonna say 40. Yeah, that sound better. That sound better. 40. Yeah. Run with that. 40 years old. That's what she meant. Yeah. That's what she said. Not even that what she meant. She said 40. Yeah. That's what she said. Okay, yeah, that's it. Huh? Oh boy. We ain't going, bro. We ain't going. Tracee Ellis Ross is still fit enough to be the target practice for a 37-year-old, 38-year-old, 39-year-old, maybe even a 29, 30-year-old. Huh? Didn't she say also in this towards the end? Yeah, but you know, it's I haven't been having good luck with that lately. Didn't she say that in this interview? Y'all skipped that part, by the way. Y'all skipped that part. She said it's not working for her, the younger men thing. Ooh, goddamn. So the older men thing is not working for you, clearly. And the younger men thing is not working for you to the point where you even mentioned it in the conversation. Yeah. Uh-oh. Thank you, Revelot. Revelot says she never specified in age. Exactly. Uh-huh. Welp. Huh? Continuing.
Erase all the nuance for me. She said 40?
40.
Man, that ain't,
then what are we
this ain't even a conversation no more.
Yeah, this ain't news.
Conversation no more. I thought she was like 25 and up or some shit. Like,
yeah.
I'm like, yo.
No.
That's because they were acting like she was out here fucking high schoolers and shit, doing that like weird, like Bonnie Blue fucking what's old girl who lap danced on Charleston White? What's her name?
Who is
you know what I'm talking about?
Brittany Renner. Like, I thought that they were trying to paint it like she was talking about that kind of weirdo shit, but 40? That's fine. Oh, yeah. he's a rough little boy. You stole his youth. That's what fucking 40. It's fine.
It's definitely it's not as young as they try to paint it, because I even saw some other ones that was like, oh, if dudes date younger women, then it's a problem. And I was like,
how's that the same as a 52-year-old dating a 40-year-old, sir?
Not even.
But that's why y'all switched the ages. That's why y'all added the 40-year-old so that she wouldn't sound as toxic as it would sound if y'all didn't do that. That's what that was about. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Y'all filled in the gap for her with the 40 years old so it wouldn't look as bad or sound as bad. So y'all could prove y'all point. Another episode of These Negroes Ain't Ish. On this episode of These Negroes Ain't Ish, we fill in the gaps for Tracee Ellis Ross and make what she sound a whole lot better. Right? Tracee Ellis Ross don't got no man, young or old, older than her, same age or younger. Nothing. She's famous in her own right. Plus, she's the daughter of Diana Ross. Huh? It's her. But don't worry, y'all find a way to, attempt to beat up on black men. This time it's boomer and definitely extra black men. Y'all will see why Z keeps on bringing that up in a minute. Continuing. Y'all will see why the title is what it is in a minute.
I still got a chance. I just need some money.
We can do it. She probably don't even need niggas with money. Like she said, she's embodied. She's full.
She's right.
Okay, so
she's lived a full, robust life.
She gave you the recipe. Like, because I was.
She might not even need Negroes with money. She says she's embodied. She's full. Bro, did y'all not hear her say at the end when she was speaking to former First Lady Michelle Obama? it hasn't been working for me lately, or something along those lines. She said, so clearly it's not working even with the younger men. Tracee Ellis Ross is not 48 anymore, 50 years old anymore. She just said this a couple years ago, similar. She's not 48, 49 years old anymore. She's 52. Them younger men.
I don't know about.
And we're back. Reckless Streams. Anyway, so continuing. She's 52 now. 52. So that means even for some of the younger guys, they're starting to be like, yeah, she keeps her body fit, but I don't know. That other side of 50, I don't know. Huh? Y'all see why Mr. Z has this title once again. Bitter, single, baby mama raised men. Y'all see why in a minute. Continuing.
Oh, she's saying that the problem with dating these younger niggas is that they're kind of like boy toys. And so they're not meeting her at the same section of life and all that kind of shit. But it sounds like she's been through a few. So,
oh no, this is not Tracee Ellis's first time talking about this. Like, cause
she got a habit.
Tracee Ellis Ross, like, it does enjoy her singleness. Like, she does, like, oh my God, like, I do want to have like my person. But in the meantime, Tracee Ellis Ross, like, she kind of get it in, like, she dates around a little bit. Like, you know what I'm saying? As she should. She's like, who am I not to have a harem of men? You know what I'm saying? Like, she's literally said some shit like that.
I'll join. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Oh my God.
Once again, I said I'll pipe Regina Hall. I would, with that, the thirst though, bro. Y'all don't see Tracee Ellis Ross as being a petulant child. She's still a spoiled brat. 18-year-old, 15-year-old, 12-year-old. Y'all don't see what Tracee Ellis Ross's problem is yet. She's a spoiled brat, bro. Of course y'all would go. But she wouldn't do anything with y'all except let y'all, engage her as target practice. She wants power couple vibes, bro. If y'all don't get it. She don't want to be with Schmegula Degula. No matter if Schmegula Degula is 6'5", chisel chin, brown eyes. She doesn't want a boy toy she has to pay for indefinitely. Huh? That would be her admitting she lost. And even with the empowerment language, it's too much. And y'all know it. Continue.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. Yo, I ain't fucking shoot. He that 9 to 5. I'm the weekend, baby. I'm going out.
Let's go.
Yawn.
100%. So, everybody, y'all have been hearing us talk about the new card game that we got. I've seen a lot of y'all buy those pre-orders. I've seen a lot of y'all get the It's a Red Flag card game. They're great for y'all's dinner parties. I use them all the time. So, I'm telling y'all again, in all seriousness, it's our newest conversational card game coming out the end of this month. Pre-orders are live. Every single card has 2 different prompts, one that's silly, one that's serious, so you can have a deep and a dumb conversation, and you can kind of pick and choose the vibe of the conversation as you go through it, depending on, maybe at a funeral, you want to go more silly. Maybe at a wedding, you want to go more serious. Who knows? You get to fucking decide. If you are already a member, you get a 10% discount. If you put in a pre-order, you get a 10% discount. That's both of those on top of each other. The link to purchase is in the description. That's shop.wavingtheredflag.com. Grab a pack. You're ready to have some of the deepest and dumbest conversations of your life. Now, that said, I've also heard, like, the thing that she said, I've heard women say that before, that there's generational effects. So it's like, it's not just about, like, where is this person in terms of life experience? It's like a man who was raised and had his formative years in the 70s or the 80s is different than one who had his formative years in the early 2000s. It's a completely different cultural, like, starting point. So when you date a man if you're dating a man who's 28 versus dating a man who's, like, 48, the first one might be the more emotionally mature one. So I have heard that. I don't know if I agree, but I have heard that.
I'm getting this video off tomorrow too, and I'll say it all here too, so it doesn't matter. But what I thought about as soon as I first heard it, because like you said, there's a lot of nuance. She also talked about using the words grieving, not having kids, and not having a partner. She made.
Of course, she's grieving. And because we don't want to do partners of any age, y'all are the handful of dudes that's okay with doing partners. See y'all in divorce court. You know what, Z? Maybe not. Because they did say that more educated men with more money are less likely to get divorced. So these guys really think it's because they're emotionally intelligent, and that's because she's staying with you, but she's cheating on you with her coworker. It's because you're more emotionally intelligent. It's because you're more in tune and you understand her vibes and you read her and you understand her. Nah, bro, you graduated college, so you got a bit of status and you got a bit of money. But even for y'all, wait a minute, when the women file or when there's a divorce, they're the ones who file at 90%. And we are black. So see you in divorce court. Continue.
I mean, she made decisions. She made decisions to be a career woman. She made decisions to be X, Y, and Z. And
you can still grieve. You know, life doesn't give you a lot of space to have everything.
But I thought about all the men in that bracket that she's talking about, that age range that she's talking about. I thought about how terrible they are.
Yeah.
And there you go. 52-year-olds. So we'll at age bracket, we'll say 4, 5, 6 years. Huh? So late 40s to about early mid 50s. So we'll give it 55 to like 48, 40, 47, something like that. They're just horrible. All you 48-year-olds, he's talking about you. You 47-year-olds, he's talking about you. You 49-year-olds, you 50-year-olds, you 51-year-olds, you 52-year-olds, you 53-year-olds, you 54-year-olds, you 55-year-olds, he's talking about you. Black men, he's talking about you. Y'all are just horrible because, once again, the Tracee Ellis Rosses of the world were just great, right? They weren't burning down mansions. They didn't have a million surgeries. Not a goddamn face looked like mismatch or Cabbage Patch Dolls or whatever the hell you want to miss the potato head. They didn't destroy their career because they couldn't control their mouth. They weren't out here waiting to shake it fast or back that ass up for Juvenile and them and Cash Money. Take it over for the 99 and 2000. And when you look at that, two could play that game, and then one of them, who y'all make fun of, got her mind right, and she's been with the same man for a while now. Uh-oh. Only one of them got their mind right. Yikes. But the extra men were horrible. Yeah, that's it. The extra men were horrible. That's why these black women are in their 50s subsidizing a 40-some-odd-year-old white guy. Ain't that right, Chili? Oops. Boy, y'all dancing. Yikes. Because the extra women were innocent with the I want to freak in the morning, freak in the evening ass. See, you almost lost it. You almost like it almost came out. We'll commence with the profanity when I bring it up. With that, Adina Howard destroyed her career because she couldn't control herself. And the 50-some-odd-year-old, 52-year-old, like Tracee Ellis Ross, they're innocent. There's nothing wrong with them. The men were horrible, though. In a vacuum. Yeah. Oh, it get worse, Black Guru. It get worse. Continuing.
As a young man,
you mean of men who are her age in their 50s? Is that what you mean?
In their 60s, 50s, 40s, those types of men.
He just pretty much said, 2-3 decades? 60s, 50s, 40s. Oh, yeah. And yes, Mr. Z, listen to this twice over. I was waiting for this. Oh, trust me, it get worse. Oh, it get worse. It get worse. I said 5, 6, 7 years. No, he said 2-3 decades. And you're going to see why he said that in a minute. You'll see why the title is what it is. Some of you already get it. Some of you already know. You listened to it already. Oh, They're just horrible because your moms were innocent, huh? Innocent little creatures that wouldn't harm a fly. Black women, you raise your sons to be lambs to the slaughter for some other no-ish woman's daughter. I ain't gonna make it personal. Brother, you'll see. Hopefully, Z is wrong. For your sake, Z is wrong. For your sake, Z, hope he's wrong. You'll see. Huh? Continuing.
Just even the advice or some of the stuff that they said to me, and it's all just been off the wall, out of pocket. I mean, that's
terrible shit. Like, what the fuck?
And they're doing it as advice to me, as if I'm just supposed to relate. That's the generation with the mad high divorce rate, right?
Let me put that in context. What he's saying is the older brothers are horrible, and they would talk to him as if they're giving him advice about women, and it would all be toxic. I would say, y'all pause, but y'all feel these young brothers out. If they look like they ain't going, leave them out there to get their head taken off. Shout out to all the elders. Mr. Z listened. Mr. Z listens. These young men like this, if they smell like, oh, that's misogynistic, leave them out there to get their head taken off. Leave them out there to have their head and their shoulders, figuratively speaking at least, their head and their shoulders on two opposite sides of a blade in divorce court. Huh? Leave them out there. If you see they're not taking to the advice, or they look at you like, what? Leave them. Because that means their mom has thoroughly, and the women in the society, in the education system, in the media, have thoroughly indoctrinated them to look at you as the problem. They'll realize in divorce court. And we're black men, and he more than likely to bring home a black woman, he'll realize in divorce court. Huh? And line says, there's nothing worse than a dude who thinks he can't get burned. Huh? These guys speak like these women are innocent. Their mothers were innocent. Their aunts, their grandmas, them were little innocent, helpless creatures. And their fathers and their uncles and their grandfathers were monsters. Why? Because mama told me. Okay, yeah, that's it. Uh-huh. Dear black women, y'all raised these sons like this. And some other woman raised her daughter to eat, to take your son's head off. I don't mean that in a good way either. No pun. Some other woman raised her daughter to take from your son before he takes from her. You better get him before he gets you. So y'all go ahead and raise these little sons like this, thinking you doing something. Oh, I forgot. Y'all okay with sacrificing your sons to the matriarchy, to the gynocracy? Yeah, Mr. Z forgot. I'm not saying anything. You like, Z already took that into calculation. That's the point. You're right. You're right. Z got it all the way wrong. Look at Z. Z trying to shame y'all with something y'all are doing knowingly. Look at that. Z's trying to shame y'all with something you're like, I did that on purpose? Okay, yeah. Defang your sons for these a-hole women. Huh? Wow. That's it. All I can say is wow. And she better get Z, don't get tongue-tied. I'm trying not to make it personal, y'all. I'm really trying. And it's kind of tripping me up right now. Okay, cool. Y'all are raising y'all sons to be lambs to the slaughter for women that sound and think like this.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three, we can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Young man, your mothers, my mothers, all of us, this is how they sounded. This is how they thought. You think this young lady, you think this idea is new? She's just so blatant about it. You really bought into the boomer black women nonsense that they were just living their lives and here comes black men to destroy their lives. You really bought into that. You're really passionate about that. You really believe it. You're not pretending. You really believe that. Oh my God. And you, because the black community has such a high divorce rate, but your education, maybe you'll be spared. Maybe, possibly, probably not. You can so easily find yourself on the other side of a woman like this. And don't think because she speaks well and she's educated and she went to a top 50 school, she don't think like this. See you in divorce court. Continuing.
I think that's still older millennials. If I'm not mistaken, millennials aren't like crazy homeowners on a homeowner scale. Like specifically as far as relationships and women go, like I said, the divorce rate is through. Like I would never listen to them. I can remember I had to get my grass cut. I'm allergic to grass, so I don't cut my own grass. So I'm at my mom's house getting the grass cut or whatever the case may be, and the guy comes out, black man in his mid 40s, late 40s or whatever the case may be, approaching 50. Oh man, yeah, I see what you're doing. You getting you some money or whatever the case may be, man. You know what I would do? I'd go to the DR. You can get him as young as you want. Me, I don't even know what that means, brother.
Do you know this man? That was the first thing he said to you.
Relatively speaking, like this is a man who's come out and cut my grass before, but this is like our first time having just even a little bit more of a conversation than exchanging the money.
He got slightly comfortable and was like, okay, by the way, I'm going, sir.
Listen, I done been there, done that. Marriage is, I'd never do it again. Well, you cheated, but nonetheless.
And she took everything. She was evil.
Yeah, I
didn't want to take care of them babies, but you I got to pay for that.
In the bed and you don't see your kids. And so in the same breath, you're telling me, take my money, which I guess you're assuming I have money because it's not like I had money back then, but take my money, go to the DR, and I can have my pick of the litter of younger women because they're more feminine.
Which is crazy because you're young.
I want y'all to understand that Eddie pretty much said, well, you cheated. That's justified. She should take everything. And yeah, you should think she's evil after she take everything because, you stepped out and exercised your options. So she decided to take everything. Number one. Number two, do y'all appreciate the sass coming from this young man? Like he's the bitter one. Like he's the older man that was trying to give him advice. Like he's his ex-husband. Hey, that's too easy. That's too easy. Let it go, Z. You're not the only one who hear it. Let it go, Z. All right, you're right. Because we got a point to make. He's speaking as if he's that man's ex-wife, right? As if he's that man's ex-wife. Holy smokes. Huh? And y'all give Z a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves.
You're young, and so he's looking at you and going, "You got to." That's a crazy thing.
Younger than what? Mind you, I'm 20 now. This isn't like this didn't happen yesterday. This happened a couple years ago. This is like a pre-pandemic stuff. So we're talking about 5 years ago. I'm in my.
You're talking to a mid-20s person and telling them you can go as young as you want.
You're disgusting. But I'm pretty sure every black man has had that same conversation.
He's saying that man was disgusting. for when he was in his early 20s, tell him, hey, bro, I got married, I got divorced, I would never do it again. Go to DR, you know, you could get him young, whatever. He's calling that man disgusting. And y'all heard the pitch and you heard the word disgusting. You tell me what he embodied when he said that, and with the voice and the high pitch. Even if you disagree with that older man, that gentleman, brother, is that you talking, or is that your mama talking? Mr. Z doesn't even do the whole be made man thing. But brother, appreciate the word you, because men, even when we disagree with each other, there's a way you speak. There's things you say. Even when you're like, yeah, bro, that ain't me, bro. I don't know what you talking about. You said disgusting. Now, first off, if it's legal, see, you know, shout out to Edward Anderson. Yeah, they want to do the Romeo Juliet laws. Yep, you're right. Yep, that's what it is. That's why if you see more and more women are talking about these men, they date younger, because they can't shame the younger women. So they failed at that. They can't shame the younger women, right? The younger women are already saying they might do sugar baby blatantly.
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're going to check our student loan debt. And I, kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm going to die with it. Like I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my ass. I'm going to die with it. Like I don't know any way I'm going to be able to pay that off, other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping hand.
Once again, they tried to shame and scare and fear-monger the women from dealing with older men. And, well, the women sound like that. Yes, I appreciate it. I know she's a white woman. Black women are on the same thing. The Latinas, the Asian women, they'll all go. Especially for salt and pepper, chisel chin, white guy, but even some black men, some Latinos. They'll go. They'll date 20-year age gap. And so now the women are trying to shame the men. They know it's not going to work. Soon they're going to be pushing for laws. And to GC's question, he said Romeo Juliet laws. And if I'm wrong, Ed can always correct me. Romeo Juliet laws would be something like you can't date with past 5 years of your age range. Something along those lines, right? That way, the women of your age range have a monopoly on you. You can't be like, y'all are all crazy. I'm not taking care of no goddamn kids from you. I'm not being paymaster to you. I'm not dealing with all y'all are in debt, student loan debt up to your eyeballs. I'll just go date younger. Y'all are bitter, old, and angry. Y'all ain't trying to give sloppy toppy at least twice a week. I'ma just go date younger. So the women are trying to do whatever they can to make the men be with them in their age group. They're attempting to shame the younger women, or better yet, fear the younger women and shame the men. And I would argue, and I think it's not too far-fetched. I don't know if it will happen, but it's not too far-fetched to imagine women trying to push for some type of you can't date past 5, maybe 10 years of your age group. You better yet, you definitely can't marry past 5 or 10 years. Now, is that going to happen? Probably not. But can they make it socially unacceptable? Oh yeah, that definitely. And so hearing this young man say, "Oh, that's disgusting." Oh boy. And the way he said it, not, man, you know, he was talking, I'm like, bro, because I'm like, I'm only 22. So when you say younger, you saying, right? I'm only 23. So when you say younger, you saying like, what, 19? No, he don't even sound like that. It's like, that was disgusting. All right, bro. Maybe you don't realize what world you live in and what country you live in and what community you live in. Maybe that's the issue. Or maybe you do, and that's why you sound the way you do. Because you perfectly okay. Look, Mr. Z not about being bent over. Maybe y'all are okay with being pegged by these women socially, politically, and maybe even literally. Maybe y'all okay with it. Maybe y'all okay with women like this.
I'm submitting to no man that expect me to go 50-50. You want your wife to bear your children, cook, clean, work enough hours to handle big bills, and take care of you? You expecting me to pay big bills, baby? I'm gonna want some bussy when I get off of work. Fuck is you talking about? Bend that ass over. Let that bussy breathe. This what you wanted, right? 50-50, right? And I do mean assume the position when I get off of work. As soon as I get off of work, that ass better be tooted up. As soon as he get up off me, I'm gonna look at him like, my turn. My turn.
Cut that bitch off. Next caller. You just saying anything now, ho. God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Who are these niggas?
I cried laughing when I read it.
You know what I'm saying? like, we need to stay away from these niggas.
Right? You saying who are these Negroes? We need to stay away from these Negroes. But brothers like this are like, no, we need to get around them. Those are the women we need. Those are the women. Mr. Z ain't no bending over, but apparently you guys over there are perfectly okay with the women bending y'all over. Maybe literally, but definitely socially, politically, figuratively. Once again, maybe literally. Huh? What she's saying isn't disgusting? But a older gentleman saying, hey, bro, I'm letting you know right now, I've been married, I've been divorced. I'm telling you, I see you making money, I see you doing your thing. You might want to date younger, you might want to go to the DR. And if it's not your thing, it's not your thing. Hey, bro, thank you for the advice, bro, but you know, I'm all right. I'm doing okay in the dating market here. But no, you said disgusting. Huh. Really try not to make it personal, y'all. Continuing.
In marriage and divorce, and they're telling them the most outrageous things, thinking that we'll sexualize women the same way that they sexualize women in our
thinking that we'll sexualize women the same way they sexualize women. Did I not just play a clip where a woman is telling black men to bow down? Another clip where a woman is telling you if she has to earn and she has to pay 50-50, then she will peg you. So when you're done being on top, she'll be like, okay, your turn. Huh? You talking about sexualizing. Shout out to shout out to the women. Shout out to them feminist classes. Shout out. Well, y'all got a couple of the men to sound just like you. You have a couple of men to sound just. Shout out to those feminist classes. It worked on a few of the men. He said, as a black man born and raised in America, you know, these other men, they think that they're going to have us sexualizing the women just like they did. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Whoa. Whole black man here. Dark-skinned black man. A whole black man. Oof. Ooh, that's scary. Oh, man. Shout out to black women. Y'all got one. Woo. Oh, that's frightening. Brother, I hate to see what on the other side. Ooh, I hate to. Oof. I ain't wishing it on you, bro. I ain't wishing it on you. Huh? But you walking into the butcher shop. Naive as hell. You walking into the butcher shop. Ooh, what's that? Why is that blade so sharp? Oh, it's shiny. Okay, all right. All right. Continue.
Miserable as they are, but I'm not. I'm a little optimistic.
Wait a minute, bro. Did you say as miserable as they are? You just came off of the Tracee Ellis Ross clip. You don't think Tracee Ellis Ross is miserable? Y'all believe her fake ass empowerment talk? Y'all don't, bro. Listen, man. women, black women, actually black women. Let's very focused on black women. They never take a L, bro. A lot of black women, they just can't take it. They will be miserable with the fakest smile in the world and try to frame it as empowering. You know, I'm just going through my learning season and I'm going through my healing journey and I'm building and I'm working on myself. 12 years later, I'm still working on myself. Oh, you said miserable. You don't think Tracee Ellis Ross is miserable? Did she just not say she's grieving not ever getting married and having children? Wait, didn't she say that? You don't think she's miserable? Why? Because she got a couple of quote-unquote boy toys using her as target practice? Her whole campaign is about her being miserable. Wait, because she's framing it like she's okay, you don't think she's miserable? Wait, y'all believe her? Y'all taking her words at face value? Y'all, wait a minute, Eddie, Josh, y'all believe Tracee Ellis Ross right now? You don't think she's miserable? What do you think she meant by grieving? You don't think she's miserable? So y'all just believe the black women, no matter what they say. She could be crying, I'm happy. And y'all be like, yo, you know, yeah, she happy, bro, she happy. She says she's happy. Now shut up, black man. Y'all just want to see her miserable. Huh? Right? Continuing.
As they are, but I'm not. I'm a little optimistic, brother. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I'm actually good on all that, my man.
Yeah, what?
So I can see that, but I also don't. Okay, so I don't like the idea because you earlier said like those type of men as if everyone in a particular age bracket is just across the board, and like there's generational effects. That's not the same thing as everybody in that group.
Eddie, he's saying all those men are whatever, however he's generalizing it, and Mr. Z speaks in generalities too, so you know. But he's saying how he's saying because he's challenging his mama there, man, his auntie and them, his grams and them, the black girls from his school, his black female co-workers, of course. Bro, he's channeling them. You need to see him as the zombie he is, bro. He's challenging. He's channeling their anger, their rage, their resentment at black men. Eddie, you're not dumb. See, I'm not. Remember, Z, you ain't trying to make it personal, brother. Eddie, do you not get it? Listen to the words he's using, Eddie. You're talking to a black man who clearly his mama got to him about how black men ain't ish. So of course he's gonna generalize a whole generation or two of black men. He just described 2 and 3 decades of black men. I'm talking about the black men in their 60s, in their 50s, in their 40s. This is his mom talking, bro. Eddie, this is his mom talking. Josh, this is his mom talking. Y'all work with Avi, y'all don't get it yet? Goddamn Z. Huh? Continuing.
52-year-old man who you align with politically, socially, that y'all are compatible, you can do that. It might be harder if, you know, based on some of the things that she was expressing, but you can do that if you want to. That's not an impossibility.
Well, I'll say this. I think for specifically for Tracee Ellis Ross, I was going way more general because she has so many things. I mean, off rip, I was talking about it earlier. Like her coming to the conversation, even as a younger person, I'm not having kids. All right, that automatically puts you like way behind the 8 ball, right?
For men, you feel that's unattractive for men?
I think it's unattractive for men.
Okay.
And not saying that I'd probably find it unattractive. I want to have kids. Like most people want to have kids, I would think. But you coming out there saying I don't want to have kids, already
it's going to shrink your pool.
It shrinks your pool. Let's put it like that.
I mean, but she's also at that age where, you know, might not be a good idea to have them anyway.
Well, but I'm saying
that's what I'm saying.
Even when
Josh, you can't state the facts, Josh.
Her saying I don't want to have kids. All right, this is already shrinking your pool. Your pool is already shrunken because you're literally the daughter of Diana Ross. So it's not like you have the widest pool anyway.
Well, what you mean?
Black men. Nah, I got a feeling she might.
And yes, Josh, she has dated non-black. And guess what? Still nothing. Still snake eyes. Huh? Still snake eyes. But we gonna continue because the brother gonna say something in a minute. Continuing.
Playing the soul a little bit, so.
Yeah, I mean, look, I got a sneaking suspicion, but I don't know, like a little bit. But she
know,
seemed like she liked black men. Or what do you? What's your? Or not?
Because I mean, her daddy white, ain't it? Yeah,
it's her. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, what's her name? Diana Ross.
Diana Ross. Who did Diana Ross marry her?
Her last name is Silverstein. That's her real last name.
Wow.
Oh, there you go. All the way. Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
Robert Elbert Silverstein.
That's the Yamaka. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Got the dreidel and shit.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh hell yeah, bro.
So
he looked like an investment banker.
Yeah. But what do you mean her pool is limited because she's like, there's an implication, but I don't want to misread you. Like,
you know what he means, Eddie?
Her pool smaller because she's
already. I mean, so I don't want to have kids. Pool is shrunk. She already comes from a specific elk, a specific class.
Ilk.
So that's already shutting it off. And I think everything kind of like
I don't think class shuts you off though. Like it, like up, yes, but down, I don't. That's self-imposed.
Do women date down?
No, okay, but see, that's why I say it's self-imposed, which is like I don't think that you get to, and I think we do this in these conversations where we go like, I can't possibly choose this type of person because I don't want that other thing, and it's like you can't get mad at your small choice if the small choice is based off of your selection criteria. Like then you just got to live with that. So if you say, look, I don't want to date, like it's like an incel being like, I can't find a woman to date or whatever, and it's like, oh, what do you want? Oh, she got to be this, and this. Ass got to be fat, titties got to be little, face got to be pretty. And it's like, okay, well, how are you mad then?
What I'm saying is.
Number one, Eddie, you sounded real red pillish there, Eddie. Eddie, you sounded too red pill. You're 100% right, by the way. And the women do it all the time. Eddie, you sound a little too red pill. Huh? Women, what's your criteria? Everything? Well, we got no one. No one fits everything. Well, these men ain't ish. Eddie, you sounded too red pill. Ladies, what are your criteria? Well, he has to be over 6 feet. He has to make over 6 figures, right? And he has to kiss my ass. He has to rub my feet when he gets home. And I don't care what time he gets home, but I don't care if he works a lot. It doesn't matter. Huh? And he has to be paid by extraordinaire. He has to make sure we go on vacation at least 4 times a year. And he has to be a sex god. Huh? And he has to be okay with my parents moving in. My mother moving in. Huh? Oh, he has to put me in a new luxury car every 3 years. I'll settle for every 4 years. Well, ma'am, that's like 15 guys. 9 of which are white. Huh? 12 of which are already married. Well, that's because these men ain't ish. They need to rise to our level then. Okay, yeah, that's it. Eddie, you sounding too red pill, bro. Huh? Now you saw what the brother said. Well, do women date down? We already know they don't. That's why they're so goddamn chronically single. That's why they're complaining right now, trying to get the white technocratic zaddies to break us for them so we could go to college, so we could be their nice little tools for upward mobility. No, I just want someone equal to me that's equally yoked. Yawn. Assortative mating, Z. Assortative mating. Huh? Well, do women... You heard... Hey, the brother asked the question and he already knew the answer. So, once again, we don't care about the women throwing temper tantrums because they don't want to be with men at or, quote-unquote, below their economic and social level. Huh? Tracee Ellis Ross should have been fine. Them dudes that got money and status ain't messing with her petulant child ass, her spoiled ass. Go find you the tall chisel chin guy with the brown or green eyes. Huh? You could have did a what's her face? Damn, what's her face that was with Usher and then we was kind of making fun of her. What's her name again? I forgot her name. Goddamn. It's right there. Huh? Go find you the light skin, or maybe for you dark skin brother that you could pay for. Huh? Not Chile, y'all. Not Chile. It wasn't Chile. I'm talking about what's her name that have the light skin baby daddy and whatnot and right. Her face is right there, and I don't know why I can't get it out right now. I've mentioned the girl a million times, right? But yeah, so Tracee Ellis Ross could have been paid for the dude. You should have got prison bail. That's what you should have did, Tracee Ellis Ross. You should have got prison bail. Keke Palmer, thank you, Revelot. Keke Palmer. I don't know why I couldn't get Keke Palmer's name out. She could have pulled a Keke Palmer. But it don't look like it's really working for Keke Palmer either. Maybe I want to act right, black women. Maybe. Oh, that I might be saying too much. Ooh, goddamn. Huh? Continue.
Criticize her pool or whatever. I'm just saying all the parameters that have her pool where it is, and then she's carried that.
Of course, you don't want to criticize her pool. Criticize how she got to her pool. You just want to talk about the parameters because you would have to be critical of a woman, a black woman, and you ain't never gonna do that. Oh, one thing brothers over there on that side are not gonna do, they ain't gonna be critical of black women. Maybe if you pull teeth, they'll be critical of one black woman if they feel like they got a free pass by other black women to kind of say a couple of critical things. But black women as a whole, maybe? Nope. Now they'll generalize black men. But be critical of black women and their choices? Absolutely not. And their bad behavior? Absolutely not. Shout out to black women, boy. Y'all got y'all a couple of drones. And the kicker is, y'all still divorce these guys. Y'all still put guys like this through the ringer. He's a good drone. And y'all still rip guys like this apart. Continuing
throughout her life, and now now she's at this age where even her pool is more different. She's dealing with a disgruntled version of the same similar-ish
guys.
Not disgruntled, Negro, bruh. Tracee Ellis Ross isn't disgruntled? Brother, you don't think Tracee Ellis Ross is disgruntled? Do you hear how she's sounding about men of her own same age? You don't think what do you think she's doing? Y'all take what black women say at face value and y'all are overly critical of black men. You don't think Tracee Ellis Ross is disgruntled? Why? Because she's talking like this and she's being a little witty and a little funny, right? So you don't think she's disgruntled because she's talking like this and she's speaking to the former first lady? You don't see Tracee Ellis Ross is at that table throwing a goddamn temper tantrum. But because she's speaking like this, you don't think she's disgruntled? That lady is goddamn, she's livid. She's about to catch on fire how angry she is. And because she's speaking like this, you don't think she's disgruntled? No wonder brothers like y'all in particular be getting sideswiped. Y'all take what these women say at face value. It's cowardice, actually. Y'all don't want to challenge what y'all been taught by y'all mamas and your aunts and your grandmas. Y'all are black men who bought into black men ain't ish unless they think and move exactly like me. See, I'm special. I don't believe that toxic, disgusting stuff those other sexist, misogynistic, misogynist men believe. Okay, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Imagine saying, essentially, Xer and Boomer and the oldest of millennial black men are disgruntled. Brother, are you dating? Are you in the dating scene right now? Disgruntled? Disgruntled? You don't think disgruntled? Have you heard Jordan speak? Have you heard Vivica A. Fox speak? Disgruntled? You don't think they're disgruntled? Have you heard Chili speak? You don't think they're disgruntled? All these Xers, you don't think they're disgruntled? Xer women, Xer black women. Oh, I forgot. They're disgruntled because the black men ain't ish. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yep. Yep. And then you wonder why that man was telling you, yeah, go to the DR. Yeah, he's going to the DR. Because brothers like you and many in the black community tell him he's disgruntled, but there's nothing wrong with the women. He said, you know what? I bet. I'm on a plane. I'm out of here. And he tries to give men like you, young men like you, advice. And you say, he's disgusting. Okay. Huh? Disgruntled. Okay, yeah, that's it. As if Tracee Ellis Ross isn't disgruntled. As if Taraji P. Henson crying on Angie Martinez isn't disgruntled. Huh? As if J-Lo isn't disgruntled. At least as if Charlize Theron isn't disgruntled. Huh? And I'm only mentioning the Xers. I even start talking about millennial and boomer black women that are disgruntled. Disgruntled. Huh? Continuing.
Similar issue, guys. From the past, because now y'all are in y'all 50s. Everybody's been there, done that, bought the t-shirt, and now what you put up with is less because you've already been living this much with, by yourselfness. So then you say to yourself, "Fuck, I might as well just go ahead and continue." I've heard some of these sentiments from my mom too, but ultimately,
and there you go. Now y'all get why the title is the title. Bitter single baby mama raised men. I heard some of these sentiments from my mother. Now, let's go through it. Here we go. Y'all heard this type of talk from Lil Bill. Y'all heard this type of talk from FD Signifier. Y'all heard this type of talk from this young brother. Black women, what? Okay. Lil Bill is married. Okay, cool. FD is married. Okay, cool. This brother's not. Huh? Lil Bill talked to us crazy. Waited long enough, he told you about his mom. FD talked to us crazy. Waited long enough, he told you about his mom. This brother's talking about men crazy, Xer and boomer men, black men crazy. Waited, he told you about his mom. Oh boy. So that's what y'all doing in those houses, those single mother houses. Y'all putting all of your anger and your resentment at black men on your son's shoulders and saying, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong by being the little attack dog for me and other black women. We have charged you with attacking other black men for us. I heard these sentiments that were expressed by my mom. Or something like that, he said, right? Ooh. Ooh, no wonder you thought what the brother was telling you, the older brother was telling you, was disgusting. Oh, we get it now. No wonder you thought it was disgusting. Now y'all get why Z said he was challenging his mama them, his auntie them, his grandma them. There we go. Once again, oh no, he believed them. To all the Xers and boomers, he believed them. All of us older millennials, he believed the black women. Oh no. You're taking what they're saying at face value. Oh no. Brother, there's no way you're really dating. There's no way. Many of the black men, isn't that what Sarge Willie Pete, one of his complaints? Is that these boomer black women raise their sons to go out here in the dating scene and get their head taken clear off their shoulders by their 8-ish daughters? But they're mean, snarky, rude, entitled consumers, materialistic daughters? They're spoiled brat daughters? Oh no, you believe the women. Wait, and you believe them at face value, no questions. You're not suspicious at all. You're not skeptical at all. Oh no. Red alert, everyone. We got a black man. He's not even pandering. He actually believes. This is not a Derek Jackson. He believes the women. He's not black pill pretending. He actually believes them at face value. Oh no, he really believes that the boomer and Xer black men are monsters and the women are helpless, hapless, and get their head taken off. Oh no, he believes them. Wow, that's frightening. Oh no. Brother, I hope you don't find out the worst way. Oh no. A black man, a dark-skinned black man, actually believes that the men are disgusting who tell him, hey brother, you might want to date younger, you might want to go to a DR. Oh no. Huh? So y'all get why more than likely Alvin is so goddamn smug and sassy when talking about black men, black women? Y'all get why FD talked to us the way he does? Or about us the way he does? Huh? Why Lil Bill talks about us the way he does? Why Conscious Lee talks about us the way he does? Huh? Why this brother is speaking about Xer and Boomer black men the way he does? Oh no. Z, why are you saying oh no like that? It's funny. Not you. No wonder they want us in their colleges and universities. No wonder they want us taking their feminist classes. They want us to sound and think like this about ourselves. Oh no. This is what they want us to be. Now y'all get it? Dear black men, forget Josh and Eddie. They want us to be like Alvin. They want us to be like this young brother. Huh? They want us to be like Conscious Lee. Huh? Oh no. But definitely like this. This is what they want us to be like. That's why they want us in their schools. Taking those feminist classes. So we can look at other black men as disgusting when they're trying to give us advice. Right? When they try to, hey man, I'm telling you, women ain't everything they ain't sugar spice everything nice. They're still human beings. I've been divorced, I'm telling you. They're gonna be hypocritical. They're gonna tell you they're okay with 50-50. They're not. They're gonna use the word partnership. They don't mean it. Huh? And when brothers try to give you advice, you gonna call them disgusting. Oh, he cheated. He don't know what he talking about. He's a womanizer. Womanizer. A man calling another man, a black man calling another black man a womanizer. He sexualizes women. Yeah, because we're around them, so we could play Uno and play patty cake and dress up. Yeah, that's it. He sexualizes women. What? He has their vernacular and their speech. He has their disgust for black men. Oh no. Huh? And from Africa I came says, Z, you've been married before? And no, Z's in a relationship, in a loving relationship with a black woman, with an ADOS black woman. Who might be listening in right now, baby. If you're listening, say hi. Right? She ain't listening right now. But, oh no, he believes them. I have a fully black woman. I am in a relationship with a blackity black woman. She's light skinned, but she a blackity black woman. Black dad, black mom, blackity black family, ADOS. She don't even believe these women at face value. Huh? And she ain't no quote unquote pick me. And even if she was, what would be the problem? She wouldn't even disgusting. He said disgusting. I'm glad he said what he said. These are the sentiments you got from your mama. Oh, I love it. Oh no, he believes them, everyone. He believes the ladies at face value. Who said bless his heart? Let me go check the comments again. Somebody's like, bless his heart. Where is it? Oh no, it was active that said poor soul. There we go. Better you gotta say bless his heart somewhere in the comments. I need y'all to say bless his heart when y'all come up. I'm gonna put the link for y'all in a minute. Oh no, he believes them, everybody. He believes the ladies. Oh no. Continuing.
I might as well just go ahead and continue. I've heard some of these sentiments from my mom too, but ultimately,
I had to play it again. Oh no! I heard some of these sentiments from my mom too. Oh no! Brother, now do you get why you call it disgusting? Huh? Oh, that. Hey, bro, y'all should have never let Z be able to do this. Oh, like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? And Evil Genius, thank you for the Cash App yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? Yesterday. I want to say yesterday. Thank you for the Cash App. Hit the Cash App also, y'all. Thank you for the Cash App. Right? He believed, and he got this sentiments from his mom. He said it. He said it. Y'all heard him. He said it. Huh? Let me read this super chat right now. And Cam says, the greatest hurdle a man must cross is that his mother is just a woman. Just a woman. Capable of lying and gaslighting and manipulating you. Capable of weaponizing you against the younger versions of the black men that did not marry her. Capable of weaponizing the younger versions of the black men that saw her toxic traits and said, I'll pass. And here you are embodying the bitterness, the resentment, the anger, the vitriol of 50 some odd, 60 some odd, late 40 some odd year old black women. We hear this type of talk from a lot of LGBTQ black men. We hear this type of talk from single mother raised black men. We hear this type of talk from black women, even young black women that don't have no experiences under their belt other than they didn't get chosen high school or middle school or both. Huh? Shout out to black women, especially the single mothers. Y'all raise y'all children, y'all raise y'all daughters to be single indefinitely, and you raise your sons to get their head taken off by another black woman. You raise your daughters to be predators. You raise your sons to be victims of the predators, but with so much pride that they get their head taken off, and they go one of two ways. It's my fault, or they go full on red pill. You want to know what makes red pill out of black men? Black men like this that realize in divorce court, oh my God, I got played. My mom lied. They all lied. The women lied to me. Yikes. Yikes. Continuing.
I'm still pushing the rhetoric. Everything else is that generation of men. Eddie, I'm a little bit harsher on that generation of men as a blanket statement. That generation of men is not a generation of men that is admirable in my eyes. I'm not gonna lie,
bruh. That generation of men is not admirable in my eyes. This is not his mama talking. This is not his mom talking. You think that's him talking? Y'all think that's him talking? The anger and vitriol, y'all think that's him talking? That's him talking, huh? Oh, brother, you might want to go seek therapy. Nah, but it's gonna be a woman, and she gonna say, yeah, your mama right. Maybe not. You might want to go seek therapy from a black man. That's probably the safest bet. Y'all think that's him talking? That what he said, that group of men are not admirable in his eyes? You think that's him talking? Oh no, he believes them. He believes the women. Oh no. And y'all gives you a second. Well, actually, we're gonna keep on going. Here y'all go. We're keep on going. Wow, glad he said it. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Here we go.
The general concept, I agree with you completely, but you're way out of pocket in terms of it being like 100%. That's too much.
The general concept, I agree. Eddie. And y'all wonder why so many young men voted for Trump. Y'all wonder why so many young men said feminism is the worst thing that ever happened. Y'all wonder why so many young men aren't going to clubs. They're not going to speed dating events. They're not going to mixers. There's only a handful of men that think like y'all, and y'all are not going to budge us. Tell them, bro, y'all better make polygamy legal, and y'all better be prepared to take care of 15 and 20 women. Huh? Y'all, Eddie. Horrible. Continuing. Oh, Eddie, you agree. You just don't want it to be so general. And that's exactly why the young men said F marriage, and now the women are saying, well, we don't want to get married anyway. Yeah, that's it. After the men said F marriage over like for 2 decades. But okay, fine. Continuing.
Yeah, I'm like, come on, yeah.
Middle fingers to all the baby boomers. No.
Right. Fuck all of them.
No, you meant that though. You were joking, but you meant it. No, you meant that. Middle finger to all the baby boomer black men, baby boomer men. You know he meant black men in specific. Boy, you channeled that anger and the rage of your mama them, your auntie and your grandma them. Huh? Continuing.
Gen X,
that was in your life, he ain't shit.
All of them, man. Gen X, oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Like one thing though that Tracee said, which I think, so it felt like she was trying to back rationalize it. Okay, it must be because men my own age are a problem for XYZ reasons. I think some of those criticisms were valid, but again, to my point, if you want to find someone who's compatible with you and compatible with your age, then you do that, even if there's an issue there. So then the first,
she's not looking for compatible with her age. She's looking for somebody that's a paymaster and that will bow. Continue
there. So then the first part of what she said, which is that when Barack said, well, why? It's like, well, because I can, and because they're hot and young and gorgeous. And I think that that's a kind of thing that I think that's fine, but I do think that there's a weird little like.
No, Eddie, say it. You know it's hypocritical. You know that we wouldn't celebrate it if it was a man talking like that. Say it, Eddie. Say it. Continuing.
Bias on that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're dating younger men because you find them attractive because they're hot and young and they have 6-pack abs. And I don't know if that's true if we're talking about 40, but maybe she's always done that since her 30s. You know, I don't know. So hey, just admit that and live with that. Don't try and make it a like don't try and make it just a political shit.
Yeah, I agree. I don't believe that Tracee Ellis Ross is like this isn't really in defense of her. I think the goal for at least me and a lot of people is to find companionship, have a family, live with that family until they close their eyes. I think the path that she chose is the path less traveled and the path that also leads to like truly a miserable life that, I might be going crazy there, but just not the best life in the long term.
Huh. So do you think that if you don't like kind of like marry and have kids, like that would lead to like more of a miserable life?
So in the same sense, because that's what she's, literally coming on here, I'm grieving about not finding a partner. I'm grieving about, I feel the same way about all the red pill niggas, all the save yourself black men people.
Yeah.
They're listening to us, but they're not getting the message. No, we meant it. We will save ourselves and we will watch the women drown because y'all are out here telling them, no, live your best life. Don't worry about the men. The men are sexist, misogynistic pigs. They're colorist, featurist, texturist. They're anti-black. They're misogynorous. No, we will save ourselves. Y'all hate, what's the problem with black men saving themselves? And the problem is, huh? Continue.
Black men, people.
Yeah.
All these people, the career oriented, like the super career oriented people.
Yeah.
I think they think a career is like super fulfilling, but at the end of the day, true companionship is fulfilling. And once you put yourself in these like labels, titles, situations, and scenarios, you kind of start shrinking your pool, and you start having to then at the end scramble. Like you have to start scrambling. It's a scramble mode of now I need somebody. I'm dating younger. I'm on dating apps. I'm dating white now. I'm dating.
Changed.
Yeah. Times has changed.
Nah, brother, you're going to have to say that with your chest. Are you talking about black men that say they're dating white now? Or are you talking about them swirlers and divestors? And if you're talking about them swirlers and divestors, you're going to have to say that with your chest. Stop being a coward. Huh? Say that with your chest. I'm pretty sure you were talking about the black men that say I'm dating white now, and that's not even how they frame it. That's not definitely not how they say it. But continuing.
A bunch of different stuff, but all of it to me screams, I need companionship because me going to work wasn't fulfilling.
Yeah, and I think a lot of, like you said, a lot of people do realize that, but I just feel like I've become slightly like pretty much pessimistic when it comes to like relationships, in a sense. Like I don't want to be that way. I want to have hope, but like, you know, I'm single and I don't have kids, you know, but that's depending on like how you look at it, that could be a flex, you know, especially around like my age range. But it's also a thing of like when you kind of get to like my age now, it's like when you're trying to find somebody, first of all, like your compatibility, so you can have that companionship, but also just like circumstances. Like I would prefer to start afresh, like, you know, a family, just, you know, brand new woman with no kids. But, you know, around my age range, a lot of women, you know, got children, multiple, plural, and shit, maybe more than one.
I watch Pop the Balloon. I know.
Yeah, right. we not going.
So wait a minute. So y'all are saying y'all know and y'all see the issues. So y'all are pandering? I said this brother wasn't pandering. So brother, are you pandering? Or are you even worse? Well, no, pandering is worse. Are you saying I see it, but I'm gonna be the one that doesn't get caught up? So you go Superman your way through this. So you said, oh yeah, I watched Pop the Balloon. So you see what black men have to deal with, and you think you're gonna be the exception to the rule. You're gonna be the one with the woman that's not a baby mama and is kind and is understanding and will work with you and will get on your program, although you won't phrase it like that. You're gonna be the one. And she won't divorce you within 5 years. And she's gonna help you raise your children right. You're gonna be the exception to the rule. I'm not saying it won't happen, but the likeliness, check the divorce numbers, check the statistics. Huh? Oh man. Huh? Yikes.
Check the statistics.
The likeliness that you're the exception to the rule, brother, is slim to none in the black community. Just in case you ain't know. Huh? Continuing.
Shit, maybe more than one.
I watch Pop the Balloon. I know.
Yeah, right. We're not going there with it. It's still a male-centric friendly channel. But yeah, so I heavily agree with you on that, because like I think 99% of people like want that person that they go home to at the end of the day that they are genuinely happy to see. And because that life is hella difficult, because like one thing that actually worries me is what happens when you get old. Like you don't have like no spouse, no kids to like look after you or like help you out with this crazy world that's changing so much. You can't think as straight as you used to. What happens then?
Yeah. Everything hella confusing. You can't log into nothing. You can't get into any computer. Can't turn shit back on.
I remember back in the day, I just had to use my thumbprint. Y'all ain't got that no more.
And I think ultimately that's what she's doing. I think there's a little bit of cope, kind of like Eddie was saying, at least alluding to earlier, is like there's some cope in her situation. Do I personally?
A little bit of cope? You think there's a little bit of cope? Man. But hey, that cope is thicker than goddamn syrup. Molasses. Ain't no Kool-Aid, that's syrup. A little bit of cope? You think just a little bit of cope. Okay, yeah, that's it. Right. Oh, I think there's a little bit of cope. Oh, okay. A little bit of cope. All right. All right, brother. Yeah, that's it. Continue.
Omar personally believe that like Gen X baby boomers, you know, have mad flaws. Yes. Do I believe that she can't find a man who?
You mean the man?
She blatantly said the homophobic stuff. Do I believe that you can't find a Gen X or a baby boomer man who isn't homophobic? No, I don't necessarily believe that.
Yeah, you can. Wow.
I did not think that's how he was going to construct that sentence. This is so reasonable.
Right. I thought he misspoke. Like,
yeah.
I believe that you can find a man of her age that is not homophobic.
Okay. Because you did all that build up. You was like, look, do I think it's possible in that age bracket to find a reasonable man who's not toxic and homophobic? No, I absolutely do.
Hell no.
Terrible.
No.
I didn't mean that.
Burn in hell.
I don't think you can find that man in that age group. You know, she probably has other criteria, but all of this is just like at the end, not the end of her life, but on this other side of her life, this other chapter of her life, trying to like sift
He's
through.
trying to say not over the hill, hard as fuck.
I know, right? Just trying to sift through like, all right, this is an acceptable partner. This is not an acceptable partner. What am I really doing? I got to hurry up to try to find somebody to live with. You know, it didn't matter so much when I was in my 20s and I was hot and I was going to the All-Star weekends and but now I'm not gonna lie, I like to be in the house more, and I have to figure out a way to make this kind of, you know, situation work.
Sounded a little bit too red pill there.
A lot less difficult because if Tracee Ellis or Leonardo DiCaprio, which I'm not saying that's a clean comparison for all the reasons we mentioned before, but when they're old and they go like, yeah, I'd like somebody to marry me now, it's like there's going to be somebody to raise their hand.
I mean, but the thing about that is like you still question like why they're there with you.
Yeah,
like no one wants to be used. Not if you. It's levels like if you were like a famous celebrity and you still got money. Like it's different. Like that's no comparison.
Well, but they
it's like every guy that she's dated that would be a concern, right?
Unless they're like of similar status, and that's why they tend to date around similar status because like yo, you got your thing on, I got my thing on. Like you're not looking at me for as a quick come up in a lick.
But what ultimately is going to happen, I believe, and this is just for like as a general statement for like older people that get into older relationships, whatever the case may be, it becomes more of an understanding and an agreement that hey, I'm here so that when you keel over, somebody can call, and when I keel over, somebody can call. Like basically, your life alert. I need to take 7 pills before 11 a.m. You're here to remind me of that. You have a doctor's appointment on Wednesday, Friday, and therapy on Saturday. I'm here to remind you for that. You can't drive at night. I can do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? The old people type of arrangement. It's more of an arrangement as opposed to, getting that type, romantic connection and all that stuff.
Get that TT bone licked on. It's not just about that.
Yes, it's the yeah. Sometimes we have a little maybe sex. I don't know at that age. Maybe you do or don't. But
take them dentures out and get into it. Yeah,
people know what it is. You coming around. Old man has a young girl. Look, the arrangement is. Tell me I'm handsome and go to these bills and give me these bills. Everything else, at this point, I don't even have to know. And I will be willing to sign up for that with Tracee Ellis Ross.
I'll give her pills. Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah. What you call it? Not a throuple, but what's one more than that? Quadruple?
Quadruple, yeah. Quadruple.
Yawn.
You need oil today?
I think that's called a quartet, actually.
I like that even better. Hell yeah, shit. We can play jazz separately.
I'm sorry, Miss Ellis Ross. All respect.
Respectfully. See, this is why niggas can't talk about nothing, bro. We just always.
Tracee, come to on the podcast. You know what I'm saying? Respectfully. Yeah. Okay. Well, look. I think on that note, we're gonna call this thing to an end. Thank you everybody for tuning in to Waving the Red Flag. It's been your boy Eddie. It's been your boy Josh. It's been Omar. Look, like, subscribe, comment. If you want the full episode that this comes from, which is episode 271, cop the Patreon or cop YouTube membership.
We've heard enough. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. Shout out to Eddie, Josh, and Omar. Yawn. All right, y'all, go ahead. Let me take this overlay off. Y'all good? Go ahead.
Boy, it's gone, man. They are way too far gone. I'll be honest. They sound like concubines, man. It's kind of it's kind of sad. It's like, yo, you don't have any type of gumption and je ne sais quoi of manhood about you, boy. Like you just capitulate and go whichever way the wind blows. Like you ain't got no intestinal. Excuse me. You ain't got no testicular fortitude.
Testicular fortitude. Shout out to Farrakhan. Shout out to Farrakhan. Testicular fortitude. Exactly. None.
Yeah, as I was listening to that, I couldn't help but smell period blood.
I saw your comment. Really
It was quite disgusting. It was quite disgusting, but they represent part of what they represent why and forgive me, young man, why I am somewhat pessimistic about the future, because not only are they very typical of a certain generational mindset, but those are the people that they're going to, the powers that be, particularly on the left or the progressive, they're the people that are going to get supported. They're the people who are going to get platform. They're the people who they may even try to attempt to promote for political office or other positions of that sort. So that's why I say your greatest danger is not white people, is not black women. It's really gentlemen like that. They're going to be the vanguard of any attack against the progression of black men like yourselves. And, I'm not going to be too explicit about what I think you will have to do, but I will trust your ability to infer from what I'm saying what I believe you will, to some degree, have to do.
So you saying we got to snatch his mama chain off his neck?
Eddie, I saw your comment. I saw your comment.
You know, look, I see a lot of sabotage and, you know, and treachery, and there are things you do to saboteurs and traitors.
I got you.
Hey, it's fright. Like listening to Omar speak. First of all, Tunnel Runner. He's talking about you. He's talking to Tunnel Runner. He's talking about you, Tunnel Runner. He's talking about Austin Hollerman. He's talking about y'all. Like, you know, you know, it was disgusting. He told me, you know, he would never get remarried. He would never get married again and go to DR for younger women and that. I'm like, bruh.
It also pretends that you grasp the realities of what was going on in life at that particular time. And he doesn't strike me as a person who's really sat down and had conversations with somebody like, say, Uru's age. Like my dad is about 4 or 5 years older than Uru, but my dad and I have had tons of those conversations about what it was like when he was coming up. And I could understand and see how his life experiences shaped his mentality, made him into the man that he is. And you just simply going off of this, oh, well, they were older, so they were worse. What the fuck was going on in their environment? What was shaping those guys? Even if you legit believe that men of that era were bad, which I don't, and I think that's a very, very pernicious thought pattern because it leads you to some rather dark places. But even still, like, what made them? Because nothing happens in a vacuum. It's not like these guys got popped out their mama pussy and it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna beat the hell out of everybody I see today.
I will start from here. I will start from the hubris of the internet and everything that has come from there has afforded everyone who came up during and certainly after the advent of the internet. It affords you all a great deal of hubris and arrogance about how the world worked, how the world looked, or how the world is supposed to be. You know, when you have nanosecond access to the wisdom of the ages, that your father would have never been afforded. Look, if you were a black man, you weren't going to college, and even if you did go to college, you were not going to have access to the information that a 12-year-old has today. A 12-year-old today has more access than a brother who has a PhD in thermodynamics had, 40 plus years ago. So when I listen to younger men speak about these kind of things, the first thing that strikes me is the arrogance and the hubris that modern technology has afforded them.
Most definitely. I feel like he needed to go to counseling with his father because he's probably around that age. And like I can admit, like I told y'all about my dad plenty of times. I was mad at him, right? He's married. I'm like, I'm just mad because you stayed married to her, but not my mom. And he's like, oh, I'm divorcing her right when this boy turned 15. I mean, 18. He made it to 15. I was like, okay, then I forgive you. You're just being who you are. But when it comes to the relationships with how they talk about particular generations of guys, it's like they don't know how to intersect out of their form of intersectionality and put dates to when niggas was losing jobs, people were getting gunned down, NAFTA, anything else that would leave these guys unemployed, fucked over, and everything else. It's kind of annoying that they can do it for women in every single shape or form, but can't do it for the previous generation of guys. It's fucking crazy. They call boomers the people that got us out of segregation with the silent generation to speak about them like that. And it's like, you're dealing with a woman that's in entertainment. Like we watched all '90s movies where black brothers had to do some stupid shit to be in these movies. You hear about white guys grabbing their crotch, etc. And it's like, why would an older gentleman, probably in some form of entertainment or something, want to be around that environment if he knows that took place the entire time? It's like, no, I don't want to be around your gay friends. Like, I don't even want to be around some people's husbands. Your woman might have her friend, and she wants you to hang out with her husband, and you don't even like the guy, but you got to hang around him because that's your wife's friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit crazy.
No, I think so. But I think better. Actually, Leon, what you're saying is 100% true. As that would explain a lot of that LGBTQ comment that Tracee Ellis Ross put. But yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Well, think about it from the perspective
All right, go ahead.
well, think about it from the perspective of a 50-year-old man who, probably has some fairly close proximity to the church, to the teachings
Yeah, you
of,
right there.
black, to religion, to the practices of black people, more traditional practices of black people, the belief, however nebulous it is today, that black men and black women should make families
Black Guru, can
and
I
try
say?
to some degree.
Can I say, Black Guru?
Yeah.
I wonder how many of these 40 to 60-year-old black guys know their cousin getting butt plugged by one of their uncles or babysitters. Let's go ahead and say it. Because they don't like talking about it, but there's a lot of guys that said they've been played with by their uncle or one of their cousins. But you can't talk about it because it's a black guy expressing something towards an LGBT community member, and that's against the rules. They're victims, whatever. Man, F out of here.
Yeah, look, there are all kinds of things that have happened in any community of people. There are going to be things that happen that aren't necessarily the most positive reflection of those people, the healthiest representation of those people. I think, there was this default position that, a black man and a woman is supposed to at least try to make a family together and to raise them together. And there was a lot of struggles to do that, given all of what was happening in the society they were in, and how the society was picking winners and losers between black men and black women. Nobody really thinks about what that really does, and in particular when it starts, because you go from a position of, okay, I'm supposed to be a man, I'm supposed to be a leader, the sort of traditional disposition, but now you're gonna take the trade jobs away from us, you're gonna ship jobs over to China, all the automobile, you're gonna take all that away. You're going to create all these service opportunities, create all these things that, college and everything is much more female focused. And yet you're expecting black men who very often did not have the best education or opportunities for education to just sort of easily adapt to all of that stuff that was going on. And they were supposed to automatically just know what to do, how to adapt from being a tradesman or being a factory worker or whatever to going to college, or I barely got through 8th grade. So a lot of this money, again, this is the hubris, in my view, of the internet, of the access to information, which leads to a great deal of ignorance and lack of perspective and understanding and appreciation of what men of those prior generations were faced with and the limitations that were afforded to them.
Yes. Black Guru, can I ask you a question? So when that was taking place, how did white guys fare? Because they have all these economies that are dead for the last 50 years. the right guys, no jobs. They've been unemployed or underemployed because the situation was the same for them. So did they fare better at all?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're talking about. I mean, certainly there were more opportunities in general afforded white men. They were much more likely to be union. They were much more likely to be thus under certain union protections. They were much more likely to be better educated. They were much more likely to have trade opportunities. Here in Chicago, you had white men signing up their sons into the union the day they were born. So you would have an 18-year-old white kid who would have 18 years seniority in a union in Chicago by the time he turned 18 years old. So they were doing white men were doing all kinds of tricks to maintain some degree of advantage. Now, much of that has gone away as, again, the trade deficits and as opportunities have gone overseas, that has impacted them, has eventually caught up to them. I mean, most problems that start with Black people eventually at some point touch white people. But certainly 40 years ago, things were not as great as they might have been in a decade or so prior for white men, but they weren't nearly as bad. You didn't, for example, have a war against drugs against young white men. I remember going to the University of Alabama in the early 80s. I mean, they were coked out all over that joint. And friends and me and other, but we were like, man, this shit is crazy. Orgies, drunken orgies and coked out orgies, everything. They were not faced with the issues that Black men were faced with. So yeah, I probably ran into I probably ran into Kavanaugh back then at some point. So it was just a different world.
I love teeing up the ball for you. I fucking love teeing up. I do that shit every time. But no, that's why I was like, shout out to Kevin. The way you was framing that was perfect.
Well, but this, and again, no, you cannot take out from this discussion the war against crime, the war against drugs, how it was particularly executed against Black men, and how, and even just how they were changing the laws to more harshly punish Black boys. This whole ramping up of we're gonna assess adult punishment to young black boys. That was really ramping up in the 70s and really coming into the 80s. So it just was a very bad environment for a lot of young Black men. And when I witnessed those young men on the video talking, I'm like, you just like have no understanding or appreciation about what was going on back then, or you didn't care. You're so feminized and pussified by your mama and your grandmama and your TTs and all these people that you have no understanding and empathy for what your father or your grandfather or your great grandfathers might have endured. It's really sad to witness.
Hey, Z. That guy was trying to educate that man, that young 20-year-old man. He's trying to tell him what's going on. He's trying to tell that man, he's trying to give him some education. If you want to see Black families, it's good for a man to have some children when he's young. He needs to have a young wife. If you're trying to have a bunch of kids, you need to have a lot of your children in your 20s. So he's saying to that 25-year-old man, if you want to have some kids, some of these women don't want to get married in their young years. So you need to go. I wouldn't tell him to go to the Dominican Republic. I'd say go farther away. But if he wants to have children and he wants to have a large family, it would be good for him to start a family at a young age with some women that's 18, 19, 20 that can have his kids. So he can have 3 or 4 kids in their 20s, and they can enjoy their life as they get older together. And so he's trying to help the young man, but the young man doesn't see what's going on right in front of his face. He's talking about he wants to be a concubine to some older woman that can't have no
I mean, I
kids.
have a history of
What is
doing
he
it,
talking
but
about? He's talking like a woman, not like a man who's supposed to be running things and in charge. And if he's trying to help him, and the guy can't even see that he's being educated, he's talking about, yeah, it's disgusting. That's what a man would tell him what to do, his father or somebody. That, yeah, if you're looking to have a large family, you need to start young. And at his age, he could start having a family, but not with some of these women here that are looking to not have their first child till they're 35 or something like that. You can't have no
Shit,
big
if you
family
lucky,
and you
35.
starting at yeah,
Yeah, I was
you
about
know
to
what I
say.
mean?
Yeah.
oh, can I add a little to that real quick? I think
Real quick, go ahead and we'll have Big Kev. Go ahead. You already wrote. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to
you
say.
know. Yeah, go ahead, Kev.
Yeah. As far as the conversation is, again, what you got to do, man, is you got to stop worrying about the argument. Attack the sincerity. Stop worrying about how they sound. Attack the sincerity. Attack the fact that what they argue for it does not come from a sincere position. I promise you would cut through a lot of this BS by simply saying you are not serious about what you're saying. You're just saying this shit just a virtue signal. Because again, all you got to do is point out the fact that I'm like, y'all are always talking all this shit about how y'all supposedly want to uplift black people or do this or do that. Yet every time one of y'all talks about this, you know, people in like the pro-black or breadtooth space, it's either y'all idea of so-called educating and uniting, air quotes, the black community. It's either you
It's talking shit about black men.
No. I said no. I'll say it just like that. It's either spotting off some communist or feminist propaganda, dick policing and tone policing so-called black men, running some type of scam or political corruption and kissing black women's ass. Like,
sounds about right to me.
Yeah, and then when the shit doesn't work, y'all never blame yourselves and never think that admit that y'all are part of the problem. It's always other black people's fault that y'all can't get the quote unquote pro-black utopia that y'all allegedly want. It's because y'all don't want it. Y'all just want to be able to lecture to people, lecture down on so-called black men while being completely full of shit in the same breath. You know, that's the real reason why y'all are offended by the black manosphere and other spaces like that, because niggas are basically calling y'all out on it. Y'all are full of shit. Y'all just don't like being called out on it. That's all it is.
Because
That's
You heard him mention real quick, y'all. Y'all heard him say SYSBM, or he didn't say SYSBM. He said "Save yourself, black man." Yeah, y'all heard him say it. He mentioned it. But yeah,
if you're serious about the black community, then you have to have black families led by black men.
Exactly.
And so if this guy is talking this nonsense,
right, and they're not serious.
The guy was trying to help him. Yeah, they're not serious, because if you're talking about having a strong black community, you need strong black families led by black men, and they need to get married himself. He needs to be going to get married and have some children and have a woman support him himself at his young age if he's trying to do that. But otherwise, he's just talking to talk.
Exactly.
I posted 2 comments on their video. I want y'all to go and read my comments because I told the truth. I said if I was ever single again, or if I was single, I would try to engage with women that were the age of like 23 to 29. I said one of the primary issues that y'all are having, which most men have when you talk to them, is you don't get to the core of the woman. You see like the achievements that she has, her class status, that she has a home, certain things. But when you compare it to a woman that still has time and her biological clock ain't ticking, you get more layers from that woman. You get to know her core a little bit more. She's more funnier, spontaneous. You get pressure from women that want babies, and you don't get to know them when they're in their mid fucking 30s. Like, I'd rather date 20 or I'd rather date 40. Okay.
Let me say this before I board.
Place.
Let me say this before I board real quick. So my thing about this whole thing is, number one, this is what happened when you have the single mama communities. This is what happened in those single mother homes. What he expressed to you, and the energy at which he expressed it, the word disgusting that he expressed, that is I meant it when I said that's how they want us to sound. That's how they and be very clear. You ain't gonna be knocking down too many women sounding like this neither, right? But this is the ideal for when they come off the carousel and they gotta finally settle. This is the guy. This is the guy. If they can't get chiseled chin Tyrone, 6'3", 6'4", 6'5" tall Tyrone, this is the guy right here. Right? So go ahead.
Can I share something? And Z, pull me back if I'm getting a little too dark here. When I was young.
Well, I might bore in a minute, so I'll try. But go ahead.
Got you. Like my dad, these guys have no appreciation for the burden of masculinity and the sacrifice that some guys made. Like my dad told me a story about when he was young. Like they used to stay with some of their uncles and aunts during the summertime. And my dad told me a story where something had happened with one of his cousins. And there was a small mob coming for him. And in that moment, his uncle had to make the decision of what to do. Because they wanted to make him strange fruit. And Unc decided to shoot at them folks. And they got the hell out of Dodge.
So Emmett Till type joint.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking backwoods South Carolina. Like they shit happens. And my dad said that this was when he was maybe like 7 or 8 years old. And that was something that he knew he one day might have to make a similar decision. He knew his dad probably had to make similar decisions. And there was no appreciation for men who stepped up to try to guide their family in the ways of avoiding that type of shit. Or even men who stepped up and said, you know what? If y'all coming for us, I'm going to take as many of y'all as I can for you get to anybody I love. And that's really the main thing that disgusted me with their rhetoric. Like they have no idea what the fuck a man is. I think that's kind of apparent by how he dressed, but it's like you really are ignorant of what manhood is.
I think class plays into that. I think Eddie's look played into that. I think what this young man is spouting, I think being quote unquote educated, right, plays into that. Being seen as non-threatening because you're espousing like all of the sugary goodness that women want to hear. Now, whether that actually turns them on, that like really get their gynie wet, that's a whole different conversation. But them liking that you're saying the thing, yeah. So like this brother, you know, in the vitriol that he spouted, and it's the. I'm glad that he said what he said towards the end is like he don't have much. It wasn't respect, I think he said. He admiration or something like that, right? He doesn't have much admiration for that cohort of men, and I'm like, he's talking about the BGSs and the Black Gurus of the world, like he's, you know, and the Xers, like all the Xers, probably the youngest of boomers, so that's where BGS and Black Guru come in, and I'm like, but bruh, what we can glean from your background, probably, I'm pretty sure they don't care for your admiration. You could keep your admiration over there with your single mom, right? You could keep that. That like your mom infused you with her resentment, nigga. You sound like 50 Son right now. That's what you sound like. You sound like 50 Son, bro. Huh? Like this is it right here. Like and the reason why I think I'm angry is like boomer and extra women. Do you appreciate that y'all send y'all sons out to be lamb to slaughter? Like I know some of y'all know and y'all okay with it, but are all of you okay with it? Are all of you okay with your sons that sound like this still get divorced? The wife still divorced them. I just want you to know. They still end up becoming baby daddies to 8-ish women who prey on them. Like, do y'all appreciate that? Go ahead.
But Z. Go ahead.
Before I got divorced, another thing that they don't appreciate, my dad and her dad came to me after they had spoken with her. So they spoke with her. They got the women to have a conversation with her as well. And they finally, they came to me. And her dad tried to appeal to me, mostly from an emotional and keep the family together type standpoint. And after he got up and left the room, my dad he looked at me and he said, Dre, I ain't saying what he was saying was wrong or anything, but I'm just gonna tell it to you just in as cold a terms as real. Sometimes it's cheaper to keep her. He said, are you prepared for what it means to walk away? And I said, hey, look, man, if she ain't got no act right in her system, I'm just gonna end up going upside her head. I'm gonna be behind bars. It's a whole worse situation. He's like, is it really that bad? I said, yes, it is that bad, Dad. And he's like, hey, do you understand what I'm saying and what's on the other side of that? He's like, you know, sometimes fuck happiness, fuck all the other shit. He's like, just from dollars and cents, bro. Is it any way you feel you can work this out? I was like, nah. He's like, all right, well, you know, it is what it is. Just be prepared for what's coming.
I think people pop that, but they don't really mean it, and you can see it when they're going through the motions, particularly the women, right? I think the women pop that stuff and they act like they cool and everything, and then Tracee Ellis Ross got to admit that she's grieving not getting married and not having children, and like, right? And she also, remember that side comment where she said, you know, what she's doing right now isn't necessarily working right now, or she said, you know, I haven't been successful at it as of late, or something like that. She said, right? So she's admitting this whole temper tantrum she's throwing because the elite rich niggas ain't marrying her or choosing up on her and haven't decided to put a ring on her finger for decades now. She's admitting that, and then you're watching these brothers who are around our age and maybe a little bit younger with Omar say, yeah, but it's us. What?
You know, Diana Ross has 5 children and 8 grandchildren, and probably at some point sooner rather than later will have great grandchildren if she don't already, because you got to figure. I mean, her oldest daughter with
Barry
Gordy, she's got to be, you know, late 50s, you know. So, but my point is, she's got at least 13 people who came from her. Now, I can imagine when they have their family gatherings and she looks at her mother as this great and still thriving, still actually beautiful, plus octogenarian matriarch, that's got to be killing her. I'll bet you during those Christmases and Thanksgivings and reunions, and, you know, I mean, they recently had celebrated Diana's 80th birthday and whatever. It's got to be killing her. It's got to be killing her to look at her nieces and her nephews and all of, you know, all the extended family. And so when she says she's grieving, what's playing in her mind is those family photos.
Yeah, and I think the worst thing is, real quick, Tony, you got after this. And she looks like her the most. Out of the 3 girls, the 2 boys, she looks like her the most.
Yeah, maybe the Gordy girl, I don't know, because she's a little bit darker, but
yeah, she's more brown.
Yeah, I mean, I guess all her daughters kind of, they all have those large
big eyes.
So, yeah, but yeah, you know.
Go ahead.
So I mean, she's got younger siblings that have children. You know, the boy who was the actor, he's got a couple of kids.
The one that played in ATL
with the Simpson girl. Ashley Simpson. So I mean, I'm sure it kills her. You know, I mean, it's one thing that you say, yeah, I celebrate, I enjoy my freedom and whatever. And I think it's particularly evil on the part of Michelle Obama to be kind of celebrating with her when Michelle has children.
Hey, Uru,
and assuming her children are healthy, let me finish. At some point, Michelle's going to have grandchildren.
Then I'm next.
Right? So I mean, you know, it's one thing to say, yeah, you go, girl, but Michelle's got her husband and her children and future grandchildren. So I just think there's something kind of evil about that.
real quick, turn around and got it after this. Black rule, that's what women do, black women in particular. Like I meant it when I said it, when I said, unless they're in an argument, they always encourage each other. Unless they're in an argument, they don't say, hey, girl, I don't know about that one. I think you're wrong about that. I don't think that's going to work for you. I think you're really miserable. Right? They encourage, yeah, girl, no, I see you. And not to mention the cameras are rolling, and I don't see the cameras rolling and Michelle Obama saying, now you know you crying yourself to sleep at night. Right? Like now you know you dealing with them young dudes because that's the best you could do, because you catching them naive, just like how we say to the men. Like I don't see much, especially the cameras rolling. Even if she would have said something like that, maybe if the cameras weren't rolling, maybe after the shoot. But yeah, I don't see it, and that's assuming she would say something like that. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. But from my experience and all the men I know, the few times that I got dragged to a function and it was pretty much all women there, yeah, they do the yeah, girl. I don't ever, maybe because I'm there's a couple of dudes around, maybe, but even talking to my lady, she'll tell you like, no, they don't pull. Talking to my younger sister, same thing, girl. They don't pull each other's coattails. They don't. It's always it got to be extreme for an intervention, or they're in an argument. Other than that, it's just all day, every day, you go, girl. And this is how you end up. You end up like Tracee Ellis Ross. And they always got to frame it in empowerment language. Always liberation and empowerment language for black women in specific on them. But go ahead, Tony Runner.
What I'm going to say is that in a lot of locations in the Middle East, if you don't have any babies, you're not married, you're not looked upon as a success, no matter how much money and fame you got. You don't have a family, you don't have children, you looked at it as a failure. And as far as being respected or admired, when they see me over in the Middle East with my wife and I have her covered up, there is some kind of respect or admiration. I got this Western woman covered up and under my somewhat control or under my tutelage. They see that as a respectful act. They see that as being admired, somewhat. But by a woman trying to be all of this no husband, no children, in some religions, in some faiths, in some communities, you are not looked at as being anything positive. You're not doing what you were here for.
As black women go overseas and they have to go experience what those men think, like that's why you have a couple of us who reviewed that what was she, 50 something, 55, a very attractive 55-year-old over there in Colombia. Fine as I'll pipe, but right, 55-year-old in Colombia, and her prospects right now, zilch. You could tell she got the veneers, her teeth are nice, the breast is sitting up, right? She probably had some work done, looking very attractive. 55 don't mean not a goddamn thing. Can't make it work with the expats over there, can't make it work with the folks from over there, the Latinos from over there. Can't make it work. Exactly. That's what we thought.
It was Panama, but we got close enough.
Oh no, my bad. It was Panama. My bad. I said Colombia, Panama. Yeah, very interesting. What that mean? That's why I be saying that. Like, the very attractive. What that mean? Nothing. That's why I say that. You imagine you went to Panama. You left California, which is like, it's New York. Okay. I think she was from May. Did she say the Bay Area? Maybe. Let's assume Bay Area or LA. You left either the Bay Area or LA. The money in America is really DC, Miami, New York, Chicago, DMV area, Dallas, Houston, Seattle. It's like maybe a couple dozen cities in America where the money is. You left one of them, went to Panama, cool, and you expect. I just want to say, I want to give a big ass I told y'all so. Y'all will agree with me anyway. But I said that on the breakdown. Once y'all leave the West, ain't no where you think you getting the money from. Okay, maybe Japan, South Korea, maybe China. Like, where do you think you getting these baller ass men once you leave the West? Unless he is a politician, probably corrupt, or an entertainer in one of those developing countries. If you leave the West, particularly America, where you think you go, especially as a black woman, where you think you getting these men with this money from?
I mean, they can't find them. Like they are
exactly.
Not there.
That's my point.
They are not there. And if the ones up there, they have a 20-year-old, or they have 2 or 3 20-year-olds, and they have to get married for the look in the community. So they have no chances. All they can do is have somebody be a play, what is it, the play toy for them, and they're gonna have to pay for that. They have to pay for that. Because if they get a doctor might make 60, 70,000 over there, and he's doing great. He got everybody after him. And so what they think, they're not gonna find him, and they're gonna have to submit. They're used to women submitting and bowing down to them, and they want somebody to bow down to them. Oh, they find out real quick. It ain't gonna happen over there. They're gonna have to pay to play.
Like I said, the issue we have here now is the trying to drag the men kicking and screaming into air quotes egalitarianism. It's not egalitarianism. This quote unquote partnership thing. Look, we're not. Whoever the theys are, we ain't doing it. You're not gonna get us to do it. We're not signing up. I don't care what you do. Prepare your daughters to be single indefinitely. We ain't your younger extra daughters, your millennial daughters, your Gen Z daughters are the worst when it comes to that. You just, hey, bro, it's over, bro. Y'all better start gestating them babies in a bag. We're not going. As generations, we're under, especially under the age of 50, but under the age of 45, we're not going. We're not. Y'all raise these consumerist, materialistic a-holes hiding behind college degrees and 4 and 5 syllable words. We're not going, bro. We're not. And then you see the brothers on waving the red flag, talking crazy about 50-something-year-old men because of their mama issues, or because Tracee Ellis Ross talking. No, man, we ain't going. We're not. Tracee Ellis Ross could get smashed. That's it. That's all we're gonna do with her. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a question for everybody because y'all might know better than me. But there was a movie, Stella got a group back, and I think it was a book. And I think they went to an island. Was it Stella got a group back?
Jamaica.
Oh, so they went to an island. Like, what was the outcomes? Are there any correlations with outcomes?
No, I see you trying to be funny. I see you trying to be funny. I see you. But no, I mean, like, so you talking about Terry McMillan's real story because it's based off of her real life, right? And how exactly did that turn out for Terry McMillan? For everyone that knows the story, how Stella got her groove back? How did that turn out for Terry McMillan? I'll wait.
I think Eddie stole her chain.
Let me tell you how that turned out for Terry McMillan. She's MIA, and she's been MIA since when, everybody? When did Terry McMillan disappear, everyone?
When her man came out the closet. When her husband came out the closet.
You skipping something important.
Didn't he steal her blouse too?
No, go ahead, Black Rupert. Black Rupert about to tell it. Go ahead, Black Rupert.
She became MIA when she appeared on that Oprah show with that dude, and it was clear to the world that this was a gay man, and that she had to have been blind to not see that she had married a gay Jamaican man. And ever since then, we have hardly heard or seen hide nor tail of Terry McMillan. It was one thing when she wrote the book and she did the movie and she divorced him, right? And there was this big hubbub about her divorcing him. But then it was revealed in the divorce decree that she had found all this evidence of him being gay. But when you read the timelines of it, it's like, but Terry, based on what you're presenting, this guy was presenting evidence to you of his sexuality before you even married him. And it was in their divorce decree. But then when she appeared on Oprah, and basically what came out was Terry was a mentally and emotionally disturbed woman. And she had became wealthy, by way of it, because as Leon mentioned, it was originally a very successful book, and then it was a movie featuring Angela Bassett and Taye Diggs, and it was this triumphant black woman of the 90s ascend to independence. And then reality revealed that the whole
But
damn thing
Black
was a
Girl, I have to
fraud.
pause you. I have to pause you. I have to pause you. My apologies. Very important to say, Black Girl. Also, what was subtly suggested, very overt in everybody's face, was a dig at you and BGS. It was a dig at y'all and
Oh
your
yeah,
age
yeah.
group.
No, the movie was a condemnation of well, for her it would be boomers, so actually be people older than myself. It was really a condemnation of men Oprah's age. You know,
Yes, yes.
the mid group or boomers, the folks guys
Late
who are like
60s, early
70,
70s, mid
70,
70s right now.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was really a condemnation because Terry's around that age as well. It was really a condemnation of that cohort of men. And because if you watch the movie, I wouldn't waste any time reading the book, obviously. But if you're interested in the story, I'm sure you could probably catch the movie
Hey,
on Netflix or
Black Guru,
whatever.
he was the perfect guy. He liked
I got one more
flowers.
question before I
He
leave.
liked flowers. He was very
No,
delicate.
but
He would dance all
but
night
let
with
me
her. I mean, that was a
Let
perfect
Black Girl
man
land
in
with
your
that.
time.
Let Black
let
Girl
me
land with that.
finish. I'm saying if you read the story initially, the whole point of it was she had been dating men of her age, kind of like what Tracee. In fact,
Correct.
exactly. You know, it's like sort of
Exactly.
a 20-year. It's sort of like a 20-year prelude because these women would be about 20 years older than Tracee, who basically are saying men my age, and it was even presented because I think she had actually been married and divorced, and that was touched on in the movie. How the men of her age or men of her cohort are these, hateful men, not appreciative of black women being liberated and independent and that sort of thing. And the Tay Diggs part of it, the strapping young Jamaican dude was sort of their release from the evil of the traditional, black man. So it is a very similar and analogous to what Tracee has presented. And I don't know if Terry ever had any children. I don't think she ever did have any
I don't
children.
think so. I don't think so.
Quick question for
I
you.
thought she did. I thought she did. Her daughter said she was a jerk.
Quick question for you.
Maybe.
I'm just I don't recall ever seeing or hearing anything about her having children. Now maybe she did, hope but I'm just saying in all of the hoopla and all of what has been presented about her, we never saw or heard anything about any children associated with her. Not saying she didn't have any, but it just they've never been a part of her story.
So question based off of what you just said, Uru. It kind of raises, how do you expect somebody to commit to you if you're independent?
I told y'all to stop trying to make it.
Well, I mean, you expect them to commit to you solely based on your terms, in line with your quote independence, which you're wanting. Tracee mentioned wanting a partner, with her being this totally self-actualized person. What she really wants is a worshiper. She wants
Exactly.
someone to sort of idol worship her, to revere her. And the men she encountered refused to do that, refused to be that, or at least the men that she might have wanted. Maybe she could have found some men who would have been willing to revere her, but she herself probably did not, necessarily want those men, because she could have found some men to worship her, but they wouldn't have been of the caliber of men that she likely would have wanted to be with.
And Z,
I see
and
Mama
I got a
issues.
question.
Real quick, everyone. I see Mama issues in that because of who her mom is, and she watched her mom be revered her whole life, and she want that. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, I was going to say he was
I'm gonna
presented
keep it. I'm
as the
gonna keep it
perfect
short.
man. He was presented as the perfect
Well,
man, this
it's
delicate man, this sweet man, this man who likes flowers, and that was put out there in the media for other men to act like this. And before he came out, before all this stuff happened, but this was the issue they were putting to black women: get these guys that will bow down to you and worship you, and and just like you, and these are the perfect men. You know, you should do this. You know,
What?
that was projected to the public until everything came out.
So
If you watch the movie, you'll see.
so in the book and the movie, when Black Guru said the worship part, that's that intersection that they should kind of focus on as they articulate their thoughts, because the women in the book expressed leaving America and having a new look on life and how they were presented, and they felt like black queens that were beautiful and worshipped, and and that blurred the lines of her actually noticing that the guy was gay.
Nah,
And, and
bro. It was so blatant. I was a kid and I could
Well,
see it.
but listen,
I'm just
listen
saying,
to
but I'm just
no.
saying from the book.
I think Leon has a good point, and here's why I think so. Why did those men on the video presented made a point of emphasizing why black men of my age, or of our age, should be particularly solicitous towards homosexuality? It has been blurred. It has been blurred. Like, you'll have black women, they'll be very, pro-gay, but then if a black man does something they don't like, then they slur him as being gay. So it's a lot of double talk and cognitive dissonance around homosexuality. Well, they'll want a man to be flowery, as Tunnel Runner described, but then when he started taking it from the back, oh, wait a minute, now that's going too far.
When he's strapping is an issue.
I mean, so which is it?
Literally.
Oh, they gotta draw the line somewhere. Come on now.
Exactly. So I think they have. I think part of why Terry was able to go along with that bullshit is because I do think they have a kind of ambivalence about sexuality of men. I think they want to, quote, have their dick and have some other guy eat it too.
Mm-hmm.
And what you say with Tracee Ellis Ross with the worship, like, okay, I've said it in the background, like Z knows, BG, a few people know, like, when I was younger, I dated a lot of older women. And the truth is, like, guys, like, they can't take it like a 20, 30-year-old woman.
Nigga, you weren't dating, you were a gigolo. Stop lying. You were a gigolo.
A gigolo. Hey, gigolo.
I know
Hey, after a little while, it's just like, baby, can you just cut my grass today and fix something and put this up here?
Exactly.
And she'll give you, and I know what she wants to do. I know when the old lady wants to do, because if she just hands me some money, I mean, her pussy ain't ready. Straight up. She giving me some money, okay, I'm gonna handle my business.
That's a good rule.
But if she don't hand me no money, I know that thing ain't ready. But see, that's the thing. I'm young and she knows she can't keep me. They know. Like, I don't, but I gotta go because my battery about to die. But I'm just being for real. Old ladies know they can't keep younger men.
Man, I agree with
is what it is.
I agree with Edward Anderson's take on this. I think black women, I think women across the board really don't care if they like the man enough. They don't care that he's fucking other men. Let's just be 100. I think it's social. It's socially
the AIDS. No, it was AIDS and HIV. I'm telling you, prior to AIDS and HIV, you would hear people say that boy kind of sugary or whatever. She married that boy and that boy kind of sugary, and it would be a kind of hear no evil, see no evil kind of thing.
Right.
Well, he's a good father. And he's kind of a fancy man. They had these euphemisms for it. He's kind of a fancy man, but he's a good father. He's a good provider. Yeah, he goes off on weekends and to San Francisco or something like that. But prior to AIDS and HIV, you had a lot of that, and most of them guys were married. And people just kind of like, well, he kind of that way, and that's kind of how it was dealt with.
So you saying lavender marriages were widespread?
Well, no, he's saying before HIV.
I'm saying it was much more common Yeah, before AIDS and HIV, there was an undercurrent of it in Black America, and because very often these were functional men and fulfilled their other responsibilities, did nobody necessarily look too much at it.
Guru, let me say it clearer. Basically, everybody used to play the mustache game like white men play it now. The white men still play that game. White culture still, see no evil, hear no evil. Frank Underwood's gay.
Yeah.
But
Well, no, AIDS and HIV made it. AIDS and HIV made it, and because it hit Black people so hard, it made it just much more difficult to play that game.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say this real quick, y'all. Real quick, y'all. Real quick. So hysterical. Ooh. Anyway, go ahead, get that dig in. I don't know if that's what I want to say, but anyway, talking about fucking. Hey, I walked into what's this called again? Jersey Mike's, and little petite homie. Boy, she was eye fucking the shit out of me. I gotta get my brag on, y'all. I gotta get my brag on. But yeah, hey, I walked in. Hey, I was like, wait a minute, me. Right? I would anyway. No, yeah, but she looked a little hood. And anyway, but yeah, I would. Ms. Z, you ain't hear that. Continuing, go ahead, yo. Go ahead.
As the attorney,
you like them hood shorties,
I need to remind you, don't get caught up, Z.
I'm gonna walk in the door to a pan in the face, bro. we talking shit. You being braggadocious. Now you just being disrespectful about it. No, I'm playing with y'all. Go ahead.
No, but I was saying that Michelle Obama did that, didn't she?
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm not gonna say I think he. I see. I don't think there was a was. I think if you done it, that's who you are. Period. That's not you can't retract that, bro. Ain't no retracting that. So I think that's what he's on. I'm not gonna lie.
No. Think about it. Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, this guy seems to be a social climber or very calculated in his social, direction. Like he don't do things just to do it. He has a reason. So I believe that he's with Michelle Obama for a reason. He probably knew he had political aspirations. He looked around his law firm. He was his senior at the law firm. So he went to his senior and started dating her. And when the time he dated her, he said he was into marriage. According to her words, Michelle Obama said when he dated her, he was into marriage. Years later to get married. Why?
Let me say this, Socrates. I'm sorry to cut you off because I'm agreeing with you and I'm actually backing up what you're saying with facts. So one of the small hats that he used to date before, as a matter of fact, during the beginning of their relationship, funny enough, maybe not so funny, he had proposed to her twice. And the third time she was like, hey, what's going on with this thing and blah, blah, blah. And she was ready now. And he told her, no, I can't do that with you over here in Chicago. Them black rules are tough. Hey, bro, they ain't gonna let me marry a small hat and then think I'm gonna run for political office.
Let me ask
so what you're saying about his calculation, I think you're right. Go ahead.
Let me ask y'all.
Not to mention, wait, one more thing. And then you have one dude in Chicago that he's associated with mysteriously dies. Then the chef mysteriously dies. The other thing is weird. Then, right, two guys that he's been linked to mysteriously dies. Right? Then, these are all facts. They're not made up. It's not conspiracy. They mysteriously die. Then he says in his autobiography that he makes love to men in his mind. 100%. Again, these are not conspiracies. These are all. Look it up. You don't believe me? Look it up.
He said it in his
slander. Slander, Socrates. Slander, son.
Okay, look it up.
Outright slander.
He said that shit in his book, bro. I'm saying, okay, that brings in the question.
Yes, good.
If the rumors are true, if all that is true, and Michelle, how do we adjudicate Michelle, or even just take it out of them personally? A woman that accepts being a mustache, because that's what they call it. When a woman turns their other beard, mustache. Yeah, I've heard it used different ways. So a beard,
okay,
right? So if a woman accepts being a beard from the beginning, can she slowly be resentful of the fact that
no?
Right.
You get an arrangement. It's an arrangement, right? So if I have an arrangement, and there's all types of arrangements, especially in the upper class. This is why people need to stop envying the upper class. They don't understand the kind of arrangements they make to make their life work. It's all kind of weird stuff. So once you realize the arrangements they make, it's like Do you really want that? So there's a lot of arrangements. A lot of marriages in the upper class are marriages of convenience because of networking, because of association, because of combining assets, families. I was with a girl, she's from Princeton, and her friend came to me and told me, listen, you need to be with her because her family does very well. Not because she's a good person, not because she's attractive, nothing, because her family does well. That's the reason why I should be with her. So like, so I don't feel sorry for people who get to. Yeah,
I think Michelle's issue with Barack is, and it could have something to do with if what you guys allude to is true, it could be an element of it, or a complication of it.
Would
but
be.
I think her resentment is that Barack is a more glamorous figure than she is. And when I say glamorous, I mean he is beloved by both men and women. He's the kind of guy that men like. Now I know you guys are alluding to some other stuff, and I'm gonna just table that for now.
Thank you.
He's liked by men and women, and a lot of times, because it's one thing to be liked by either men or women, but a lot of times women will have problems when everybody likes you.
Yeah.
Like when everybody likes you and they don't like her the same way everybody likes you, a lot of them will struggle with that. That's not unique to Michelle. But it's just like, okay, everybody love this nigga. Everybody love this motherfucker. And I'll tell you who else probably ran into that and explain what happened to them. I think that's what happened between Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen.
That's exactly.
I think Tom Brady is so Tom Brady, and the fact that she was the supermodel and everything, but yet he was still the one that the women and the men were after. I think she never got over that, and I think that's why she spazzed off with the judo instructor.
Yeah, I definitely.
Let me say this about real quick, compassionate. Let's just say we had a Florida politician who was found in a very compromised position.
Yeah, you know exactly what you're talking about.
But very compromised. And I'm about to say two things to this. Number one, the wife was in the know. Okay, so there's that. Number two, we might find out soon enough, and I think many of y'all had already suspected this too, that yes, he is that, and yes, but there was some foul play in what happened and how it got discovered, and who we think was behind it, because that person is under investigation for millions of dollars of criminal activity right now. So I just told y'all two things with that. So y'all take care of that. Yeah. But y'all already suspected that was a setup anyway. That was a setup anyway. So y'all already know. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's both. It's both. It's probably the difficulty of the arrangement, or probably having buyer's remorse for the arrangement, and the idea that women don't want to be.
After this, y'all. Go ahead.
Women want to be the beautiful one. Women want to be the one that gets attention. Women want to be the one in the spotlight. So if their man is in the spotlight, it makes them resentful because it feels like they're taking their place, and that they probably have no role in that relationship because they're supposed to be the role of the beautiful one.
And
but
there's got to be a correlation between, like you brought up, Michelle and Tom Brady's ex-wife. Both of them women don't come from aristocratic black background either. Like they weren't rich. They didn't come from rich families, so they don't come from the growing up with the understanding the arrangement. And, you don't get your feelings too invested because it's just an arrangement. So it's probably an element of class into that, where some women know how to navigate that type of navigate power in that way, and most women don't. And it's inevitable.
Any of you guys ever watched Sex and the City?
Say again.
Any of you guys watch Sex and the City?
Yeah, I call
I've seen a couple episodes.
There was a scene in there where Charlotte was dating this well-off, WASP guy, and they were married, and she got caught kissing the gardener at one of the Hampton Estates.
The what?
And she was caught kissing the gardener, at a Hampton Estates because their sex life wasn't good because he wasn't performing like that. Anyway, she got caught by like his aunt or his mother, and then when he found out about it, he was like, all right, if you don't do that sometimes, just don't make it hot. He just laid back. And he's just like, all right.
They had a similar. If y'all did any of y'all watch Peaky Blinders?
What's it called?
Peaky Blinders. The mobs, the little Netflix mob. It's a good ass show, low key, but well done. But they had a scene in that. It's about like a mobster's ascension through the British mob world into like the aristocratic British world, and he basically goes from nothing completely super poor to having like British estates and castles and shit. And they got a point in the story where he has an estate, he got maids and a team of servants and all that shit. And the servant at some point got to explain to him, because basically he was having sex with a woman, and the servant caught him having sex, and he got all embarrassed and shit. And she had to pull him to the side, like, "Nah, bro, this is a different type of lifestyle. If you want us to watch y'all having sex, we'll watch. If you want to fuck one of us, we'll this is how we get down at this level. It's not that. It's a different situation you got to get used to." So speaking to that, class is definitely, you got to be oriented to play that House of Cards type game. You know what I'm saying?
But I think Michelle.
Well, when you're bred in the right family, the women view the success. Someone's drinking some in the background. When you're bred in the right kind of family, the woman views her esteem and her status through the success of her husband. Yeah. So if Michelle was raised a certain kind of way, every glory that Barack achieved, she would view conferred upon her. And in the environment that she's going to be in, all the women, all the men, everybody is going to confer that particular honor of her husband onto her just by virtue of that position. But you got to be bred, with that kind of understanding of things. Yeah, pedigree. Yeah, you have to be bred with that. And between her wanting to do, the black girl magic thing and Giselle being the supermodel, they view their success as their own personal glory, their own personal achievement, not what a man gets or does. And so it was just always going to be a conflict. And I think for Giselle, I think because Brady was so great for so long, I think she thought eventually he was going to retire and, just be this great former football player. But that motherfucker continued to win Super Bowls, man. And he's continued to become this big thing, man. And I think she just couldn't handle that shit. She could not believe that when she and Tom Brady walked in the room, all the eyes were on Tom Brady. And I know that fucked with her mind.
And at that level, it's not just the eyes, Uru. It's like literally the paparazzi, like shift the room to take pictures.
No, but it's not just the paparazzi. It is the paparazzi, but it's like the kings are stepping to Brady. The movie stars are stepping to Brady. The athletes are stepping to Brady. Everybody's stepping to Brady. Yeah,
I think what's his name, Russell Wilson, said it best when he said, what he found attractive about Sierra is that she tilts the room when she walks in, and Brady tilts the room when he walks in, and she couldn't deal with that.
As a supermodel, hell no.
Yeah, as a supermodel, right?
Yeah.
I heard.
Y'all let me let real quick. Better you. Let's let no place to go, and then you got it.
Okay.
Look, you guys got it. Go ahead.
So
okay.
It was just a little something that I heard. It almost sounds like a joke, but it was from the divorce with Brady and Giselle. Her complaint was she said something to the effect of, "You're barely ever around, like the kids don't get to see you," and all this stuff. Mm-hmm. And Brady's response was, "Damn, all you gotta do is let them play Madden."
Hey, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
That's such a sticking point. That's such a jab. You imagine telling her that, and that's one of her issues. Oh, come on, Bree. That's an under the belt. That's an under the belt like a motherfucker.
With his gym bag, he got his gym bag on one shoulder and his cleats in the other hand, walking out the door. Play Madden.
God damn, that's a
head up. Yeah, that fucked the head up.
God damn. That's the and that hurt me, nigga. I'm not even in a relationship that hurt me. God.
He said, baby, they never see me. Just turn the TV on, baby.
Oh man.
Yeah, they gotta miss me. Go on ESPN. I'm right there.
Yeah, look.
Oh man,
maybe I'll be up there in 5 minutes. Why?
Let me read this, and then you gotta know place of the goddamn. The Black Toxic Masculine says, how long before Tracee Ellis Ross takes Tyra Banks' route? Well, she's too old to have the child, naturally. I don't know if she have any frozen eggs, and she's already 52. So if that was her route, she would have to be on it like yesterday. Even if she's gonna do the surrogate mother thing, because she's 52. I don't know if she want a 20-year-old at 72 years old.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but here's a problem.
Go ahead.
She can't win. There's no situation where she wins, and the reason why is because the fundamental ideology that she's trying to use to win doesn't permit women to win in this fashion. Men and women are different. Men win by becoming winners. Women win by marrying winners. That's how they win.
Yeah. And that's why she's trying to flip that. I mean, she said this in a previous interview a couple years ago, which is like, maybe I'm ahead of my time. And she's not the only one who said something similar over the past few years, which is like, when it doesn't work for them, whenever there's this little cockamamie partnership patriarchy / feminism crap that they're trying to roll into one, and because we don't believe in egalitarian and y'all full of crap, when it doesn't work for them, they're like, okay, well, maybe I'm ahead of my time, and it's just not my time, and the issue is that the men aren't catching up, and they don't want to do it, and whatever. And so she has to come to terms with it just won't work what she's trying to forward, and I don't know if it ever will.
Well, she really blew it. I mean, she blew pretty, she blew fame, she blew access, she blew network. Look, man, this chick, she's supposed to get with Will Smith 30 years ago. Mm-hmm. I mean, talking about somebody who had all of the access. She's supposed to get with LL Cool J or one of those guys 30 years ago. She blew everything.
She playing check.
She blew everything. She had all the access, all the inroads to all those dudes, man. She blew all of that. It was her own arrogance and hubris.
Exactly. When you go for the
wait, y'all, no place over. No place over. You go.
All right, quickly, and then Rael go. Yes, when you go for a family where there's a certain amount of money and a certain amount of privilege, the women undertake that for themselves. They somehow, which is not not a bad idea in certain aristocratic environment, but in our current modern environment, it doesn't brood well for you to think that because your dad makes a certain amount of money guarantees you a certain type of guy, and that's kind of like what messes a lot of these women up. But go ahead, Rael.
My apologies, Rael. I'm gonna cut you off for 2 seconds. 2 seconds, my bad. So it was Amanda Seals who said it also. I knew it. Somebody else was like, maybe I'm just ahead of my time with this cockamamie weird stuff they do. Sometimes I lead, sometimes you lead. Yawn. Anyway, go ahead, Rael.
Piece of the panel, piece of the chat.
What's going on?
I think one of the things I haven't heard this since I started listening, so maybe I'll cover it, but I'm gonna say it just in case you didn't. This is specifically as it relates to really attractive females. When Ross was in her prime, she was at least an 8. I mean, she was bad. You know what I'm saying? She had the curly hair. That's my shit. Big Bambi eyes. Figure was on point. You know what I'm saying? Gorgeous. So, and I actually prefer darker skinned women. So, but she had the features and everything. So the problem is that, and this is one of the hardest things for attractive women to accept. there hits a certain point in their lives where they recognize when they don't get the attention they used to get when they was 19, 20, 21, 22. Like we have all been 18, 19, 20, 20-year-old, 21-year-old dudes. You know what I'm saying? And we know what it's like to be around those types of females who are very attractive. We have seen them. We've seen dudes get at them, whether they were our age, older men, all of that. But there comes a point in time where these women they recognize that the attention that they used to get from guys, it starts to recede. And so the problem for females like her and others, because we've seen this with, you know, Lisa Ray and Vivica Fox and all these types of females who around the same age. Maybe Vivica's a little bit older. What they realize, because they see what we see too. They have social media, they got Instagram, they got all of these things, and what they realize is they come face to face with the competition that they have. Well, not even really competition, because they really can't compete. That's really what the issue is. Once they age past a certain perspective, they know they don't have any options. That's why all these conversations are being had. Females who really know they have options don't have to engage in conversations about not having options, because they know they got them. You know what I'm saying? I saw this with my ex years ago when I, was trying to, deal with her and possibly marry her. She was a little bit arrogant, man, because she still had a lot of dudes that would still try to holler at her. But when I talked to her years after, like when she had hit 34, her complaint was, black men are trying to use marriage against black women because they know we want to be married and they know we really want it. And I was like, nah, don't try that. You know what I'm saying? I was like, because when you were in your 20s, men like myself, and you had other dudes who were interested in you, I was like, look, we had marriage counseling. So, and I stopped dealing with you like 3 weeks after, because you just wasn't going to change. And I was like, now a lot of times, just like her, Ross, they try to make the ugly girl argument. And the ugly girl argument is, I don't have any options. But that's not true. You had options. But when you had the options, when you had a multitude of options, that is the time as a young woman when you make the best choice in getting you somebody for yourself. The problem is that they don't do that. So once they get old, you know what I'm saying? Because Father Time is undefeated. You know what I'm saying? People talk about Mother Nature, but Father Time is undefeated. So once Father Time clocks in, the recognition that they know that they're old, because they see Instagram. They see all these young females out here, bad bodies, banging, dudes commenting on their profiles. And even though she's a celebrity, she's still a female. And at the end of the day, it starts to mess with their psyche, because they start realizing, like, I'm not getting that anymore. I remember when I used to get that. It's one thing when you've been a female who never got that type of attention. But when you used to having that type of attention and then it recedes and practically disappears, you have to find some rationale in your mind to accept, to make you think like, oh, well, it's not my fault, because like they do with colorism, to accept that it was your fault, that you messed up your good opportunities. That's a crushing blow to have to deal with when you're 40 and 50 and 60 years old. Like, that is something because that means you got to live with that recognition for the rest of your life, knowing you're more than likely not going to get married, because you're old. Like, I mean, you're old biologically and you're old in your age. And so the funny thing about it is like when y'all was talking about Terry McMillan, I had to go back when I was 18, 19, 20, dealing with older females. And it was funny because a lot of times the older females thought that, oh, this is a young dude, I can run him. And so I used to put those chicks in their place, and it used to be astounding to them. Like, they couldn't understand, because they used to come off like they were more mature simply because they were older. And I remember having to put those types of females in their places, just like I had to put, you know, the females around my age in their place when I dealt with them. There really was no difference. The only difference was it was just easier to have sex with the older females because they were more desperate because they didn't have any options. That was the whole point. So, you know, and the funny thing about it too is that movie, that book is kind of funny because if you know anything about Black women, especially in the 90s, and I'm pretty sure Black Guru can attest to this, Black females never used to look at younger Black men as an option for marriage. They never looked at them like that. They never looked at them like that.
True.
So the fact that she went to Jamaica and found some dude younger completely went against the conventional wisdom of Black females of the 90s, because many of them, there were dudes, Black men, who hollered at, you know, older females and would have given them a chance, but because they were so arrogant and thought they was too mature, you know what I'm saying? I mean, man, those Black females could be 1 year older than you and think they're more mature than you, let alone 10 years. You know what I'm saying? So they would think that they were more mature than you simply off the age. They didn't know you as a person. They didn't know your mindset. And I used to get a lot of time when I used to deal with those older females, man, you're really mature. You know, you're really mature for your age. Like, man, there's a lot of guys my age, like, they don't even have your maturity. And so they were really kind of messed themselves up approaching younger men like that. So but the fact that she went to another country and she wrote a book ranting and, you know, raving about what she found in Jamaica in terms of a younger man, like outside of him just being gay, is funny because Black females in the United States would never give younger Black men in America the chance to marry them when they were younger. So this is just a really recognition from these females in these, you know, as far as these podcasts, especially when you're looking at these females who are very attractive. And so the very attractive females who are older, they're really recognizing and having to come to grips, because we're in a different age. This ain't the 90s, so we didn't have social media in the 90s. So for you to see a multitude of beautiful Black females, or younger black females particularly, you would have to go to like a HBCU. You had to go to Freaknik, you know what I'm saying? You had to go to Black Bike Week and stuff like that, like to see just hordes of beautiful Black females. So you didn't really have to become face to face with your competition. Now social media is forcing females across the world, and not just Black females, but women across the world, to actually have to face the competition that's out there. And that's a lot to deal with these females who are used to having the upper hand in terms of mating.
And not just that, but to your point, they essentially what women have done essentially universally at this point have corrupted their own hierarchy. They stripped away, like,
go into that. You've got to go into details on that one. Go ahead.
As far as men, we have a syntax for a man, a young man in his prime, jerk in his prime. Like sports is riddled with it. When the young player, the highly touted player, gets in and kind of just is too immature to take advantage of the opportunity, and fast forward 20 years later, he got a drinking problem, he's fat and broke. and when he's talking on the interview, he never says what Tracee Ellis Ross said the other day talking to Michelle, which Tracee Ellis Ross' explanation of why the result or how she feels about jerking her prime is that she refused to assimilate to antiquated systems and forms of relationship. She put it in some weird wacko language that was, I don't want to anything that resembles anything traditional. I'm not doing it. And she
okay.
She's allowed.
They want you to pay for a man.
But that's a man. You being logical. This is the
problem. No, it's antiquated, right? It's antiquated, it's not traditional, right?
This is
be progressive.
Deleterious. What's deleterious about it in terms of corrupting their hierarchy as far as women is because it used to be a syntax amongst women. Uru, I've heard him refer to it. Women used to have a syntax for jerking off your prime. Like, no, you ain't gonna be young forever. You better lock somebody in and woo out the bed. They used to have a concept for it. Now they've stripped that from their hierarchical structure and essentially have it's a corrupt hierarchy that doesn't really arrange them properly. So of course what we're seeing is essentially they're psychologically just not grounded or oriented in anything proper, and it gets repeated and gets done worse because older women, unlike older men that jerk their prime, they tell younger men, "Hey, bro, don't do what I did. Take advantage of the opportunity. Take advantage of your youth." They won't be allowed to say anything else. On the other hand, women grown as like Tracee Ellis Ross are allowed to talk to younger women and say, you know what, I'm not a loser. I didn't jerk my prime. I'm actually a hero, and I'm being brave and actually
compassion. Let me not only that, they'll forward, and my apologies for cutting you off. They'll forward that this is the way of liberate. This is liberatory. This is freeing. This is empowering. So not only exactly, and so in a way they're pushing this to women that the way it would seem on the surface is, well, if black men don't act right, then get white men. If white men don't act right and black men don't act right, then go overseas. If you can't get no act right overseas, then it's okay if you're single. It's freeing anyway. You and your Rolls Royce, your cats, it's cool. So in that way, it's a quote unquote liberatory act, and it's a defying patriarchy to be a single realized woman. And
yeah, but why do you sound so bitter?
It's even real quick. It's even further. Right, and they take it even further than what you're saying to me, because we as men, like you were saying, we give the cautionary tale. The women don't even not only not give the cautionary tale, not only do they leave it, okay, you know what, it didn't work for me, don't do what I do. No. They take it even a step further where, you know what, I might advocate for this, right? And I'll pause right there. I don't know if you want to go compassionate or
no. I was gonna say that the women don't realize that these women don't sound happy at all. They sound miserable. Like Tracee Ellis Ross is like a happy person, but these women don't sound like happy people. Like you don't hear in their voice the tension, the anger. They're about to like break down mentally.
Socrates. Let me explain to you what happens though. Since they get to blame everything on men, they see the misery, but they blame the misery on men. So they don't look at it as don't do what she does. What they say is, well, she's that way because of these homophobic, traditional, misogynist men. So it's not that they don't see and feel the misery; they just get to blame it on the men.
Yeah, but my thing is that why don't she, if she has an issue with older homophobic traditional men, why don't you have a lot of money? You're a millionaire. Find yourself a nice younger compliant man and pay for him.
Well, that's what she said she does. That's literally what
she said. No, she doesn't. She's single. No,
she ain't say it like that. She ain't say it like that. She ain't say it like that. She said that compassionate, but she ain't say it like that.
No. She said
she is not going to. She is not going to say. Tracee Ellis Ross is never going to say out of her mouth that she's paying for men. If she's paying for them, probably, but she's never going to say out of her mouth that's what she's doing. Not ever.
But she did admit she is pursuing. She likes the way younger men, they're boy toys. She did. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. They're not going to expressly say, she's not going to expressly say that she pays for men. She's going to use, as compassionate say, she's going to say boy toy because they're pretty and they got six-pack abs, and all that stuff means is that she's paying for a dude.
Right.
You know, look.
Wait. Order. Line just came in, so give me a second, y'all. I don't know that. Who was that? No placeholder, or was that better you? Or
it was Socrates.
No, Socrates. Okay. I said
Madonna. So we'll do Socrates. You'll go, then Lion, and then I think whoever was trying to go after that. So go ahead, Socrates.
Okay.
Then Lion.
Oprah's paying for a man. Madonna's paying for a man. Cher is paying for a man. Opening. We all know this, right? So my whole thing is that listen. Tracee Ellis is talking to both sides of her mouth. She claims that she likes younger men because they're more, progressive. They're more whatever she likes. But then she claims that she's single. So which one is it? If you have this pool of men that meet your requirements, and you have the means, and you don't believe in traditionalism, so they don't have to be providers, the logic, the equal sign equals you paying for them. So
wait, Socrates, wait. I keep on coming back to this, but she said towards the end
And a throwaway comment, it's not seeming to work for her right now. Even the younger man thing.
Because she's not paying.
So,
She needs to pay.
well,
She needs to
that
pay.
part.
She's trying to get it for free.
No, she is paying. She is paying. She does not like to have to pay. She is paying. She does not like to have to pay. No woman likes to have to pay for men. None of them do. None of them
They're used to it.
Whether they're ugly or pretty or tall or short or old or young, no woman wants to pay for a man.
Well, welcome to progressivism. Welcome to you wanted this. This is what you actually wanted.
Well,
This is what women wanted.
They say that. That's why I said it the other day. We got to recognize we talking to masters at rhetorical argument. They say that, but like Uru said, we understand what's real, what they actually doing in real life. They say, yeah, of course she's paying, just like Cher and just like all the rest of her peers. Of course she's paying, but she's got enough couth to hide.
But the difference between her and Madonna is Madonna never was shy about paying for a dude. Cher was never shy about paying for a young dude.
No, they weren't.
They in fact, if anything, they embraced. They basically embraced it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree. Let me say this real quick. Has everybody considered what? Yeah. For the dancer, you're right. I forgot that.
Not just a dancer.
Anybody ever
There was a
considered?
dancer, and there was another man.
Real quick. Real quick. Did anybody ever consider that Whitney was paying for Ray J? Ooh, did I say that? Did I say that?
I think she was paying for Ray J.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you.
Adele pays for that dude that she got engaged to.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
But
women like Tracee Ellis Ross have no choice but to cope. You know why? Because coping is the language of a hypergamous failure. That is the language.
Yeah.
They have no choice but to cope. They have no choice.
That's a bar. Yeah.
They got coping is the language of a hypergamous failure. Like women like her got no choice because even if she did cop to it, it wouldn't mean anything. I mean, what we gonna play? I mean, you can play the violin, but it don't matter.
That's what I was speaking to earlier, Lion. They've stripped failure out of the hierarchy, the female hierarchy. There is no.
That's why they keep losing. That, yeah. And going back, real quick, going right back around. Go. Finish your statement. Go ahead.
There is failure.
They won't acknowledge it though.
That is failure. They're just putting ketchup on it. You know what that ketchup is called? Coke.
and that's what I've been saying. Like, you don't. It amazes me. I just sit back and I've been watching for years, and it has always amazed me how females will knowingly give another female, even a female they consider a friend, it could be a family member, the utter worst advice, and sit back and just watch her fail and be content, knowing it's wrong. This is not somebody who doesn't know what they're saying is wrong. The silent generation women knew what they were saying was wrong.
You know why, right?
But hold on. They knew what they were saying was wrong. And the reason why they knew what they were saying was wrong, because they saw all the towns that black men built. They saw all the grocery stores black men built, the hospitals, the banks. They saw all of this level of success. They knew black men put in work. But the problem is that they value what they thought white people had more. And so they wanted to be liberated from black men only for the purpose of sending their daughters out on these dummy missions so their daughters could take care of them when they got old. So they exchanged the person who was supposed to be providing for them in the husband, and they shifted that responsibility to their daughters and their sons, but specifically their daughters, because daughters are going to get the image of themselves from their mothers, no matter how much of a failure their mothers are. They know it's going to be that hard.
No, Ryan, you were calling in the gynocracy saying something like that. You can't say nothing like that out loud.
No. I just realized something. It's a black woman thing. Black women are the cheap ones who don't want to pay. Now that I think about it, White women been paying. Yeah, white women pay all the time. White
But
women
there's
divorce their
also a
husbands
sense of
and get yeah.
but there's also a sense of intersexual competition, which goes back to what I was saying before. Hypergamy doesn't care about women either. It doesn't.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
so that's also part of the lie they tell themselves, because that's also intersexual competition, keeping them
Lion, let me say this real quick, Lion. Wait, real quick, everyone. Real quick. Lion, finish up, and then after that, Compassion got it. Let me say this real quick. I think Kim Foster actually agrees with you on that. Sometimes she talks, and I'm like, I think Lion said that shit. I think she agrees with you on that. I think.
Is it Kim Foster paying? Ain't she paying too?
I mean,
I think she earns more than her man. I think she earns more than him, but I don't know if she's paying.
Yes, she is. Listen, think about it.
There's another way of paying, though.
Yeah.
There's another.
Cam Mess would agree with you. Cam Mess would say yes, but go ahead, Glenn.
Yes, but there's another form of paying when they can't satisfy their hypergamous thirst. Women call it settling. That's why they use the word settling so much. That's also a different form of paying. But that also hints to you their disgust with paying, so because they use the word settling. Settling as in I have to pay for a man I don't even want because I can't get the man I want.
Yes.
Then pay for the man you want. Pay for the man you want.
But that's the two reasons why. The two reasons why women keep each other single is because, one, because of what Rael said, they don't want them to go off being with a man because that leaves them out in the cold because can't nobody take care of them. And two, there's always that one chance that quote unquote Prince Charming shows up.
Let me say this. For all of us, our first car, and your parents might have went with you to go get it, and you put up half the money or 3/4 of the money or whatever, they put up the other part, and it was a car you didn't really care about. But guess what you still had to do? Pay.
I just came up
Am
for
I lying?
5 seconds.
You still had to pay, right? So like going to what you say, Lion, like sometimes you want a car in this color or you want this trim and you can't find it for the life of you, and you still get the car, but you still had to do what? Pay.
We just have to get
and you won't take care of that car because they need a last.
We just need to accept it.
Wait. Let's do this. Lion got it, and then I'm not. Lion got it, and then Leon got it, and then you got it, Socrates.
But here's the thing, Z, to add on what you're saying about paying for that first car. This is what it is with women. It's because they can't get that APR down low enough.
I like it. That interest rate high like a motherfucker.
I got a roll. I ran outside. I was making.
Go ahead, Leon. Wait, let's let Leon go because Leon's probably on lunch break. Let's let Leon go real quick.
No, I'm not even on lunch break. I ran outside in the truck like I'm doing something.
Nigga, I'm over here giving you space. Hurry up until Ryan else go. Go ahead.
Me and Lion already told you that black women are cheap. We've been on the cruise ships with white women. And some of their husbands.
I told you.
They're like, well,
it's the black women.
They damn cheap. They damn cheap. You know, we like white ladies. I done had a white lady $700 tab of alcohol just swipe her card. You know what I'm saying, on cruise ships. Just go on cruise ships. But we're not bringing up those conversations. We're not bringing up those conversations we had.
Leon, you can attest to this. Who is the quote unquote simp of all women?
White women?
White women.
White older women.
White women.
White older women.
Yeah. It's because like a white woman wants to walk around with you, right? But she wants to buy you a shirt so you can fit a certain type of style while you're walking around with her. And she'll just tell you, be quiet, stand up straight, you know what I'm saying? And just grab my bags, like certain things. Black women don't really want to do that unless you're really with them, but white women are trying to have you put on clothes and fit a certain image while you're walking around with her.
The reason for that is that white women's femininity is not threatened. Their femininity is not reduced by simping on a man or tricking out on a man or paying for a man. Black women's femininity is insecure or vulnerable. That's why they feel that they're in risk of losing their femininity if they want to do something like that.
Yeah, it's unhealed. Yeah, it's unhealed.
That's why they can't be the honorary white
100%.
But that's
why white women trick all the time. White women trick all the time. Like, dude, you know how much white women look Teresa Hines married John Kerry. Teresa Hines married John Kerry. John Kerry didn't have money. Teresa Hines is a billionaire. She tricks out on him. The Bush family.
them, but he got the purple. Which one did he get? He got medals though. He was in the middle. He got he wasn't a
Yes, but
nobody.
it's
He
still.
wasn't
I
rich
don't
though.
say he was. I'm
But
not saying he was a nobody, but he wasn't a billionaire. He wasn't even close to her financially. Financially wise, he's not close to her. Name a black woman who has $100 million. The closest we have Rihanna. Rihanna marrying ASAP Rocky, but that's an exception. Most black women do not want to pay. It's as simple as that. They don't want to do it. That's their problem. If they willing to pay, maybe they can work something out. You know?
Well, there are two forms of payment. Okay. There's the payment in money and there's the payment of time.
Okay.
The problem is that black women don't want to settle that debt when that debt comes in the form of payment of time lost. That's the more impactful payment. Okay. For example, I'm pretty sure if y'all go to your local grocery stores, you go to your local fast food restaurants or regular, restaurants, sit down, eat restaurants. You go to the malls and stuff like this. You know, one thing you're going to notice, you're going to see a lot of working class women, including white women, who will be there as cashiers, who will be there working at Whole Foods, pushing grocery carts inside of the establishment. And you know, one thing that you'll see a lot of times on these women is a wedding ring on their finger. Do you think these women are making a lot of money as a cashier?
that's true.
You know what I'm saying? I was just with my lady at Dairy Queen the other night. Like, we're talking about Dairy Queen. And this chick looked young. She looked like she was like 2021. And guess what? When she handed our food to us, guess what? She had a wedding ring on her finger. Okay? And she was not a dime. Like, she was not a dime chick. Like, I have seen some dime looking chicks, man, white females, working class white females who are in it to win it with their guys. Okay. You take the same black female at that age who is looking like a dime, instead of her working that job, she's probably going to be in the strip club working instead. Because in her mind,
Yeah.
her looks make her believe that she's supposed to be afforded a different lifestyle. So I'm saying
It's also insecurity.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm saying it's not just insecurity. It's a teaching. Because when you come from women that tell you that as long as you got that between your legs, you should never go broke, you're teaching your daughters to have a prostitute mentality. Ain't no father gonna ever say that to his daughter. Never.
Yes, but
Okay?
but I agree. It's a teaching, but it's also.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that when you have two types of modality of thought, those women are saying, because I've seen it. I've seen it here in Texas. I'm telling you, I have seen some of the baddest looking women work regular jobs, be 50-50 with their dues and all of that, and don't complain. Because they're in it. They see their husbands as an investment, not as a competition. And when you see your husband as an investment instead of a competition, then you working with him where he is to get to another level, a higher level, is not going to offend you. But when you don't see them as an investment, which we see, Ross does not see men as an investment, which many of these females. I remember one time when this was when Scream, and I'm gonna end it here. When the first Scream first came out, they filmed some of it in Atlanta. And so I used to go to this school to play ball at, and I saw Neve Campbell and Elise Neal. Okay. When I saw Neve Campbell, she was cute. She was kind of in. I spoke to her. She spoke like I knew who she was. I was like, okay, that's what's up. When I came in the next day, Elise Neal was coming out of the facility. When I spoke to her, it was complete ignoring. Okay. And that is the complete difference that what I'm saying. When the females, it doesn't matter if she's a white female. If that white female shows that she's willing to invest in that black man, Korean man, Indian man, it don't matter. They're going to take that woman on specifically because she's investing in his program. These black females are not willing to invest in their program because their mothers taught them to have a prostitute mentality. So that's what independence is. Independence is really a prostitute mentality, and that's what we need to call it as. And so when you, because at the end of the day, when we see these females out here, what are they practically doing? They're trying to prostitute themselves
if you want to link me, hit my Cash App.
Under the rubric of being free. You're not free if you're trying to get money from me. That ain't freedom. That ain't freedom. That's dependence.
Wait. Let me do it. Wait. Bro, I want you to read this super chat when you get a chance from No Place Open. Before I do that, Raw, what type of backwards shit are you on? Hey, Raw, that's your job. What are you talking about? You're supposed to pay for her freedom from you. What? That's the whole point.
Damn right, you damn right you're gonna subsidize. You damn right.
You better subsidize her. What you talking about? What are you?
Subsidize
I don't even know what year Raw is in right now. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're hearing.
I believe. Yeah, I believe what he's witnessing is
it'll be your pleasure to subsidize her.
The instability of her status of femininity. Black women, because they're not considered very desirable, they don't have confidence that they can obtain a certain lifestyle, or if they do consider that lifestyle, they don't feel that it matters because they're still not desirable. That's why a white woman, if I was to choose a woman to marry who's not black, it would be a white woman. Why? Because they are not threatened by the loss of status, because they can't really lose status in their minds. It's not an issue for them. In fact, like, if she dates a black guy, she can do that and go to a white guy eventually if it doesn't work out.
That's the easy way.
She doesn't feel.
That's the easy way.
I mean, like, wait. Real
That's
quick.
the easy way.
No, I agree. Real quick, she can lose status if she's dropping in class. If you're just a fuck up, so she can lose status. But if she's not, if you're not developing her class position,
Mrs. Z.
Go ahead.
No, Mrs. Z. What I'm saying is that she's not losing status just because you're black. Just because you're low class black.
We're not in that place anymore. Yeah, you're right.
So what I'm saying is that black women walk with this chronic insecurity. That's what drives their behavior. That's why they need something like overcompensation. You know, a guy who probably has a small penis or who's really unattractive, and so he buys big cars and he overcompensates. It's all a form of overcompensation. I need a guy.
Real quick, and then No Placer got it right after this. No Placer got it. I gotta play this to what you're saying. Here you go.
But my thing is, like, I don't understand the obsession with trying to make black women settle so much. Y'all don't do this with any other community. Like, seriously. Y'all don't do this with any other community. Do y'all tell white women that they should settle? Because last time I checked, anytime a white girl marries a black man, it's always when he's at his best and when he's rich as hell. You think Kim Kardashian was gonna marry Kanye while he was broke and didn't have any money? You think Kanye would have had a chance with Kim then? Or you think Kanye had a chance with Kim when he was a multi-million-dollar rapper? Let's be real. Like, y'all don't say this to any other group but us. We're tired of settling. We're tired.
You know, the funny thing about that, Mr. Z, the funny thing about it is that when you reach where you reach as a black man, lawyer, doctor, whatever you want to call yourself, judge, and you have to marry her, that's the problem. She doesn't realize that. That's the problem.
There's only one thing to say to her.
I can't get married to you. Like, you're not worthy of me being a lawyer or a doctor or a judge. I look at you. Look who your mother was. Look who you have no father. So you're talking about being.
Everyone, let No Place on the land. He hasn't said no much.
She's saying she's complaining. For example, she's complaining about being forced to settle, but you yourself is the definition of settling. You know what I'm saying? That your value, yes, your value is settle, because you just don't bring anything more to the table than just settle. So it's like, I'm saying that is an intrinsic factor of other things that from where you grow up to, like other things that you guys all mentioned it. So it's like you're making the point is so irrelevant. And quickly to Socrates and the white woman, I understand what you're saying, what it is, but it is a cop out, and I'm saying that I just wanted to say that. But I know why you would want to do what you would with the white woman, but it is the easy way out.
Yeah, let me say this, and then Lion got it, and then real quick, let me say this, and then Lion got it. So number one,
So why I play this video, especially after what we're talking about or during what we're talking about, is that energy of, but y'all don't tell them to settle. Why women aren't told to settle? Like when I say that, this is the type of energy I'm channeling. It's the, but they are though. They're throwing a fit too. Because this is what y'all fought for. Going to what Lion said, going to what we all saying, going to what Socrates said. Like this is, if you fought for equality, God damn, I'm holding the words, y'all. I'm trying. If you fought for this, if your foremothers fought for this, you gonna eat every bit of it. And if you want to throw your temper tantrum, then throw your temper tantrum in your bloodline. We don't care.
Well, here's your choices. Fine.
Right?
You don't want to settle? You don't want to settle? Fine. Compete.
No, settle. Wait.
Worse than settle is compete. Because competing acknowledges that the man is the what?
No, well, I mean,
there
at
you
the
go.
end of the day, you either going to put it like this: you either compete or you pay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. You mean like how the men do it? Wait. You mean like how the men do it?
Yeah.
Once again, this is what y'all fought for. Yeah, no. Yeah, true. But what I'm saying is, this is what y'all fought for. So you're either going to get overpaying, or like Ryan said, you're either going to compete or you're going to pay. The only way for you not to compete is if you just jump over the line and pay. You know how like the rich niggas do.
Yep.
My boy is black. His wife is South Korean. She's a doctor. Okay. When they were dating, she paid. She basically paid for him, and she know it. Like in fact, she gave him $50,000 to invest in a crypto startup project. Okay. She paid, and she's cool with it. Now she got 2 kids, and they're happily married, and they live in life. Either you pay or compete. You got to figure it out.
Because he's an
You know
investment.
why white women? You know why white women aren't told to settle? You know why white women aren't told to settle? Because they don't mind paying.
Oh, absolutely not. You know which white women come with trust funds?
After this, we got to get
property.
better. And I think Ryan's trying to say something too.
You know how much? Right, I had a college professor. He had a property, like an apartment in Manhattan. And I was like, "How do you afford an apartment in Manhattan?" He said, "Oh, it's my wife. She inherited it." And I was like, "Really? How did you manage that?" He made a joke. He said, "It's not like I have a big dick or anything, and it just happens. So happens."
Hysterical.
Yeah.
Let me read this real quick. Let me read this and then better you got it. And no placeholder says, Torah, daughters get their image of themselves from their mothers, no matter how much of a failure their mothers are. Raya, long live the habitual line steppers. There you go. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. I'll be better. You go ahead.
Yeah, so like the whole settle thing, I think is ridiculous because white women understand the value of their men. So even going back to the very first president, Martha Washington came from a higher class than George. Like she's
the one who came with the slaves.
Exactly.
Yes. Yes. Also, the Bush family. The Bush family married into royalty. That's how they got on. Come on, man. You got a whole.
We got to let better you go, y'all.
All right. I'm just saying, if you do the research, a lot of men got put on by their white wives. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. And to even kind of translate further, because I know Z, you've been using the slogan like "leave them on the lot." The other thing I would say that kind of sums it up: white ladies understand lot rot, and ladies like her don't.
Go ahead. Who was your Tunnel Runner? I think wanted to say it was Rob and then Tunnel Runner.
Go ahead, Tunnel Runner. I'll go after him.
Oh, I was just going to say, I just coming back from the gym, and let me tell you, the only woman making homemade banana bread.
Tunnel Runner, I swear to God, if you come here bragging again, I swear to God.
I mean, I'm not trying to. I didn't mean to say that. I mean, the only woman that had a 22-inch waist and could make banana bread.
Listen, Tunnel Runner, hey, y'all start throwing tomatoes at Tunnel Runner. Start throwing moldy tomato at Tunnel Runner.
That goes to the gym without me saying anything, who enjoys taking care of herself. And
okay, I gotta get back to Ms. Z. She do that.
She out competing every single woman in the gym that we go to. But I'm just saying, she is a competitor. She competes for me. And now some black women would say, I'm not worth competing for, but she says, I am worth competing for. So that's
And
what
that's
it
all
is.
that matters.
Yeah.
That's what matters. I mean, they'll just be future Tracee Ellis Rosses. It's fine, except a lot broker.
I was about to say, with less money, way less money.
I really don't think a lot of these younger ladies know how to really truly compete for a man. I think that's why they're so petrified of it. It's like asking somebody, hey, I need you to go out in this basketball game and drop 50, and they've never touched a ball in their life. And I feel like because of the way that they've been raised, the way they've been indoctrinated, I feel like life is slapping them in the face right now, and they're
that is something else.
Seeing the value of those men that they don't need. What? Go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead, better you, because I know you right on the cusp of it. Go ahead and say it.
Yeah, so on top of all of that, like when you factor all that shit in, like the upbringing and all that, I really truly think they're petrified of it just because they've never had it, and they're fighting that cognitive dissonance between breaking with what they've been believing their whole life and what life is actually saying to them.
Well, the thing is that many women undervalue what men bring to the table because some of the most powerful things that we do don't really show up on the scoreboard. So, for example, protection. Protection is something that is very undervalued by Black women specifically, as if like it's just owed to them. And it's like, it kind of reminds me of an episode of Fresh Prince when he was on a date with a chick and a dude rolled up on them to rob them. And the dude was like, your wallet or your girl? He was like, all right, man, shit, take the girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, cool. And so it's like they don't understand safety because safety is not their purview. Women expect men to make the environment safe for them. So, and it doesn't matter if they're if they're married or single. Like they just have that expectation that when they go out, things are supposed to be safe. They don't understand men make that environment safe for you. So having a man greatly decreases the chances of another man bringing harm to you, because when that man sees that you have a man, he knows he has something much more superior than you to contend with physically on a violence level. But it's not going to matter as long as somebody don't roll up on you. You're not going to see it. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to see it. But that's a very
wife's
important
father was the one
Let
who
me
told
real quick. Let me read this before you go. And 2 also says, Tunnel Runner needs to be quiet because I'm jealous cats. Thank you for the super chat. There you go. Go ahead, Tunnel Runner. Go ahead.
I was just saying that my wife's father was the one that told her she has to compete. He tells all of his daughters, he has them under his wing, and he tells all of them, look, if you got to keep your shit together, if you want a man, you got to. If you're ugly, you need to do a little bit more. If you're good looking, you can do a little bit less. But you all got to compete, and you all got to strive for the best man that you can get. Their mother helped, but the father was a guiding light to tell them what they have to do if they want to get somebody, if they want to get a man worth anything, and appreciate that man for what he does.
Right. But see,
you know, damn well that's a foreign concept.
But the word competition is a dirty word. That's the problem. The word competition to many of these females in our group is it's really desperation. I'm not desperate for a man, and what they don't understand is that most attention. Well, first of all, from an initial standpoint, all of the attention you get from a man is going to be sexual because he don't know shit about you. So it's nothing but pure physical. So, however, once he has the conversation with you, men are really interviewing a woman, and they're picking her brain to see what kind of woman she is. So once a man decides that, oh, you just a jump off, and he puts you in that category, you're never going to get out of that category, no matter how much good sex you give him. And that's what they don't understand. Because men, it's not hard for men out here to really find some chick to smash. I mean, obviously, BTS had a video where the chick was up there like charging $7 for head. So like, it's not hard out here. Like, you know what I'm saying? So what they don't understand, what they don't understand is like men are avoiding females not because a lot of men can't get sex. Men are tired of their mindset. It's the nonsense.
Wait, Ron, no, you was too nice. What were you gonna say before? Say mouth, please, pause.
Say that again.
Fuck the mindset. No, because I was like, you said it's because of their mindset. I thought you was gonna say mouth. But both.
No, I was saying mindset. I'm saying mindset because obviously men want like, you're not trying to, like, when you go out into the world as a man to compete, you're not trying to come home and deal with a woman that wants to compete with you at home too. I mean, that just don't make any sense.
Facts.
Like, you don't have the energy for it. Like you like when you're pulling up to your driveway and you're sitting in the car for an hour and a half, lamenting that you got to go inside because you don't want to deal with the nonsense your woman is bringing in there. I mean, that's a problem. And so, especially because for a long time, I don't know if Uru was still up here, but when we go back to the 90s and even the 80s, before a lot of the single mother stuff really exploded, or when it actually did explode, for a long time, a lot of black men were under the impression, because this was the narrative that was spun. Oh, well, they're acting like that because their father is not around. And a lot of people just took that for hook, line, and sinker. Like, oh, well, it automatically it was black men's fault. You know what I'm saying? Until we had these media platforms where we could see in real time, we could see real videos showing fathers trying to be in their kids' lives, trying to be there, and a mother acting a damn fool. And it's like, well, that is real life. That's not make believe. That's somebody real life. That's a father trying to get his children, and the woman is acting a fool. And so, but for a long time, that narrative allowed black men to give black women more leeway when it came to bad behavior, because black men didn't want to believe, like, okay, these are just horrible women. Oh, okay, so she didn't really have a father around, so she don't really understand. So black men actually took it upon themselves to try to show them, like, okay, this is what you're supposed to do. But even then, those females still didn't come around, because what we found out was that it wasn't that the father wasn't around. It was that a lot of times the mother drove the father away based on her nonsense, and the mother is really the culprit. And so now that the situation has actually been shown in that light for some time, because we have much more different forms of media, these females are the daughters are really, and the granddaughters are they're in a conundrum, because they don't really want to acknowledge that their mother is a failure. Because if they have to acknowledge that their mother is a failure, then everything that their mother taught them was a lie. And that's a lot to deal with when you're a daughter, when your whole identity comes from your mother, and you realize that your entire life was a whole lie. Like, it wasn't that your dad didn't love you or anything like that. It was that your mama was a bitch. And he decided, I would rather leave you with one parent than leave you with no parents, because if I have to deal with this chick, I'm gonna take her out and then I'm going to jail. So at least you got
clearly, given the video that Z provided for us today, it's not just the daughters, because these fucking pansies that Z subjected me to listen to.
That's a good word.
These pansies,
the boys.
I swear to God.
Yeah, the boys are the same. Remember, the boys come from the same home as the girls.
The boys are worse than the girls. The boys are worse than the girls.
Because they got male strength to go with that bitch shit.
Like these
because they're more they're more dangerous. They're more dangerous to you, and they also serve as the perfect propaganda tool against everything you do. Because if other black men are saying something entirely different from you, then that's your biggest enemy. That's why I say your biggest problem won't be white people, won't be black women. It'll be other black men. Those are your most dangerous nemesis in this particular war that you guys are undergoing.
Well, here's the beauty about that, though, Uru. Here's the beauty about that. like I said in the chat, there's nothing worse than a dude who thinks he can't get burned. So what it's gonna have to take is, it won't really necessarily have to be another man to cut his head off. Let a female do it. Let one of these wayward women do it. Let these dudes go out here thinking that, yo, it can't happen to me. You know what I'm saying? I'll just go ahead and find this partner and everything will be straight. And then let him go ahead and learn the hard way.
How about that? Let me read this from Leon, and I really want to read his other super chat. He says, "Prog intersectional men who haven't met black wives right?" And then this is the one that's funny. He's talking about the brother Omar, I guess that's his name, and he says he channeled his inner unhealed femininity. Going in what Black Root just said.
Like between
it's horrible.
Like between the dude with the afro and then that dude in the dark, and then that dark skinned dude that was giving the story about that old
that's Omar.
That's trying to give him some game. Like, oh, but he cheated. I'm like, you never questioned why he might have cheated,
bruh.
You never questioned, like, that never entered your mind.
I mean, there's never any consideration. There's no consideration that his mother might have cheated. There's no consideration that maybe the man was in a sexless marriage. There's no consideration of the fact that the man that she told you was your daddy ain't even your daddy.
Ain't his daddy. like there's no consideration for none of these possibilities. None. So just he cheated and then that was it. Like I was like, oh God, you niggas, man.
See,
you niggas.
Okay.
This is how I know Uchihas are a real thing. Cause somebody put that nigga under some mean ass hypnosis, boy.
Hey, bro, which one is that? Which one is it?
Wait, you talking about that dude in the video that he played earlier?
Yeah. The dude.
Yeah. Well, that dude
the part about it that killed me about it is that so you had an issue with him talking about you can go and get as young as you want. You did not hear the greater deal that maybe he was telling you about the environment. You didn't consider the fact that he was telling you to leave America to go find a stable woman. You didn't catch that though.
Hey, he's under that infinite. What is it? Sukuyami? Isn't that what it's called? He's under that infinite.
He's under that infinite. Go ahead. Yeah, he's a sucker. He's a sucker.
Whoever the chick is that got him on that teapot on some get out shit, damn, she got him.
His own mama. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jesus.
Yeah, no. I was watching that video. First, it might be an age thing, a generation thing, but he comes off very feminine, like to the point where I think he seems gay. I'm not saying that's an insult. He just seems very feminine, and that's the way his high pitched voice.
I think they are at least one, if not several of those guys are gay or bisexual on there. And the reason why I believe that is because they made a point of belaboring this whole homophobia. They belabored that point. So what that says to me, that at least one of them on that panel is sword fighting with other dudes.
But here's the thing. Here's the problem. Here's my problem with that. I don't even care if he is playing swords. It's like the problem is we gotta deal with that download card that women keep playing. Like those dudes like him that be in the female's corner, those be the download dudes getting with these women, and now the rest of us gotta eat it. Gotta eat that shit.
Correct. And also the fact that
we're gonna pause on that last part, but go ahead.
Yeah, I heard
that. I don't think that they're necessarily gay, but they give me the vibes that they're the type of guys that get pounded out Amazon style by their girls.
Okay,
let me say this. I think Omar, I wouldn't be so. Go.
A bitch ass nigga. Hold on, a bitch ass nigga is one step away from being gay. Matter of fact,
I'm not even saying he is, right? I'm just saying that.
I'm not saying he is, but what I'm saying is I'm talking about a mentality. Number one, I can respect the dude. I don't respect his lifestyle, but I can respect his honesty if he's open and honest about being gay. Because I know it's the dude that's a bitch ass nigga that secretly harbors ill will towards you because in his mind you represent the true form of masculinity, and he works to undermine your authority that you're naturally supposed to have. And when I say authority, I'm talking about not just authority over your woman, but I'm talking about authority in your group. There is a hierarchy of men. There always has been. And when you get men together on a basketball team, who leads the team? The best players lead the team. The other dudes fall in line because you have a common mission. You want to win this championship. You want to win these games. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to be a losing ass team. So it don't make no sense, you know what I'm saying, to let the sorriest nigga on the team get all the shots. That's gonna mean you're wasting time because you're wasting talent over here. So the problem is that when it comes to this kind of conversation, the males who know they're not supposed to be the authority figure, they will battle the competent, masculine black men who represent authority. They will battle them to undermine what needs to be set forth, which is intelligence and competency at the forefront, not popularity, because that's the female world. Females will be friends with a popular female who was a straight witch. Men typically, I ain't talking about bitch niggas, I'm talking about men. Men are not trying to be friends with the most toxic type of dude. We not trying to be friends with a dude that we know don't like us. Females do that. They could be friends with a female they know they don't like her, she don't like her, but for the purpose of having some kind of protection when they don't have a man, they'll be friends with each other. So we don't roll like that. If I don't like that nigga, I ain't rolling with him. Period. It's that simple. So because I'm not gonna be fake. I'm not gonna be fake like that. So we have to really understand, like, these type of dudes, they are really, like Uru was saying, like really dangerous, man, because they can be in those spaces with those women and preserve their position so they're good at the expense of you. And many times it could be males in your own family. A lot of times it is males in your family who have tucked their balls between their legs to make it seem like they got a pussy because they weak.
Yeah. So my boy has a term, right? Which he does call it pseudoscience, but he says he believes this. He swears by this. He says round faced niggas, right? He said he don't trust them, right? People who have round faces, he don't trust them. And his theory is it's a sign of lack of testosterone, right? And there's a term in evolutionary biology called sneaky fuckers. These are apes that are not, the alpha apes, so they have to sneakily have sex in order to reproduce. And I believe these guys are a form of that. They basically placate women, if they are straight or bisexual, in order to get on their side as a way of winning them over and trying to get to them, because they can't get to them through traditional means. And these guys, any position they take is really compromised, because they're telling you basically compromise your masculinity to try to get women.
No, we know about the sneaky fuckers. Yeah.
Yeah, and they will switch. They will switch it if it's convenient for them to switch it.
Not the switch.
I always suspect a round faced person. No offense, because I'm in the gym, so I come from an athletic background. And when someone doesn't have athletic background, I always think it's suspicious, because what kind of difficulty have you put yourself under? Going to the gym is purposely putting yourself under difficulty in order to improve yourself. I believe all men need to go through difficulty, whether through the gym or through life or through some means. Now, if you don't go through difficulty and you spend your life compromising or finding backdoors or cheat codes, this person is compromised. They're not masculine. They don't understand what it means to be a man. And when people like that talk, I can immediately detect it.
Yeah, let me read this real quick. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. That's okay. Trump deranged syndrome soup gives a great protein and higher fiber. Soon they bite the reality of the government. We don't have the capacity. I got you. Wait a minute, y'all. Let me play this screen real quick. He says, we don't have the capacity. Here you go.
So we don't have the capacity.
You said that's gonna be the ladies in a little bit. They're gonna be crying one more game.
So we don't have the capacity.
As they start feeling them terrorists, as the terrorists start kicking them in the ass, they're gonna try to play stoic, but they're gonna be dying inside. That's gonna be them. Go ahead, yo. So y'all talking over each other, but when I say go ahead, ain't nobody got something better to say.
I said what I had to. I said it, man. Like I think those dudes. I look at those dudes, and I'm like, who are you talking to? Are they trying to talk to men? Because I don't think any man in his right mind would look to them as examples of masculinity. This is something that trips me out about society. Society tries to platform these bisexual, gay, or effeminate, or weirdly compromised dudes to try to talk on masculine talking points about heterosexuality. And to me, it's a mockery because most men would not look to these guys. It's kind of like Tim Waltz. Prime example, Tim Waltz. They think that Tim Waltz is an example of masculinity. As far as I'm concerned, Tim Waltz is the nadir of masculinity. I don't want anything to do with a person like that. I don't think I wouldn't even go to beer with someone like that. He seems like a kind of guy who gets texted by his wife. I don't think he necessarily does, but it seems that way. The way he comes across, he's constantly appeasing women. He's constantly saying, "I'm sorry." He's constantly apologetic. He seems ashamed of himself just for appearing. He goes on the microphone and says sorry before he starts talking. There's nothing masculine or assertive about this individual, and that's the kind of thing that these feminists or whatever you want to call them, people want to platform.
They picked Tim Walz to make Kamala Harris look more like a man.
Yeah, okay, so that's my point. That's my point. Exactly.
They picked Tim Walz because he was so obsequious and servile and mealy mouth that he made her look strong just by comparison.
I'm gonna say this. My tinfoil conspiracy theory that Black Rule has heard me say this. I've said it to BGS was Tim Walz was supposed to be the foil to J.D. Vance. Tim Walz was supposed to be the quote unquote new masculinity. I think that's why they chose him in particular. He was supposed to be what's representative of the new masculinity, older white man who deferred to a Black woman. This was supposed to be the new normal. That was the perfect person for them to pick for that. Go ahead.
Okay, but how many men want to emulate that? How many men want to be Tim Walz?
Not very. Those guys are concubines.
Mm-hmm.
How many men actually? How many men aspire to be like a Tim Walz?
With his crying yeah.
You know, maybe he was picked to be anti-Vance. I'm not saying. Well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you got it. Go ahead, brother.
Well, maybe he was to be the anti-Vance, but I just, again, I kind of see him as being to promote Kamala Harris, because if they had gotten any other kind of man, they were going to have to get a man. They were going to have to get a white. They were going to have to get a man. They were going to have to get a white man to run with this Blackish, Indian-ish woman. So they were going to have to get a white man, but you got to get a white man who's not going to overshadow her, you know, whose image is not going to be so strong and so masculine that people look more to him than they do to her as president. So they picked him primarily because he had the crying son and he was mealy-mouthed and they had the tampons in the men's room and all that kind of stuff to highlight or to attempt to try to highlight her image as a strong person. That's the kind of white man you get to do that.
And I want to stress this too. I don't think that's the real Tim Walz. I think he's playing a role. I don't think that's the real Tim Walz. Watching some of his interviews, he come off like one of the standard military vet, clearly left-leaning men, but that's really not no pushover. He was playing a very specific role. Yeah, the tampons in the restrooms. Yeah, that's really. But this kind of, like you say, mealy-mouthed, deferring to Kamala. I think he was playing a role. He understood what his job was, and he executed it as best as he could. But yeah, no, that ain't that real. That ain't that real.
Okay, then why is he still acting that way?
Wait, no, but the interviews I've seen of him recently, he's not acting that way.
Oh, that's not true. I've seen him speak recently. He was talking about Elon Musk. Yes, he comes off the same way. Same way. Like I hear the moisture every time he starts speaking. Like, come on, he came out the same way.
When you say moisture, I'm like, go ahead.
Yeah, and again, I don't really care if a guy's like that. My issue though is this idea that they're supposed to be the paragon of masculinity. Like they're supposed to be the model for men to emulate. And that's my issue. My issue is the left and these feminists and these bread tube people. Their depiction of masculinity is repulsive to a person who's a real man. Like even if you have leftist politics, why would you aspire to be some mealy mouthed, obsequious? I'm sorry, my bad. Let my wife peg me.
But this is complete the fact that too. A lot of this is class based. I think it's a you can perform this type of masculinity in a very specific environment. You can't really perform this in Latino community. You can't perform this in Black community. You can't perform this in Arab community. Not as a heterosexual man. Like the type of manhood and masculinity I see them pushing and forwarding that sounds good in theory, that makes women want to throw up. That's the thing I always find fascinating too. Like, who the fuck are the women that are talking to you that like this shit? Because none of the women I know like this shit.
California, it's a specific locations. Brooklyn, downtown Brooklyn, maybe somewhere in California. That's it. That's it. Nowhere else. Even in Wall Street, amongst white guys, they don't behave. I've been there. They don't behave this way, bro.
But the problem is that's where the leadership of the party is based. And that's why you have this distorted view, because that's where they come from. That's where the leaders come from. San Francisco leaders come from downtown Chicago and Manhattan and Los Angeles and these places. You know, your George Clooney's and all that shit. That's where the leaders come from for all that nonsense.
So I kind of have a little bit different take on it. So and kind of to add on to what you just said, Uru, some of it I do think is culture of some of those places where these people come from. Because Tim Walz, I think, truly believes a lot of the things that he advocates for. But I think there is an economic component of it to where essentially this is their way. This is the Democrats' way of basically saying, hey, you know what? We aren't going to put forth any type of policies that's going to allow you to be able to sustain yourself and your family in any type of traditional semblance. So this is kind of our version of gluten-free cake.
Let's do this new thing. Do this new thing. So I'm so very first 20 seconds. So that goes back to what I was saying with Kim Foster. So I gotta cover it, and I want you to help me cover it when I cover it. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna tell you in advance. Yeah. I gotta cover it because when I was saying that to Black Udo, I think yesterday, the way they use wife and partner. So I think you're right that the left is saying, nigga, you ain't gonna be no husband. We made sure that. Or the environment made sure that and we didn't challenge it. So you're not gonna be no husband, so you're gonna be a quote unquote partner. But we're gonna use it interchangeably, right? And that way you'll be confused. And women don't use husband and men don't use wife. But we all know that you ain't those guys at the top and you are not the women at the top. You don't have the status, the political connections, the money, et cetera, the whiteness. So you'll be a partner. You'll be calling your spouse a husband. You'll be calling your spouse a wife, but you'll be an air quotes partner. Go ahead, Betty, you'll finish up with that.
And I really see it as a perversion of traditional manhood and masculinity, in particular the sacrifice aspect of it, because what they're asking for is pyrrhic sacrifice. It is sacrifice just purely for sacrifice's sake. Yes, men have incredible capability and capacity for pain. Men will die if they feel their death is warranted and will advance a particular cause. There are stories of people who have jumped on bombs to shield their squad mates and so on and so forth. I personally have dove for loose balls into steel bleachers and got fucked all the way up just to keep the ball alive. Because we in the game. We in the game. I know what my role is, to what Socrates was saying earlier. I'm the X factor. If I get off, we win. So everything I know is like, hey, my defense, my hustle. If I twist an ankle, if I bust a knee up, and we get the championship, the regional championship, we in the
It was
playoffs,
worth
got
it.
good seeding, it's worth it. Exactly. But you're asking
Absolutely.
me to do that with, hey, there's no glory on the other side of it. It's like
100%.
Say, wait, and then you got Socrates. Say that last part again, better you. There's what at the, there's not what at the end?
No
there ain't no
glory.
glory on the other side of that.
Thank you.
No, I ain't signing up for that.
Yeah, exactly.
No glory.
And that's
wait. I'm sorry. Not only is there not glory, they strip the hope and the delusion away. They don't even let you be delusional now. They tell you straight, oh yeah, man, you ain't getting shit. We probably gonna get divorced. I just want you to know that I'm probably gonna try to take as much as I can on the way out the door. You imagine?
So that being said, Z.
Wait, go ahead, Socrates. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask you a question, Z. So with all that being said,
I ain't signing, baby.
You ready to sign paperwork?
Hey, I saw it earlier. I saw it.
This invoice stacking up, though. I'm just saying, this invoice stacking
no.
up.
It's better you. They believe that men today need to make up for men in the past. That's how they think they justify it. It's this weird thing where it's collective guilt or blood sin or blood guilt.
I say cosmic justice. They believe it. I've said this before. Exactly. Cosmic justice. It's cosmic retribution. Cosmic payback.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So basically, we're supposed to accept a bad deal now because apparently, quote unquote, women got a bad deal in the past.
No,
and I'm
this is what I say to Socrates. I say we're supposed to accept all this bullshit because some random Arab man backtabbed his wife 3,000 years ago, and so now we all got to feel it. Go ahead.
But here's the thing about that, though. To what you said, Socrates. Here's the thing about that, though. The women on the back end will say, "Well, is that not what you want? Is that not what you want? Do y'all not want the same thing you want women to pay?" Well, the difference is this is actually what you wanted. This equality shit. We didn't ask for this. Men did not ask for this shit that we got going on today.
No, in fact, I would say that one way to fix the conversation. So I was watching a Tamron Hall skit. You should put this on your channel. Tamron Hall was talking about manosphere, and she was really belaboring how toxic it is. You know, the same talking points they always use. And I was like, listen, in the comment section, I said, we don't need to actually even talk about red pill or manosphere talking points to debunk feminism or contemporary depictions of masculinity. We don't need that. If we want to be consistent, all men need to do is adopt the same talking points that women have. That's it. If we really want to do gender abolition, fine. If we want to get rid of roles, no problem. Men should just primarily care about themselves, go to spas, do your nails, take a lot of pictures on Instagram, make sure you look lovely, go to the gym, don't do any heavy lifting unless it's in the gym because that's work, and just love yourself. Be in your soft guy era. Because then you'll start to realize how ridiculous it is to claim that gender doesn't matter. Let all of us be the same. And then you'll see it won't work. It doesn't work. Yes, no matter of fact, forget 50-50. I want women to pay more. I want to be provided for. I want to be taken care of. I want her to be the provider. I'm going to take her, just take their talking points and reverse it. Forget about being a value, high value man. I want a high value woman.
Everybody knows this, though. Everybody, look, real quick, Ron, 30 seconds. Everybody knows it, and what I love about what you said, Socrates, is that everyone knows if you want to make hypocrites out of black women, and this is why, at least Doechii said it, right? She said it, and I think I believe her. I believe it. I don't know whether she would marry a queer dude, but I believe she would entertain a queer dude for the optics, right? But yeah, no, the most women, black women in particular, they're not signing up for that shit. Especially with everyone knowing, they're not signing up for bi shit. They're not signing up for queer dudes. They're not even signing up for watery dudes. So all that shit is just talk. They will find anything to glom onto and to use that as a cudgel to beat you over the head with. Even old Lace did that shit on her own stream. That for a lot of people, real quick, for a lot of people, they give black women this kind of moral high ground in these conversations. Meanwhile, I don't like her framing, but she said, I ain't never been nowhere where black men are being toxic and there's not black women right next to them doing the same shit. And she said that shit to a TRANS woman, right? Saying like low key saying like, I don't know what you're talking. Maybe the black women you've been around, they supportive, but I'm telling you right now, they're be supportive in your face. When they start to insult them straight black men, they gonna imply you to them niggas, right? Go ahead.
Hold on, Z.
But why can't I rest in my masculinity? Why not?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. have we ever seen a woman that's bitter like by herself? Like I don't mean just
You
with a
mean like
man. I'm talking about by herself.
you
Yeah,
mean
you
like
call
at
them
least
yeah, there's a
60% of the
name
black
for them.
community? Go ahead.
No.
Yeah, there's a name
No.
for them. It's called
Mhm.
grandma.
Oh goddamn. The answer is yes, Rod. The answer is yes. Go ahead.
Yes, right. We call her grandma. Oh no, he fell off.
Oh, Rod, come back up. He probably just realized when he fell off when he put the link up. I don't let him back up. But yeah, no, go ahead. You was gonna say something. Like, go ahead before I get it back.
Nah, there's this question like, yeah, this ain't a bitter, see a bitter woman. Yeah, it's called grandma, or in this case, Tracee Ellis Ross.
I mean, she is, and like, and I wanted to say this to Black Guru, like I like that he's like, you could tell he's annoyed and angered by this because he pretty much like, he pretty much watched her grow up, and so to know, like, it's you know what this is? This is like us. This is like Blue Ivy pulling this shit in the next, let's say, 3 decades, and us being like, no, you don't get to pull this. You don't get to,
Do
because we
you
know
know
better.
the caliber? Think of the caliber of men that woman has been around her entire life, and we're not even talking about just black men. I mean,
exactly.
That girl could have had British aristocrats as a husband if she wanted to. So for her, of all the so-called black women, to complain about the quality of men available to her, I just find what she's doing there to be abominable, because it's one thing for you as Lion said to be a hypergamous failure, and that's definitely what she is. It's one thing for her to be a hypergamous failure, but to cast aspersions across an entire generation of men because of your failure, it's infuriating. It's infuriating, and for it to be presented as some sort of liberation of black women and all that, and then to have the first lady Michelle Obama promoting it,
essentially endorse
it's not a good look. It's not a good look at all. And I wonder at what point I wonder at what point will there be some critical mass of black women where they say, wow, we have allowed we have been party to a terrible anti-black woman campaign for generations now. And we've participated in it and we've contributed to it.
Yes.
I wonder when that's gonna happen.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I wouldn't hold my breath for it. I just really wouldn't, because coping is the language of a hypergamous failure. That's why she feels comfortable calling it called toxic masculinity and why she wasn't picked. That is pure coping 101. That's pure. That's nothing but cope, and that's a cope of hypergamous failure, and that is their language. She has no choice but to cope. Like at this point,
Yeah,
because the
I
way
agree.
you just laid it out, Black Rule, like, yo, there is no excuse except that she's a hypergamous failure.
Well, that's why I called her a petulant child. Real quick, Raw, you got it in like 20 seconds. That's why I said petulant child. What is this but a 52-year-old with a teeny bit of class who comes from her background? This is her version. She's throwing a goddamn fit right now. Just because she's not flailing her arms and her legs, people don't see this as a temper tantrum. She's throwing a goddamn temper tantrum. We need to see this for what it is. She is fucking livid because niggas was supposed to bow and make up for her trying to be a younger version of her mother, and that shit ain't work. You ain't Diana, nigga. Like, yeah,
Ain't no way I'm coming into an excess of $1 million and I'm bowing down to you. Hell no.
Well,
hell no.
This is bitterness politicized. Okay, so you got to look at things within the framework of the political arena. Okay, so for those, like, I was an English major as an undergrad, so I learned about a lot of this, as far as like white women feminism from Britain and all of that type of stuff. And the novel, for a lot of people who don't realize this, is that the novel was actually made popular by white women, not by white men. And the novel became the medium in which the lower class white women in places like Britain, for example, actually became their outlet and their medium for their class complaints. So feminism for them was something that they utilized to push for, in their view, better opportunities, because you're talking about working class white women, poor.
There you go.
You're talking
Yep.
about the maids who used to work for the aristocracy. All of these classes of women brought to bear this pressure in terms of this feminist doctrine that they started espousing. So much of their work, much of the works that was coming out of Britain when feminism really started to become a major thing, was everything. It was in the political context. So their complaints was not just like, oh, let me just write this book because it sounds good. That their novels were literally meant to be political. So this is just the succession of that modality. So this is why we can see Alice Walker with The Color Purple and things like that. It mirrors the very same types of shit that white women were complaining about in Europe, in places like Britain, where feminism really kind of launched from, in the same kind of fashion. So what you have is Black women, which is the reason why I started out with bitterness, was because I remember I used to deal with this Black chick years ago, and I never forget when she said this. She said, and she was talking about her own mom who was hating that me and her were together. She said, because when we got together, we decided to like live together. She was like, her mom used to call her all the time, like upset that she decided to like be with me instead of be with her and take care of her. You know what I'm saying? And so she was like, there are a lot of women out here who are operating off of borrowed bitterness. This was like the late 90s. You know what I'm saying?
Go into that borrowed bitterness.
This was something she said to me in the late 90s, and I never forgot that. And so for a lot of much of feminism is just about bitterness. It's about and quite frankly, a lot of it is bitterness towards women who they deem as more successful than them.
Yeah,
the push for feminism was a class issue. They wanted.
God damn, that's why I wanted to cut you off. That's it. Go ahead.
So
no, let me wrong. I'm sorry to cut you off.
They wanted to get to a more elevated class, so they utilized the public domain in terms of because you got to remember, like when the printing press like came on the scene, it allowed books to be mass produced.
Stuff. Yeah.
So this was a very strategic way to actually, kind of set things off in a political realm, because even back then, women like Queen Victoria said she was avidly against feminism, and she was a queen. So she was actually avid against them because she predicted like it would turn women into what they have actually become. So you got to understand, like these females, like it a lot of it really was intragender class conflict. Well, like class conflict.
No, you said it right.
Like
it is
conflict with other women that they deemed in a more superior position.
No, they were
stationed in life. So because so now it's been kind of turned against men who don't give them the kind of class lifestyle that they want to have. Wait,
pause. That's where I was trying to go. That's exactly what I was trying to say. The class consciousness feminism makes sense. Once you start getting into but I want the dress she has, now we're dealing with something else. Go into your very last statement right there. This is the push to get men in college, Black men in specific, to these HBCUs. Because what the women are now saying is, and it's almost like a kind of weird reverse Kevin Samuels, where the story where he was talking to the men. Oh no, not Kevin Samuels. Tariq Nasheed. I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm sorry, Tariq. Tariq Nasheed, when he was going on his, I started doing in I don't believe the origin story, but still, the origin story is he started doing the pro-black stuff because he was writing the Mac lessons books and whatnot, and the brothers was trying it out, and some of the white boys was trying it, and it was two different outcomes. And he would be like, hey, but you're black, so you got to move this way and da da da. I'm tying that to say what black women's complaint is I'm not getting what Becky's getting for this degree. Becky's graduated with the MRS. I'm not getting that. So it's not just access to educational facilities. It's not just the Pell Grants. It's not just the degree and walking across the stage. It's not even just the job. It's the life, including the man, the car, the neighborhood, the zip code, the chocolate dipped white girl with the vocal fry, right? Like that's your daughter, right? So they want everything that upper class Becky has.
You know why?
Right.
Well, here's
and that's what their complaint about black men is. Go ahead.
Here's a simple answer to why Keisha can't have it. You know why? Because Becky's prepared to pay.
Well, yeah, and Becky's prepared to fight.
Yeah,
Becky's prepared to fight. That's what I was.
Becky already understands. She either has to compete or pay.
And this goes to what you were saying about the queen was even anti-feminist. I don't believe that crap that she was it was like because she knew the women would become what they are now. That's class. That if you're a queen and you're well traveled and you way back, this is like 200 some odd years ago, but still 100 some odd 200 years ago. With that, you've been taught by some of the most scholarly people in the UK. It's also your class position that's being challenged, and you don't want to end up like Marie Antoinette. And you understand that other working class women would raise their sons to make you and your husband the king or whatever, or prince if you're the queen. Y'all would be Marie Antoinette and them, and y'all heads and y'all shoulders would be on two different sides of the blade. So the origin story of that, it didn't happen the way she said, but the origin story of it being, I just don't want the women to become, bitch, you was afraid them bitches was going to do class warfare on your ass and you was going to end up murdered.
This whole thing was born out of classes. I mean, but feminism, feminism is an offshoot of Marxism. So it's Marx, he actually addressed females from that perspective too. So it's a lot of people don't really understand that feminism comes out of the Marxist tradition. So you have to look at it from that particular perspective. You can't separate it just because it's females. It's still Marxism. So they especially countries like Britain. I mean, this is where you get the exporting of so many degenerate whites in terms of colonialism to what's at Australia in the Americas and different places with Canada, because they were exporting the worst of their societies out of it because they had just saw what happened with the French Revolution and Marie Antoinette and all of them, what happened to them. So they had already, so basically they exported the so-called American Revolution offshore, which really was the British Revolution. It really was the actual British Revolution that would have taken place on the homeland had they not exported a lot of white people out of Europe. So this has always been a class fight coming from white females' perspective. Black women, black women really got involved in some business that they had no business getting involved in. It wasn't their fight. Unfortunately, because they coveted what they thought white women had. And let's be clear, it took America a long time to build up a middle class, even amongst white people. You know what I'm saying? They had to pass certain things like GI Bill and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They had to make it okay for women to work outside of the home because that didn't used to happen. So they had to make things a certain way or to include certain things in certain types of legislation and policy to actually create a middle class. And so black women, unfortunately, got into a fight that really had nothing to do with them, because when you look at the history of the black business class post-slavery, you see that black men were actually building and had built infrastructure in towns. I mean, hell, in Oklahoma, within a 20-year period, black men had built 50 towns. So there was institution of building for black women. And even when we go back to that time, there are a lot of black women who didn't have to work outside of the home. You know what I'm saying? They did not have to work outside the home. So they're so complaining about that when you didn't even have that, when you didn't even have to worry about that. But even if you did, you had men that were trying to build for you. So there was no reason for you to even jump into that fight because it really had nothing to do with you. And so I just think that a lot of people don't really understand that this is really a class fight. And unfortunately for them, we've had enough evidence to show that your theory was wrong. And now you got to deal with the consequences. There is no do-over in time. You, as a woman, you don't get a do-over. This is not a game where you can press the reset button and start over time. Like it is what it is, and you lost. And what's supposed to happen is the women who told you to do it this way and were wrong, because they can see it in their own lives. Because if your mother is asking you for money to pay her cell phone bill and her light bill, it failed. It fails.
Yeah.
Like if your mother has to ask you as a child for money, that means feminism failed because she did it on her own. She was a single mom and she failed, and now she got to ask you for money. That means she's taken from you and your ability to invest in yourself and potentially a husband, which is going to bring back a better return for you than giving money to your mother. Because if you give money to your mother, you're basically burning the money because you're probably not going to ever get that money back. Whereas if you invest in a man, there's a greater chance of a return because you're investing in something that's productive. So ultimately they don't want to actually say, hey daughters, we was wrong, we told y'all wrong, because they don't want to see their own daughters do better, and that's why they ain't gonna say anything. That's why they're gonna keep trying to blame men.
Let me read this real quick. And Leon says these women were not considered white. Only the Anglo-Saxon women were considered white. The queen came from a Germanic group. Yes, we know about Saxe-Coburg Gotha. By the way, that's the Windsor's original name, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they are Germanic. Yeah, they are Germanic. Germanic group that took over Britain. It was racial caste, not class. Both. I mean, like they're white, and like nobody really brings that up anymore. Like I don't even know how many people know that they're Germanic descent. Like so, there's that also. But yeah, I mean, especially outside of the UK, not Britain, even just outside, well, even just outside of Britain, then let alone the rest of the UK. I don't know how many people actually know that they're Germanic descent. Even when what's his name got married, when not Harry, yeah, when Harry got married. I was looking to see how many people would mention it, and I saw it maybe like mentioned like once or twice. So like yeah, not that many people actually know about that. That's number one. Let's read this. And KW Don says RNJ laws, not a chance. Crossdraft is 24 years older than Melania. Is he? He ain't 24 years older than is he? Is how much older is Trump than Melania? Because that means he's what, about to be 80. What that means she's 50 something? Maybe.
Yeah, she's in her 50s.
Okay, so yeah, so
you know
right.
when Prince Charles married Diana, the argument was it was kind of joked about, but I guess it was true. The argument was that her family line was more associated with the core British royalty than his was.
Yeah, but
that was regularly said. Yeah. That the Spencer, because her family was a Spencer, they were an aristocratic line, and that was the reason why he married her, was to sort of reconnect with that core British aristocratic line.
And much of the reason why they dropped the Saxe-Coburg Gotha, everyone, is because one of the grandsons or one of the nephews or whatever kind of sullied the name because he was a whole, we'll just say goose-stepping, hell, short mustache man. I think he was actually part of his like inner core, if I'm not mistaken, which makes it worse. Like if I'm not mistaken, yeah, but he's not the only one. That's why Kennedy got pulled back to the U.S. when he was ambassador, because he was sympathetic to them too. Oops, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Yeah, you'll be surprised how many. Thank you. Right? Yeah, him too. Yeah, low key. But yeah, no, you'll be surprised how many Americans were sympathetic. As a matter of fact, was a small mustache on the cover of Times?
I mean,
they were celebrating him back then.
Men of the year.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead.
You know, America was fighting wars, and they were fighting against vehicles and tanks and guns and shit that were being
Mm-hmm.
built in Ford factories in
Fact.
Germany, in Austria.
Mm-hmm. Fact. Like it's bad. Yeah.
Weapons from an American company were killing American soldiers.
Yes.
Yep.
Because war is a racket. That's all it is.
Smedley, Butler. Yeah, I think that's me.
Smedley Butler.
Yeah. Was a racket. Where's the racket? Let me do it. Detroit, thank you for the super chat. And he says, God damn it, not the characters again. I think these are Chinese characters. Tracee Ellis Ross in China. Tracee Ellis Ross would be called leftover or overseas. And overseas, yeah, leftover women. Yeah. Well, she would have been leftover, I don't know, 2 decades ago. She would have been leftover 2 decades ago, right? Like,
by 24. By 24.
So 2.5 decades, more than 2.5 decades ago. Yeah.
Should be referred to
Is
as
a 52-year-old Chinese version of is that woman still alive?
She would still be alive. But
where does that woman go? Where does she belong in Chinese society? A childless 50-some-year-old woman, marriedless, childless woman. Where does she go in Chinese society?
I think the best way to answer that. Let me answer that this way. I think I said this before. Like in China, so they had the same thing going on like in America with the unboxing of like $3,000 bags and the super fashionistas and them showing off their super expensive luxury cars and bags and condos and whatnot. And the Chinese government literally said, y'all gonna cut that out. And they literally started hemming people up and arresting people, including women. Hey, you gonna cut that out, training and everything. So going to that, if she was on these Negroes ain't ish, so these Chinese ain't ish men, yeah, they would have shut that down. And especially if it was leading to a trend, oh yeah, they would have shut that down because it disrupts social cohesion. And the Chinese, as we know, Tiananmen Square, they don't play about social cohesion. And it's not the only thing. What's going on with Hot Sauce not here, but what's going on with the Uyghurs? Like they ship people from Eastern China to Western China just because of the Uyghurs. Like, nah, bro, you go integrate, and they, quote unquote re-education camps, right? Some dystopian ass double speak there, but yeah. Yep. So like that exactly what you just said. So like that goes to it. So to add long story short, to go to what Black women was saying, yeah, that wouldn't be flying. And remember, all of this shit that women are on, particularly Black women in America, over the past few decades, this kind of campaign that these Negroes ain't ish, that would have never fly in China. Not on that level, absolutely not. They would have shut that down. But would they let that fly with the Uyghurs? Oh, that's a whole different conversation, maybe. Which, internal colony and whatnot, so maybe. But yeah, overall in Chinese culture, yeah, no. Yeah, no. And I read this earlier, and KMS says they will eventually tell the truth because they are running out of lies. The truth is chronic track 16, no accountability, no responsibility. Right? Hey, yeah. Can't win with them. Can't. How did it go? Everybody know the damn quote. I don't know how to say it all the way. I'm gonna have to memorize it. But yeah, you can't win with them. You can't play with them. You can't. That's it. Yeah. And looking at Tracee Ellis Ross, and I'm glad Black Guru said what he said earlier because that's true. They shirk off what's wrong to us as Black men. The reason why they're miserable is because of us, because we just won't get down on their program. Now, do they word it like that exactly? No. But what they will say is they're trying to aspire for white patriarchy, colorist, texturist, featurist, ageist now, homophobic, TRA-phobic, all of that stuff, right? So it's always, we're not where we need to be or what would be advantageous for the Black community because Black men just won't play ball, right? And like, then you get a community full of Tracee Ellis Ross, and what makes it worse is like she at least has the money and she could go traveling and all this other stuff. In one way, which might make her more miserable, but she's like that aspirationalism, she's there. But in another way, working class women aspiring or using the same type of rhetoric and using her as like a beacon, that's actually really sad because they don't have the money and the access for the distractions. They don't have the distractions, right?
Yeah, maybe they have a coworker coming to knock the cobblers out once or twice a week, or once every other week, or whatever, once a month or whatever. But like they don't have the distractions, and you saw that with the Stellas, right? The women that we saw, the Black women that go traveling to the Caribbean, I think namely Jamaica, once a year to do the quote unquote boyfriend experience. And like, you know, the stories are like they're saving all year to do that. Or they'll do it once every couple of years. That's sad. So much y'all don't want to get on the Black Man's Program. You're over here paying for Caribbean peen once a year in a quote unquote boyfriend experience for a week or two. And that's what the Tracee Ellis Rosses of the world lead to. That's what ends up happening. And that's a hard way to go. That's a hard way to go. And KMS also says, and thank you for the super chat. He says the greatest. Oh, I read this earlier. The greatest hurdle a man must cross is that his mother is just a woman. Going back to the brother Omar and his story, that shit is crazy. Like I'm glad he essentially said he's channeling his mother. That's great. So yeah, so we got a bunch of bitter single baby mama raised men.
Hold on. So they can pay for men in Caribbean, but they can't pay for men in America?
Nah, short word.
I mean, isn't that what Terry McMillan did?
Yeah,
I'm saying, but these need to bring it together. They need to understand you gotta pay here. You gotta pay.
Wait, Socrates. Wait, real quick, Ryan. Socrates, what's your background?
In terms of what?
What's your background? Where were your parents born and raised?
Oh, my parents from Haiti.
Me too. Okay, fine. They think we're slow, bro. They think that we're dumb or that we're slow, or maybe not even so dumb and slow. They think that because we come from a quote unquote poor country, that they could pull stunts that they can't do on ADOS. This is what I was stressing. This is what Black Uru and me were getting at earlier, is the slander of Black American men. So it wasn't just that the young man was younger for Terry McMillan. It's that he's not ADOS FBA. That's what she was trying to stress back then. He's younger and he hasn't been indoctrinated with this BS American stuff and the white aspirationalism. And so that's what made her situation even more funny. It's because she was multiple layering, peppering Black men. He's not ADOS FBA, so he don't come with all the hangups. And so when they go to the Caribbean for that, or even when they try to marry and do the green card thing, they're hoping that your lower station in life means you're not a real man, or they can mold your manhood to what they want.
The Caribbean men been on that the green card.
I know that.
Come on, man.
Hey, I know that. I even had that proposed to me at one point. Like, hey, bro, you can meet her, but it was the other way around. Right? Like, hey, you can do the green card thing. This lady looks like she said she'd give me 10 likes. I'm Mr. Z like a scary cat when it comes to stuff like that. Yeah, I'm gonna have no government officials knocking at my door. But
it's known that these women go to the Caribbean, they pick up a man in DR or Haiti or Jamaica or Grenada or Trinidad, and then he's with her, but he has his wife in Trinidad or Jamaica or his girlfriend in the States and he cheats on her with. What are you talking about?
So I think it's an interesting phenomenon based on Omar's statement there that I completely missed. You know, a lot of Black women will operate off of transmuted hurt from other folks that they know, whether it be their mother, their aunts, their friends, their sister, and that same spirit of transmuted hurt was coming through in his statement. It's the other shit that really incensed me so much, but that I was like, hold the fuck up. But as y'all were talking, I was like, oh yeah, he did say that.
That's why you gotta get boys away from their mamas early in life. That's why you got to do that. That you got to prevent them from going this sort of coven-minded feminist bullshit. You know, because what they learn, and for lack of better phrase to use, maybe you guys can help me with a better synonym. But they do learn a kind of quote victim mentality, end quote. And the power of the victim mentality. Let me get this out before you tell me, because I'll forget. The power of the victim mentality is that for women, since women are always weaker than men and less capable in a lot of different ways, then you can always be the victim. You can, whenever there's a man around, you can always be the victim. And you can always leverage that in some way because you're always in that scenario, the victim. Now, that can work for women, but what happens when you got some nigga talking about he the victim of some man?
Even if he really is.
That don't work the same. That don't work the same.
A real legitimate man victim, God forbid, black man victim. You got all of 0.0000001% time to be like, ouch, and that's it. Like you can't say out, you can't shed a tear, you can't. So it just doesn't translate. You can't be a man and be a victim, even if you're a victim.
Here's the word. Here's the word for it. The word is
real quick, Rod. Let him get that word out real quick. Go ahead.
No, they're called pansies. That's what you call.
Yeah, there we go.
No. Or you could be gay. Like this is what I seem like they're heading towards. Men being gay.
Pansy is too general, and gay. We do need to develop a phrase for this particular pussified version of black men. That's specific to that particular phenomenon.
You seen the first Blade movie? Here's the question: you seen the first Blade movie, right? Call them familiar.
Oh, you're right. That's the perfect name, bro.
That's the word. That's the word.
Familiar.
That's the word. I think you said that before. As a matter of fact, I think you said that before.
Well, let's make it a little better. Gynocratic familiars.
Yeah,
there we go. Put it in the book. Y'all heard it here. Y'all heard it here. Y'all heard it here. This is what happens when you brainstorm. This is when you brainstorm. Okay, so Zulu, what you said real quick, because Raw want to go. Go ahead, Raw, and then Zulu.
I just joined in. I kind of been listening, but I just joined in. I didn't want to disturb the floor.
Okay. So go ahead, Raw, and then Zulu. Go ahead.
It's not just what these guys are saying. It's what they're not saying. If you were raised by a single mom, okay, especially in Black America, I shudder to think some of the things that Black boys have witnessed their mothers engage in with men. Okay. And so so a lot of this vitriol towards Black men is stemming
Somebody mute up.
It's stemming from the fact that many Black males have witnessed their mothers be whores, man. And they do not know how to address them on it. Okay? They don't know how to bring that type of conversation to them. You know what I'm saying? And
they blame it on their fathers.
Right.
That's what they do. She wouldn't have had to bust it wide open for that white man or that Arab guy at the store or whatever if it wasn't for their daddy who refused to pay child support. That's what they would say.
Hold on. And this is why you have these types of males that will betray Black masculine authority. Because when they see a Black male, they automatically assume, just like the females do. You know what I'm saying? When a female goes out here, and now mind you, when a female is first of all, if a female is not bringing a guy to her even if it's a broken family, to her family's home and engaging with that dude on a sexual level, then she's hiding it. So she already knows it's wrong. So she can't say she's a victim. The problem is that when she engages in this and she gives a man nothing else besides sex, and once he gets tired of having sex with her, he drops her, move on, and leaves her for the next guy to do the same thing too. She will approach Black men in general like, "Oh, you those type of niggas I used to fuck with." Like, no, that's what you picked.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Because if a Black if any one of our friends came to us and said, "Yo, I met this chick, man, that's a stripper, man, at the club, man, she fine, man, I'm gonna marry this chick," we gonna look at this nigga and be like, "Nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you?" Like, we ain't gonna let
Alexa, play the intro to "Don't Save Her," please. For the music video, go ahead.
We're going to intervene on our boy's behalf when he's stupid. We're not going to sit there and watch our boy be stupid in our face. Now, if he's away from us and we don't know what he's doing and he be stupid, then we can do about that. But in our face, we're not going to go out like that. So what they don't want to do is have a face-to-face conversation with their moms about what they themselves witnessed their moms doing. Because I don't care what any of these females say. They can say whatever they want to about living a liberated life and all of that. Ain't no children on planet Earth gonna be cool with their mama being a hoe. Period. I don't care what group you come from. They might not know how to put it in a context, but children even know when they see their mama on some hoe stuff, they know something ain't right.
Wait. Pause, wrong. Paul, wait. Real quick. Let me get this out. If y'all remember the twin, when she wasn't even dressed too like it, oh my God, the bars in hell. But she was dressed revealing, but because the bars in hell, it wasn't as egregious as it probably would have been even 20 years ago. Okay, and the son, Hardrick's son, was looking. I think he was like 12, and he was looking like, what are you doing? Going to what Rod's saying. I think he was like 12 years old, and he got like watery tendency anyway. But y'all hear me say that. And he was even looking at his mom like, bro, what are you doing? And to the point where like they were filming her taking pictures in the living room ish, and he's kind of in the dining room part of the I guess condo or whatever. And she's like, what's the problem? And he said like, what are you doing? What are you wearing? At 12. So going to what Rod saying, yeah, nobody. And from what we know, she ain't out there like that. But yeah, right. But even the wardrobe.
That's my point. That's my point. So what I'm saying is that even children have a meter that they can recognize when mama is on some whole shit. So it doesn't matter how you feel. I read this African proverb a long time ago. It said, if you can't do it in front of a 5-year-old, it's inappropriate. Facts. We have a whole bunch of females out here who dress like prostitutes, behave like prostitutes, who are doing this in front of their children. Like even prostitutes of old tried to hide it from their children. They try to hide it. You know what I'm saying? Like they might not have been as good at hiding it, but they at least tried to hide it from their children. We have these females who be on this quote unquote relationship, and that is a code word for that's a narc. That's a narcissist. When they say they looking for a relationship, they specifically don't say they looking for marriage. They don't say that. That's not what you normally hear. You normally
they're looking for a mark.
So yeah, so really what they're looking is for a mark. You know what I'm saying? On some, they really selling a box to you under the guise of they're with you, but they're not. So what I'm saying is that these type of dudes do not.
Well, pause for the cause. Are you talking about subscription based vagina? Because that's what it sounds like you just described. It's so if we live in subscription based era, like everything is subscription based, and you will own. That's what they meant by they said you will own nothing.
Transactional. That's
subscription vagina. You don't own. Sound about right? Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that they're cowards, just like the females who witnessed their mama do whole shit too, who literally are trying to. It's a defense mechanism. You don't want to have that tough conversation with that person that you know has caused you the most hurt. You know your mama being on some whole stuff was embarrassing. I've been around black men when I was younger because I grew up with my dad. And I was one of the few dudes around who had my dad. And I remember the looks on dudes' faces when dudes in the neighborhood would clown their mama in front of their face and in front of our faces. And all they could do was just look to the ground out of pity. And just embarrassment. So it makes an impact, and for these people to really be to come online and to just layer it against black men, from whether you're a black female or a weak ass black dude, to just layer it against black males when you grew up with a mom that was on some whole shit and you ain't said one word. There's nothing more cowardly than that, because you probably the only person in this world that truly can hold your mother accountable, because you know where all the bodies are buried And you can really affect change even as an adult son or daughter, because now your relationship to your parent becomes not a parent to child relationship, but an adult to an adult relationship. And you should be the main one. If we are here calling out mamas for their bad behavior of what they do to you, of what they have done to you, you should be the main one saying this to your own mama, because we're saying it out of protection and trying to defend what you had to go through. We ain't want you to go through that. You ain't saying this to your mama, so you're a coward because you know that she actually did these things, and you don't want to acknowledge that your mama was a hoe, because that is the truth.
So
let me do this. Wait. Well, actually, I see what I was going to say about the subscription service. Well, I was going to say something. Go ahead. Let's let Better You go, for he ain't going to take too long. Then you guys, Zulu. Go ahead, Better.
So like you just described something that a phenomenon I came up with a name for a couple weeks ago. I call it the theory of sensitivity, and basically that whorish behavior, that bad behavior in these women fosters an aggression in their sons that they take out on men, and it's the guy version of daddy issues, basically. And it's interesting to hear you put it in words, because you almost said exactly what I said verbatim, man. And it is, I think, what fuels a lot of these cornbread tube guys, because a FD came out, said some
You mean
things
like a
about.
weird Oedipus complex?
I don't think it's basically not an Oedipus complex. It's a savior complex.
That's
I
more
couldn't
like
save my
Oedipus.
mama.
No, yeah,
So
Oedipus.
I'm gonna
Oedipus.
save everybody
Oedipus
else.
complex. Yeah, Oedipus complex is when you hate your father and love your mother. Like you have a affection for your mother, right? Oedipus complex.
Oedipus
And
was sleeping with his mom, though, wasn't he? That was,
I mean that's in
that's what I thought.
yeah, but the
That's the ultimate version.
psychological
extreme version of it, I guess.
but the psychological term, or the term in psychoanalysis of Oedipus complex, is when the child has love for his mother, and which is natural, but you're supposed to get over that, right? And they have hatred for their father because his father's actually sleeping with his mother, but he's supposed to get over that and eventually associate with his father and masculinity and become like his father. And that's how it's supposed to happen, the natural transition.
Let me do this, and let's let Zulu go. And Better You says Toby Rama was right about them Uchi niggas. I know what you're trying to say. And bless his heart, Itachi clearly put him under Sharingan hypnosis. Shaking my head, bro. Omar, I mean, like and what I love. This is why I played it. I'm gonna save it for posterity. What I love is that he actually said it. He actually said, like, you go into what what Better You was saying. You had FD say it. You had Lil Bill say it, and now you have this brother who said it, and they all mentioned their mothers in their critique of black men, and that's frightening. And go ahead, Zulu, go ahead.
Hold on, I gotta call him. I'm sorry, but like, I don't know what's going on right now.
God, I mean, what you were gonna say earlier when you first jumped in? It's okay.
Hold on. Give me a second. I got this phone call.
Okay. Well, it's okay. We got
So
go ahead, Ezra. Let me let Ezra go, and then you got it.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Oh no,
go ahead,
I didn't want to say too much. I just wanted to give a background on the Oedipus.
Oedipus.
Yeah,
Oedipus.
You messed up. Then I messed up. Goddamn. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's based off the Greek tragedy. It's actually what happened is there was a king, right, which is what Oedipus's father. And a prophet came to him and said he warned him. He's like, one day your son was gonna kill you, right? So instead of killing his son when he was born, he sent him off I think he sent him off to like one of those
No. He sent a servant to go kill him, but the servant didn't do it. The servant instead gave the child away.
Yeah, but yet he sent him like across the world. I'm thinking Jason and Oregano. It's my fault. I'm mixing it up. But long story short, he came back eventually. And he killed his father, but he slept with his mother he didn't know that it was his mom, though. When he came back to the kingdom, he thought it was just another lady because he never met his mother, right? So that's where the story comes from. Like, it's more of, I think it's what's his name? Freud. I don't know if it's Freud or Jung.
It's Freud.
Okay,
it's Freud.
The belief is like it's a cognitive dissonance between the enmity that you have from your father and the admiration that you have, or the love that you have for your mom, right? So it's like you don't see the reflection of your father in yourself, but you center yourself around your mother, if that makes any sense. So
I think it is a form of. I think it is a form
Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me read this, and then Socrates, you got it, and then you got it, Rob. And Indigo says, "I don't need a man leads to men like this." He's talking about Omar, who we're talking about right now. Go ahead, Socrates, and then you got it, Rob.
Yeah, so it describes a child's unconscious desire for the opposite sex parent and rivalry with the same sex parent, in this case, the father, typically occurring during the phallic stage of psychosexual development, ages 3 to 6. Freud theorized that boys experience this complex, feeling a sexual desire for their mother and resentment towards their father, while girls experience a similar complex for their fathers, sometimes referred to as Electra complex. The complex is believed to be resolved through the child's identification with the same sex parent and the development of the super ego, moral conscience. But what happened when the dad is not there?
There you go.
You only got him. You only got her. And so you never
Exactly.
to your dad.
We have generations of Oedipus complex black men.
Correct.
Gynocratic familiars.
Y'all heard it here. Y'all heard it here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Y'all heard it here.
Yeah. I mean, because I think it's a form of it just because.
How many come up with a meme for that one? Go ahead.
I think it's a form of it just from the fact that I remember when I was growing up, man, like the OGs told us, man, don't say these hoes. That's what they told us. You know what I'm saying? So
Rob, pause for a second. So when I made reference, if you're too young for all of the brothers under the age of 30, you might not know. Y'all know J. Cole.
That's just me. I just want to make sure.
No, I can hear you, Zulu. We can hear you. I can hear you at least. But okay. But yeah, so just real quick, let me get this out and then Rob got it back. So if you're too young, you may not. Y'all know that J. Cole don't save her. Y'all need to go back to the Project Pat Don't Save Her and pay attention to that first 45 seconds. It's kind of comedic, but it's real as hell. And y'all pay attention to that. That's what we're describing when we're saying don't save her, because he's describing essentially his lady done stepped out on him and he gonna save her, and he sounded like a goddamn super simp. Okay, y'all go listen to it. For all of y'all that's too young, you never seen it. Make sure you watch the music video so you can be even more entertained, because it says everything. The song says everything, but the music video just puts a bow on it. Especially that first about what y'all say, about 45 seconds, minute of the music video. Go ahead, Rob.
I love her. I'm gonna marry her.
Right? Exactly. I want to be saying. God, that shit was. Hey, Rod. That's why I'm happy you brought it back up. That shit said, bro. Like Chris Brown told y'all what it is. Project Pat told y'all what it is. There's so many. Dr. T said this. It was so true. It's like the women were going on talk shows, ripping us apart. The talk shows wasn't giving us the mic like that. What we had was music. We had hip hop. That's what we had to respond. And so maybe our rappers weren't as articulate off the mic. So the women they had the thumb on the scales for them from white media, and the brothers wasn't necessarily media training that way to respond. Now we have a whole different atmosphere. And quite frankly, with the democratization of the media space because of social media and the internet, to be frank with you, women writ large, black women specifically, just don't know how to respond to us, but sounding absolutely fucking batshit. They don't. They weren't prepared for a game where we actually could respond to their fucking sexist ass claims about us. I mean, they're used to the thumb being on the scale by elite rich white men. That's what they're used to.
True.
Go ahead.
I mean, why that's true with the rappers?
They couldn't hit back then, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But why that's true with the rappers? But you fast forward, that's what they were saying then. But now these same rappers are trying to apologize, and that's the part that pisses me off. Like, the hell you apologizing for?
Well, no, that's strategic.
And the problem is, like my issue with them with apologizing is that us men, we grew up and actually experienced some of that stuff. We like, nah, don't apologize. It's true.
That's just true. I mean, that's strategic, because I mean, pretty much, man. The truth. I mean, 80s, 90s era artists are pretty much the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's the era. That's the golden era. So this new shit is on a whole different level. So, but what I was saying earlier is, as far as like the Oedipus type thing, like what you do see is that kind of notion by the kind of females that guys would choose, like, or will want as like a woman. Like they'll try to save, like they're trying to save their mother through the kind of females that they pick. So it is really still like dudes that's trying to basically in a subconscious way like be with their mother. And so
Jeff Brown admitted to that, by the way.
Right,
Jeff
so
Brown that be with Zoe Williams, he admitted that. Go ahead.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Like even R. Kelly said that. I mean, to the point where he was talking about like his mother's lipstick print used to be on the cup, and he would turn it around to kiss from the lip imprint of the cup. You know what I'm saying?
Bruh.
So what I'm saying is like it is that deep. It is that deep. And I'm gonna give you all a prime example. Like I remember when I started talking about this stuff years ago, I had a homie I went to college with, and for a long time, like, cause I always wonder why he never talked about his mom. Like he never had any pictures, like in his apartments of his mom. Like he never really would talk about her like that. And then one day he finally said, man, you know, the women you be talking about, you know, as far as like the welfare, you know, and all that type of stuff. But yeah, he was like, man, you describing my mom, man. And I was like, what? He was like, yeah. So he broke it down to me, and his mom died maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, and his son was probably about 4 or 5. You know what I'm saying? His mom died with him never letting her meet her grandson from him. He never let his mom meet his son. He never let his mom meet his son. And I just thought that was like, wow, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and I don't think it was a negative thing. I thought it was actually courageous for him to make a conscious choice to say, you know what? Yeah, that's my mom, but she's not a grandmother. I don't want my son to be influenced by her on any kind of level. And he just never did it. And so a lot of these dudes, man, really, really, you know, that's why I'm a little bit, I'm a little subtle, you know, I mean, I'll say what I need to say, but I am empathetic towards the black men who had to witness this type of stuff, because I didn't have to do that, thankfully. But I do know that, you know, coming up, seeing certain dudes, you know, that, you know, I was around, certain types of friends I had, they had to witness, you know what I'm saying, a lot of, you know what I'm saying, kind of wicked stuff, man, that their moms, you know, were into. And it's not like we live in a kind of society where you can really hold these females like really accountable for stuff they do to children. I mean, we had a black father that got arrested because he went to an interview and had his kids in the McDonald's. Like, so he was literally trying to do good and got arrested. You know what I'm saying? Whereas females leave their kids in a van, you know what I'm saying, they die, you know what I'm saying, and they get a free place to stay. You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those things, man, where you got to kind of be soft, you know what I'm saying, to a certain degree, you know what I'm saying, with certain brothers like who ain't coming with this trying to save these chicks, but the dudes who do be trying to come with that save these hoes type mentality, you gotta get up in them dudes. Like you can't, like, I don't care if it's in your own bloodline, like you have to get up in them, because these are the types of females who raise the types of males who try to subvert authority, black masculine authority. They will constantly try to undermine you, and they don't care if they have to employ them bitches in your family that don't like you. Because remember, I was just having a conversation with one of my homies from college, and I said, look, it's very simple. Either they raised you to take over the family, or they raised you not to take over the family. So which one is it? If you raise me to take over the family, you shouldn't have no problem when it's my time to take over the family. And if you didn't raise me right to be able to, that's your fault. So which one is it? They can't have it both ways. They can't say, oh, it ain't no good black men, but you had black men under your tutelage as a single mom. That means you failed. So that means you don't even need to be in the decision-making process in terms of who controls the family, because obviously, historically, men have always been in control of the family, and anything that's counter to that is going to be problematic for the whole entire structure, including the woman herself.
Let me read these two real quick, you guys, and y'all got it. And Joe says Leon as the Tomb Raider, and you got to explain that to me because I'm a little lost. I've probably lost the context of that. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Joe. And Leon, talking about Leon, and Leon says, think about getting 100,000 likes because you're Tracee Ellis Ross. Then you look at a 21 to 25-year-old girl, it gets 120,000 likes, and you don't even know who she is. Now talk about burn. Talk about burn. Who the fuck is this bitch? She got 120. She got all that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, that yeah, I mean, especially if you've been being called pretty your whole life, if people have made resemblance between you and your mother your whole life, right? And you're 52 and you're okay, you're still all right for at 52, you're looking all right for 52. And some, like you said, 21 to 25-year-old who like who the fuck is this person? And they forget 120 like thousand likes, maybe 220,000 likes, right? On a random post on Instagram. Talking about hurt. Talk about hurt. Jesus. Thank you for the super chat, Leon. And let me read this last one from Eric and then we'll continue. And Eric Denman says, dude with the afro with his mama chain on, hysterical. That's what better you said. Dude with the afro with his mama chain on, that's Eddie. Looks like he gets pegged by his girl. Goddamn. Y'all saying that because he got the loose curls and the lighter skin. Oh, that's messed up. That's the type of quote unquote fluidity Tracee Ellis Ross is talking about. See, if I had the money to like hire like weirdo, like kind of different type of brothers and be like, hey, go flirt with her real quick. And like she'll go and then he'd be like, oh, by the way, I just want you to know I'm fluid or whatever, to see their reaction. Because I wonder how many women really mean it in the black community, including the Tracee Ellis Rosses. Like I said earlier, I think the Doechis mean it, but I don't know if Tracee Ellis Ross would go. Like
No,
it's
I don't
like
think Doechii mean it either. No, where do you see? Where do you see it? Where do you see it on college campuses? Do you see it in Miami? Do you see it in Atlanta? What is gay capital? I don't see it anywhere.
No. It happens. Trust and believe.
Yeah, and people and it does. I do think real quick, Ezra, you got it real quick. But I will say this: going to with Socrates to kind of agree with Socrates a little bit. I think there's way too much virtue signaling. So I would agree with you that a lot of women are doing the virtue signal and allyship crap, talking that. But if you was really to put the dude who they know is okay, he might like women too, but he's the bottom for some dude, or he was, yeah, they ain't going. I do think there's a lot of virtue signaling, but I do think there are women
I want to know. Name really one. Just name one couple.
I'm telling you, bro. Let me say this. Let me say this.
Let us go real quick. Go ahead.
If you go on Kendra G's channel, and a guy will come out. I'm telling you this right now. If he,
there's a real story like that. Yeah, you're right. I know where you're going. Go ahead.
And you know that story I'm talking about. But there's multiple stories where the guy is talking and all the women in the chat are like, "Oh, he's attractive or whatnot," right? And then what happened is, a dude just walks into the room, and then Kendra's like, "Who's that?" Oh, he's like, "Oh, that's my roommate." He's like, "Oh," and then the guy said, "Oh, that's my best friend." He's like, "Oh yeah, that's my uncle." Like they keep switching the story around.
No, hold on. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they won't smash. I'm saying they won't claim them publicly as a couple. No.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of black women, let me tell you something. If you just look on Instagram, a lot of black women don't claim the dude that they with. You ever see when they post their baby shower pictures? It just be them and their family members. You never see the niggas.
Hysterical. He's right. Azriel's right about that. I know some right now. That's funny. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right about that.
Cool. That's fine. But that doesn't negate the point. No, that when they do claim a dude, they're not claiming one of these dudes.
Let me tell you something. And I hope no one gets offended.
If he got a little bit of status, maybe go ahead. If he looks good enough, maybe, possibly.
I agree. Remember Al Scale Reynolds and Star Jones?
What's her name?
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, Israel. We keep on cutting Israel off. He just started talking. Go ahead, Israel.
Let me say this. And I'm telling you, you gotta, especially these. Think about it. Two things I want to say this, and from empirical data and just in general. All right, so from the empirical perspective, ever since like each generation they double in terms of their rainbowness. I'm telling you this right now. And Gen Z are more accepting of a guy presenting as what they say is feminine presenting. They're more accepting of a guy that's wearing a crop top and have black nail, or he have his nails painted. Trust me. Trust and believe. And I'll say this too.
Let me interject.
Let me just say on.
Let me interject momentarily. Let me interject momentarily because you all are bullshit, and you guys directly avoided addressing the statement that Socrates aptly made. Show us the Tracee Ellis Ross, the Regina Hall, the Regina King. Show us any of these women who are out openly with some switch hitting dude.
I was just
Show
about
us
to say
one.
it. I was about to say Kalani, but yeah, I don't know if you guys know it. She has she
No, I know
literally,
Kalani, the singer, light skinned singer from Canada. Yeah.
literally
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Party Next Door is rumored to be bisexual, and she already had
Yeah.
hit by a gay man already. Like the dude he's known to be gay.
Okay,
like,
but
daddies that are both
she's queer, right? Isn't she queer?
She's lesbian. But my point is because of the flu.
Yeah, so
No. Now what I'm saying is it's more of a generational thing. What I'm saying is these women will be okay with dealing with a guy that's more on the feminine presenting side and is borderline gay or whatnot, or he experimented with a dude in college just off the fact that they're lesbian or they've experimented with women. Trust and belief. Because now
I don't think so.
Let me say this. Wait, everyone. Wait. Gil Gabby says incremental soyification of the subsequent generation. So because I was going to say that too, because when Ezra said, when he was bringing up age and generations, I don't think we're ever going to reach a 50% threshold. I don't even know if we're going to reach a 30% threshold. What I will say is I do think as you get younger, it might be less stigma on a woman. I'm talking about the woman here, on being in an open relationship with someone who is known to be going both ways. But I don't ever think we're gonna reach any type of critical mass number or like 10. I don't even think we're gonna reach 10%.
Yeah, but also it's not. Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the problem with this whole gender abolition, lack of the definitions, everything is vague, just vibes type of trend that we're having, is things aren't really defined. So are these people couples or are they just having sex? Are they in a polyamory situation? We don't even know the situation these people are in. So that's why I say I don't take it seriously. Unless this is how relationships work for real. A woman knows she's in a relationship based on the amount of financial investment the man is putting into her. A man knows he's in a relationship based on the amount of commitment and time a woman is giving to him. That's how they know their relationship. Unless that's happening, I don't know what these people are doing. Or for all I know, they're just having sex, which seems to be the trend now. People are just sleeping with each other and just living life, expecting things to happen spontaneously for some reason because of what greater society told them.
Well, you're in New York, so you would know this. I'm in Miami, so I would know this. The women are complaining about these air quotes situationships, whether they're claimed or not claimed. So going to exactly what you're saying, it the wishy-washy what are we thing, they're dying under that shit. But they love it when they get to be the ones to decide whether we are or we aren't. But they hate that there's another side to that, the man side. And so going to your point, if they already hate the wishy-washiness of the heterosexual situationships, what happens when you start mixing sexuality in the mix? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
That's the problem is like the issue is with verbiage. So it started happening actually in the 80s when they started talking about spouses, but they really meant couples, not non-married couples, because the argument back then in the 70s and 80s was that spousal abuse or abuse amongst women was high. But what they neglected to mention was that it was low for married women, for women that were actually married. So what they did is combine married women and non-married women and put it all together, which destroys the data. Because the truth is, the least likely to get hurt or spousal abuse is married women. That's a fact. Look it up. But that hurts their argument. That makes marriage seem to be a good thing for women. So they don't want to promote that. So they're going to say, oh, partners. And then that's the thing. So you hear this terminology, partner, we're together. There was a famous TikTok video of this Asian woman saying that why do you guys date a woman, has your girlfriend, then you guys break up and you never post on social media, then the next girlfriend you post on social media. I immediately was able to ascertain that this woman's full of shit, that she was never in a relationship with this man. They were just hooking up. Of course, he didn't post you. You're not in a relationship. And they don't even, you know how much women are talking about relationships that are not real relationships? Like, if you do statistics.
Wait. There's two things to that. Wait. Two. Number one, you are on a rotation. Number two, what you just said, and then there was another one. Don't lose it. Don't lose it. Don't lose it. Oh, because women don't want to own that they knowingly were the side chick. For the most part, you see a little bit of it really flagrantly in the Black community, but women writ large don't want to own that they knowingly were the side chick, or that they knowingly were competing, or they were dating you, and you let them know, by the way, I'm dating other people, and she lost it. She lost to the 2 or 3 other women you were dating at the time.
Okay.
So they pride
let's do
can't
some.
take that hit. So they say you did them wrong because you broke up with them. I was dating multiple people, which means that we were in a relationship, which means I didn't really break up with you. I just let you know that you got outbid. Anyway,
Okay,
hold on,
so
go ahead.
look at some stats. The highest rates of new HIV cases is Black women. So let's think about it. Let's think about the math real quick. So at a course, a recent study, under 30-year-olds, women, I think 70% of them, quote unquote, have relationships, while only a low number of men have relationships, quote unquote. Now, how does this make sense? Now, either all these women are just dating older men, all these Black women are dating men who are not Black and getting HIV, or they're all dating the same men. They're all dating the same small number of men. If they're all dating the same small number of men, how can you be in a relationship with this man?
I'll say this: have we seen when either it's the whatever podcast or when Fresh and Fit would bring it up or whatever, how the women respond, white, Black, Latino, don't matter, how they respond when exactly what Socrates said is said, like, y'all realize y'all all dating the same type of dudes, right? Like y'all all dating, like, for the most part, obviously we know they're dating more than just the top 20, but for the most part, the top 20 is putting y'all through a rotation. Like all of y'all are trying to get to them guys. Have we ever seen the videos of how the women respond? When the women respond for the first time ever thinking or hearing that, and how the women respond when it's like they might have an idea of it already, but then it sits to them and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it. Like,
okay, why is there? Have you heard the Facebook group where they post a picture and ask other girls, "Are you dating him?"
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Why does that exist?
Because he's sought after. Because he's him. He's him.
Because they're all dating him. That's why. Because they know they are dating the same guy. There was this guy, West Side Chelsea Dave, some of this guy on Tinder who got put on blast because he was dating a whole bunch of girls in Manhattan, and they started writing about him, and they realized that all these girls are dating him.
Yeah,
and mind I'm not saying that he's lying. Like women gonna say that, oh, he lied to me. No, he didn't. He probably told you, listen, I'm doing my thing. If you want to hang out, we can hang out, and just chill. They say okay. Then eventually they have a conversation. Where are we going? What is this? And he said, I told you what this is. I'm chilling. And then she does this, hoping that one day it's going to evolve into something, and it never happens. And then she writes a book about how men are trash and dogs.
Let's do this, because you're in New York. I really want to bring this up real quick, Blood. If you imagine this, Henry Cavill isn't world famous Superman. He's a lead attorney in New York making $500,000 a year. You don't think he's slaying every goddamn woman he sees that he wants? Okay, then. So what always fascinates me about women is that they don't want to own that they got outcompeted. I was dating him, and he let me know that he was dating 4 other women, and he chose one of them, and it wasn't me. Like, I never see women admit that they took an L from the next chick. Ever. They always make it seem like he lied to me, he manipulated me, he was using me, he was playing us, he was playing me, he was playing her, and they never say, hey man, I knew it, or I had an idea, and like I seen homegirl and she's prettier. Goddamn, I hate it, but man, right?
Dude, I was with this girl. Right? I never called her my girlfriend. I never referred to her as my girlfriend. I never said we were girlfriend and boyfriend. We were just chilling. I come to find out from the grapevine, she told like a co-worker who was the cousin of another girl I know, and she was telling me this crazy story. Like, oh, you were her boyfriend and you dogged her out and you treated her like what? What's what? I'm hearing this tale that I'm like, what are you talking about? We were never together. I didn't even question her about the other guys she's with. Like, oh wow. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ben.
to interject and kind of build off of the your story with those is this your man groups. What at least locally, for what I'm hearing is a lot of women are starting to use it as a tool for sabotage. And when they are posting those guys saying, "Oh, what's he do? Was it? Oh, yeah. He dated my best friend. He dated this, that, and
Wait,
third."
listen. Oh, is that you? Better you? Better you?
Yeah.
I've gotten my game. I have great game, and I'm not boasting about it just to boast about it. I say I have great game because I learn from women. My game comes from women. Women are socially savvy. I know how they think. I always say they jellyfish to me. I know how women think, and because I know how women think, I know what they're gonna do. I already know what they're gonna do before they even say it. Of course, they're gonna create this group and use it to poach.
I'm sorry, I don't believe it. I don't think any man knows how women think. I think that if that was the case, you would be a sage, and God would take you off this planet because He can't let that knowledge stay here. God would have been took you out of this shit. He was like, hell no, nigga, I ain't gonna let you start teaching these niggas how to do shit.
If you don't believe
ain't nobody know how women think. Go ahead.
I tell you, if you don't believe me, give me a scenario revolving a woman. I'll tell you exactly what she's gonna do. I'll tell you exactly what she's gonna do.
Look.
So
I'll just say, like I said, if you really knew, God would have took you off of this shit. But He's like, ain't no way. Look, I took Aaliyah out of here for less, nigga. I took Michael out of here for less. I ain't gonna let you be the fucking. I took Pac and fucking look. I took Malcolm Jr. out here for less, nigga. I ain't gonna let you know shit about women.
I knew a situation. So I went to my boy's crib one day, right, and he had this Chinese girl in there, and I was like, "Oh, who's that?" He's like, "Oh, that's my coworker. We just chilling out." I said, "Word." I said, "Y'all dating?" He's like, "Nah, we just chilling." I looked at her, and I was like, "All right." Then when she left, I told him, I said, "Yo, bro, she likes you, bro, and she's waiting for you to actually make a permanent move towards her, and she just biding her time." And he's like, nah, she cool with it. She know what it is. I said, "No, she doesn't know what it is. This will come back to haunt you." 5 years later, she's like, "Yo, I was waiting for you to propose to me and give me a kid, and it never happened. So I figured forget it then, and blah, blah, blah." And he's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Absolutely." It's another dude. He was with this girl. They were hanging around.
My dad has a story like that, by the way.
Claiming they were friends.
Somebody he grew up with that's like that. Go ahead.
They went to nursing school together. They said they were friends, and she was hanging around him. And I was like, "Yo, bro, is that your girl?" He's like, "Nah, that's my homie." I said, "Bro, she is not your homie. She wants to marry you." He's like, No, she doesn't. You're crazy." Fast forward later, he starts dating another girl. She threatens to kill him. You hear me? She gets a gun and say, "Yo, I'm about to kill you for breaking my heart." And he was shocked. Like, how could this happen? I'm like, "Yo, bro, I'm telling you, women are not that like you. Once you understand them, all you have to do to understand women is turn off your brain of all logic and reason and feel your way through life. Like you're doing some like Tai Chi. And you just try to feel the environment, and that's how they live.
But that's
I'm telling you. I'm telling you, that's how you understand women.
Nah, those stories that Socrates just alluded to, it confirms what I was telling you, Z. Women, the majority of women cannot live with just getting dick for the rest of their life. They can't do it.
I agree.
No. I'm telling you, there's a concept in like Japanese karate. I've got the term, but it's like, in Dragon Ball Z, where they close their eyes, where they can instinctually feel what's going on. That's what you have to do to understand women. That's how women live life, and it makes sense because
let me say this. Let me say this real quick, yo. When you were describing that just now, Lion, I thought about Superhead. Like whenever you see little clips of her, she sounds fucking nuts. I've never seen Superhead sound sane. That bitch sounds crazy. Like she sounds crazy every time you see her, and she's not an ugly woman. But every time you see her, that bitch sounds crazy.
They all sound crazy. Listen, if I was to like again, I didn't invent this. My boy, who used to be a model, he put me on. I used to be I was a promoter for high-end clubs in New York City. All the clubs where the models and the trust fund kids and the bottle buyers go to, the biggest top clubs in the city. So I was a promoter there, and I was asking him, "How do I get these girls?" And he told me, "Bro, turn off your brain, bro." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yes, just turn off your brain. It works like a charm. You're like think of how an animal reacts. You only react to an environment. Ooh, pretty colors. Ooh, look at that. Ooh."
Wait, Socrates. I want Better You to read this. Better You read this comment for me, please.
All right, one second.
Okay.
Let me blow it up. Dude talking about using observation hockey from One Piece.
basically, I'm telling you, listen, if you learn to turn off your brain, you will understand women on a deeper level. You'll say, now I get it. It's like a cat. How a cat, if we throw a lure in front of a cat, it immediately goes after it. That's how women are. They react to things, and it makes sense because they're prey. No offense, they're vulnerable.
This nigga sound like Bruce Lee. You must become fluid like water.
You must become feeling.
Actually, what Bruce Lee said was true. So he would tell to a student, he said, "Kick me," and the student kicked him, right? And he's like, "All right, what is the exhibition? Kick me for real." He said, "He kicked me." He said, "You need more emotional content. Kick me again." He said, "Not anger." It's like, listen, it's like a finger pointing to the heavens. And he slapped him. He said, "Do not look at the finger or you'll miss all the heavenly glory. Now kick me." And he kicked him. He said, "Yes." Basically what he's saying is, feel me. Don't think about it. Just move and react. That's how women are. Do not look at the finger or you'll miss women. You have to understand women are, they're the stars. When I talk to, when I want to gain women, I speak to them in poetry, not prose. I speak to them in possibility, not definitive. Everything is what I call subtext. I don't say anything directly. If I want to have sex with them, I don't say I want to have sex with you. I say, "Yo, you know how it'd be great? You ever seen this movie, such and such? Yo, it's so interesting. It's about this woman that's the last one on the earth who can have children, called Children of Men. Have you seen it?" "No, I haven't seen it." "Well, yo, you definitely seen it, man. Come to my crib and see that. You have a great time. Matter of fact, I'm a cook and it'll be amazing." "Really, you can cook?" "Yeah, I can cook. Don't worry about it. I can make some."
Hey, Socrates, they did say you have sex between the ears before you ever have sex in the sheets. Between
Absolutely.
the sheets. I'm just saying.
So,
I'm just saying. Go ahead.
To what you're describing, actually, it sounds like the flow state or the zone, basically.
Correct.
Where
yes,
the body instinctually moves on its own.
Yes, that's women.
What you talking about, drunken master? What the hell? Go ahead, yo.
No, it's the zone. When you hear athletes like, "Oh, I was in the zone," like it's a state where you're. I feel like it's precognition. Like I've got that state like once, maybe twice, where I was just on fire for a game. I knew where the ball was going to be before it was there. It's like I knew everything and how it was going to go a split second before it happened. Like even when I shot the ball, I knew if it was going to go in or if it was coming off the rim. And if it was coming off the rim, I knew exactly where I needed to be so I could get my own rebound and go back up with the shit. I knew if I pump fake, the motherfucker was going to bite. It's just like, it is literally observation hockey.
You know what Socrates sound like? Let me give you of Darth Plagueis.
let me give you that scenario. So my boy asked me. He said he wants to sleep with this girl. I said, "All right, here what you do. Take her out on a date, right? Make sure the date is close to where she lives, but not exactly where she lives, right? Then after you go on this date, whether it's in a coffee shop or food, ask her to take you around because you might want to move into the area and you want to see if it's a nice area. As she's taking you around and walking you around, do not give her attention like that. Act like you're not that interested. Playfully, though. Then as you're doing this, say, "Hey, don't you live near here? Let me see your crib." Now, once you do that, this is how she feels. She feels anxiety because she's like, "Oh, no, he's going to want to have sex with me. I don't know if I feel ready yet, blah, blah, blah. Is this what's happening?" So she's going to be hesitant. And then you say, no, I just want to know. And see a building, stuff like that. So you take it to a building. Then you bring her upstairs. Then she opens the door. You look inside, left and right. You say, "All right, cool. Let's get out of here." Then she's in a state of confusion. Now, when a woman's in a state of emotional confusion, that's when she's most susceptible. So he did exactly what I said. And guess what happened? When he left, he looked left and right and left. She grabbed him and brought her into her apartment. And of course, the rest is history.
Let me read these two real quick. And a split gem says, "Plenty of dudes know that one guy that hangs out with females to throw dirt on other men." Yeah. Bro. The dirty back
on that damn
bro. These are the super dirty Macs, bro. Cape and all. Like these are the super. Their capes are dirty even. Like bro, these are they dust flying off their cape as they fly through the air as they crawl on the floor. Like super dirty Macs.
I would not put it past those pansies you had me listening to on this video. I would not put it past them.
Hey, let me say this because of you, Lud. I am sorry, really not sorry, for the horror show that I turned y'all algorithms to after I send y'all a bunch of these links. I am sorry, really not sorry that I subject my subscribers who I love and care about. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to my day ones. Shout out to the replay gang. I am sorry, really not.
that I subject y'all
Nah,
to the torture, to the torture.
I'm gonna play the
Waterboarding.
female card on this one, Z. If you love me, you wouldn't have done that to me. You never would have done that to me.
Oh man, hey, hey, it's all fair in love and war. Right? And let me read this from the Roger report. Go ahead, I'll read it.
Especially with that dark skinned dude that between Afro Puff and
Afro Puff.
Afro Puff and sweet and dark skinned sweetener talking about
You know, when you said Afro Puff, you know who you remind me of? Lady of Rage, bro. When you said Afro Puff, Lady of Rage.
He looks like a talking Afro Puff.
Oh man.
And I'm between him and the other dude that was talking about the story about the old man, the older guy that
bro, he really got me. Eddie didn't really bother me too much. I'm like, but Omar did. I'm like, God damn, go ahead.
Like, yo, it never crossed you that like you never crossed like as to why he cheated. We're not giving. Here's the thing: we're not making excuses for what he cheated, but you don't think there were other factors and other things that led to that? Like he just up in one day and decided to go get some pussy?
No.
Yeah,
let me read this real quick.
They believe that all men are villains.
Real quick.
Yes.
And Revelux says, "Jokes on you. I don't watch them." He's like, "I jokes on you, nigga. I don't watch that shit you be putting in the description box."
Z, the only reason I watched it because it was 20-something. It was 20-something minutes. But you best believe I put that shit on 1.75.
Right.
And I caught everything.
Let me tell you. So no, I share these things because I got this in my mind when I used to watch The Grapevine, and like I realized that a couple of them worked for like either Hot 97 or like media conglomerates and all this other stuff. And I remember when the light bulb went off, like, oh shit, these are the motherfuckers that's behind the scenes of the movers and shakers. They have the movers and shakers ears, right? And what Aisha, rest in peace, the young lady, I think she had anchored on news before. She had done news segments. So like, when the light bulb went off, and I was like, oh shit, that's who they are. These are like the next up and coming, or they behind the scenes. You may not know who they are ever in your life, but like the who's who might know them. And that's when I became a content creator. That's why I decided to go down this route, like the Kimberly Nicole Fosters, the Julesies. Shout out to Francesca, right? Francesca Lee, like she met with Michelle Obama years ago. That's why I speak about these people. I review these people, right? Cat Black been in the TRA&S community for the longest, right? So these people like are like social media known, like foreign man in a foreign land, like all these people, like if you see FD starting to get access to some really like high people, like they're Ole was on Godfrey, right? Like, so that's why I review these people. That's why I talk about these people, because they're not not the biggest stars, but they have social media presence and their word carries. And when they're talking crazy about black men with the quote unquote authority that they do, I'm not saying they really have authority, it carries weight. And that's why I want y'all to be prepared, and I want y'all to have the appropriate skills to kind of take this away from your nephew, right? Or take this away from your sons. And go ahead.
But the thing that I don't get, and I think I've said this before, is that how do they stop their nephew, the son, the boys from experiencing reality? Like when they go out to a club or they go out to a party or they go out on dating apps or they go out on Instagram or they go out to any social function, all this stuff is playing out in reality. This is why I don't understand these people. I'm from New York City.
Real quick, Socrates. Hey, this is the problem, Socrates. I don't think they can't stop their kid from experiencing it, or their nephew or whoever, their guy cousin who they care about. What they can do though is explain it away, water it down, and quote unquote contextualize the women's misbehavior.
How are you gonna listen? How are you gonna
snarkiness?
Bro, how are you gonna water down this scenario? Right? I was going to a Bally's in Brooklyn, and the desk girl was a girl named Michelle, who I would play around with for fun, not sexually, but just tease for fun. So there was a guy there who was very much in love with her. Like he would spend time talking to her, not work out, and then just spend time talking to her. And so I would come there with my boy, just to scan in and take a time to tease her. And one time we had a conversation, And the conversation, I was making fun of her how she's not cool, and I can't take her out to the parties in Manhattan because she can never get in because she's not cool enough. And she would laugh it off, but be interested. And he asked me about the scene in Manhattan. He said, if I talk to those girls in Manhattan, how many girls do I get? And I said, at the time when I really cared about this stuff, 10 out of 10. He didn't believe me. Now, what's crazy about the situation is that he is fighting for this girl's attention. He's pining over her. He spends all this time with her. One time, as a joke, I stole her tip jar, all the money in her tip jar, and just left, and she let me do it. Only reason I even gave it back was to my boy was like, "Are you gonna take our money?" I was like, "Yeah, you're right. That's kind of grimy." But the stuff that certain guys will be allowed to do in front of these guys that are being told to don't trust your lying eyes. These same Olays, I'm pretty sure if she has a chance to get with a top 20 dude in Manhattan, you don't think he could smash? Like, you don't think in these social functions, there's certain guys that we all know are running through all these women, whether it's in universities, whether it's in corporate America, whether it's in these nonprofits, it's playing before you right in front of your eyes. So I don't understand. Like, you're going to lose no matter what because they don't need adolescence. They don't need the red pill. They can feel it's even worse now through social media. They're going to see it. They're going to see when their DMs get unread, when they get left unread, when they know girls give them attention, when girls come straight up front.
But it's not, it's about them contextualizing. I agree with you, by the way. I'm just saying, it's not about what he actually experiences. It's about trying to get him back back. I hate this phrase, but back on the plantation. It's not about, you're getting spanking. Yeah, you're getting. And here's the thing too. Let's be very clear. Class, even amongst Black people, it helps to alleviate that a little bit. Plus, even amongst Black people, even though that divorce rate is still sky high, people in upper tiers are more likely to get married, and even in the Black community, more likely to stay married. It's no comparison to any other group. But so when you look at the Kim Fosters, let's say she does have a son, the goal is that he's not the 70 that will come back down to working class, that he remains. By the way, I'm referring to a Brookings Institute research paper that shows that 70% of the Black boys born in the upper middle class, but they tried to say rich, but they got checked on it because it's not rich. It's upper middle class. And you could say above. 70% of them come back down, right? 30% of them maintain, where with the women, it's like 80-20 split or something like that for Black women. So the Kim Fosters of the world, and I'm still answering what you're saying, Socrates, the goal is to keep their son in that top 30. Understandable, okay. And so that he doesn't necessarily have to experience certain things. And where, yeah, he's going to fall off the horse. Yeah, some women are going to talk to him crazy, but that's what his liberalized dad is for, his quote unquote progressive dad is for. That's what the environment's for. It's supposed to act as a shield for some of the most pernicious forms of like Black women effery. So what happens? Let me just say this real quick. What happens here is what I liked about what I played earlier is these guys grow up slightly, just a teeny different, and they have just slightly different experiences. Not even really, but little bit different experiences. And so what ends up happening is their mothers and their aunts and whatnot, and maybe even an uncle, get to be like, you see, I told you, those other people, those other guys, those Black minister guys, they're sexist. You didn't go through that. Now, did you? Right?
Wait, Mrs. Z.
Go ahead.
In his circle, this is going to happen. What I'm telling you right now is definitely going to happen to this young man. When he encounters the woman that tells him about patriarchy and progressivism and all this nonsense, and he sees that guy who openly defies all that stuff, and she sleeps with him, what is he going to do with that information?
He's gonna go to Omizi's channel for answers.
No, seriously, because my boy, I had a boy in college named Jimmy, handsome dude, model. He was the biggest that you'll ever meet. Narcissistic, self-absorbed, thinks he's God's gift to the earth. Women would talk crazy about him. All this leftist women talk crazy about him. Guess what? He could smash all of them. I saw it firsthand. That was my awakening. I was like, wow. So at the end of the day, all this rhetoric, when it comes down to it, doesn't matter. He's still going to smash. And he's such an asshole that he'll smash and then brag about it. He say, I smash her, and I'll do it again. I'll tell them openly I smash, expose it, and they'll let me smash afterwards and say, at least can you keep it quiet this time? Bro, when he sees this on college campus, how is he gonna try to reconcile it?
I think that young man, I think he's like ugly as early 20s.
Let me explain to you what's going to happen. He's
All right.
already been trained or is being trained and immersed in all that the gynocratic familiar bullshit. So what he's going to do is blame it all on Tyrone and Chad. He's going to blame it on the system. He's going to blame it on patriarchy. He's going to blame it on him. He's not going to come to most cases. He's not going to come to the realization of the bullshit the women are on. He's going to label the women as victims of this Tyrone monster. That's what he's going to do.
Tyrone.
Isn't it like? My bad.
Real quick, you got it after this, Zulu, and then we got to have Roger. He's gonna blame it on Tyrone. This is, remember the story he was giving earlier, and he said, these men that sexualize women, going to exactly what Black Guru said. That's what he says. That's when you start seeing them call these men womenizers. They never say the women knowingly line up. She knows she's number 83. She got the goddamn ticket in her hand, and she knowingly picked the damn 83 ticket and stood in line. They never say that. What they will say, going to what we're saying right here, is that, he sexualizes women. Oh, he's a womanizer. Wait, did she knowingly grab ticket number 83? Yes. So why shouldn't he indulge? Because exactly, right? So going to what Black said. Go ahead.
He cheated on my mama. He cheated on my mama. But what about the woman he cheated on with my mama?
Mm-hmm.
They never talk about that.
Knowingly knew that he was with your mom.
They never talk about that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, well, I think we were running into basically it was a deification of the matriarchy, but then the reality is not on the whole though, right? Like I think what somebody else said when you were watching somebody else, like how are they trying to spin this, right? Just like how they do with God, they say, your suffering is ordained necessarily, which is quote unquote, you're not the real man you should be, so forth and so on and whatnot, right? That's necessarily, I almost see it the same way. They trying to say your lot in life is to suffer because you done this great sin. All right, let's say women, you did this, men, you did this, right? You didn't run the race for it necessarily, right? So therefore, everything that happens to you is justified. And me personally, that shit ain't gonna hold for me. But I can see how that may have some grips on some weak-minded men necessarily in the community. So that's really what it is. They almost trying to put with the matriarchal status necessarily as a godly status, if that makes sense. I'm sorry, I'm done.
Okay.
Okay. No, let me get this, and then Rod, you got it. And Rod says, and reading his super chat before he goes, and Rod says, if you have to turn your brain off to be with a woman, she is She is the one you're supposed to avoid. I can be saying that's what you're supposed to avoid. You got to turn your brain off. I agree, but I understand the sentiment. But I agree. Well, he's up, so y'all can have that back and forth. But he is going to have to end that in about 20 minutes. I really do know. Reckless. We've been reckless for a little minute now. But yeah, but go ahead, Raj, and then we'll have you and Zulu kind of, I guess, debate that out. Go ahead, Raj. I think the Chicago, springtime got him. Raj.
I think they got him, bro.
Okay, they got him. But yeah.
To his response.
Go ahead and defend your point, Zulu, before Raj goes. See, Raj, you let Zulu punch you. You're not even here to punch back. You only got your gloves on.
You mean Socrates?
I said, I'm sorry, Socrates. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I'll tell him is that the woman that you choose is based on the degree to which you have to turn your mind off. But all women will require you to turn your mind off sometimes. Because that's how they are. They're neurotic. And since they're neurotic, they're going to panic, they're going to worry, and they're going to seek to unload that on you. So if you actually pay attention enough, you're probably going to drive yourself crazy. So you're always going to have some measure of being able to turn your mind off when you're around your woman. If you want peace.
No, I want problem always. So ain't no peace over here, bro. I want problem always. And shout out to, actually I want to shout out to Black Guru. One time I think somebody was like, Z, how can you watch these type of things over and over? And you like people like a schoolgirl. And I was like, and before I can even answer, Black Guru was like, because I think he looks at it like analytically and like, and I think I do. Like that's why I said, that's why I played this. Let me actually get it ready. That's why I started playing this, because I'm like, it actually kind of describes me, but in a weird way. I was actually kind of beating myself up about it, but I was like, I think it is me.
I love the game.
I was like, I think that is me. I was like, I had to just come to terms. I just had to come to terms with it. had to come to terms. I was like, bro, why you keep on going in on these particular type of people? Because if y'all notice, I might use like one of these kind of I don't want to call them dummies, like one of these people that's kind of like off the wall, and you're like, bro, are you slow? I might use them here and there for a stream, but like it's certain people that I really kind of review or speak about. It's because their impact and bro, we have to appreciate that most of us are not part of the Black Manosphere. And you have a nephew, you have a guy cousin who in the girl that he finds attractive in her ears is Chrissy. In her headphones are Chrissy. In her headphones are Shira 7. In her headphones is name them like Crystal Karazan or Kim Foster or name them. And like that's why I want those brothers, or I want y'all to know so y'all can inform them that you do realize like this is a thing. Like if you pursue this, you do know where this is gonna lead. You do know when she says this is what she means, right? Go ahead.
I just came off of a live, probably I think it was a couple of hours ago, right? Where they had necessarily, I think it was one of the guys from Table 8. Was it Dr. Umar? They had Shira 7 necessarily, and what's the other chick name? It's one of them other goddamn chicks, right? They had them all in the line necessarily, and it was like, oh, and he had Kevin Samuels. It was like all these people are dating coaches are destroying the Black community, and I'm sitting here like,
of course,
nah. I was like, this dude's a grifter, that dude's a grifter necessarily. The only person that's actually on this list that could shit technically be on this list is quote unquote what it was that Kevin Samuels. I was like, these other women are basically, they already said we X304s necessarily, right? So like so I'm like, so if you taking advice from 304s and you trying to combine that into actual what you want to call it, a dating relationship kind of game, like then you're crazy. The problem is not necessarily them, it's you really good. But I see the reach back and how they reaching for this thing is really getting to next levels now.
Well,
I mean,
like I said, Zulu.
I love the game.
Go ahead, Lon.
So if Kevin's such a grifter and his advice don't work, how come y'all can't produce nobody better? And he's been gone for almost 5 years.
They can't because, man, these chicks when I be on these lives, man. If I start
wait, real quick, Zulu. I got to cut you. I'm sorry. I got to go on online. God damn, listen, this is why you can't let Negroes tell time for shit. Look, Kevin been dead for almost 3 years. This nigga said 5 years. Look, this is why you can't. Negroes is going. They going to exaggerate the time to prove the point. I do it. I'm not even gonna lie.
You know what I mean, though.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But the point was proven with that.
And here's the thing, though. It's been 3 years, and they still bring him up. They're the ones constantly bringing him up. Why can't y'all bring out anybody better?
You know they don't got nobody better. Kevin was the lightning rod, but low key he was the nuke. With Kevin and I'm so when he one of the Vivica Fox reviews or whatever, and he pretty much said, "Hey ladies, y'all had y'all time." And I know he was talking to Extra. Shout out to Kevin. He's like, "Y'all had y'all time," and you could see he was saying like low key like it's our time now. Y'all had y'all time, and I was dying watching it because I know what he was saying. Like y'all had y'all time to slander us, and y'all did a good job at it. And we're never going to have the mainstream. It's not about slandering Black women back, but it is saying what y'all will not get to do is raise another generation of Black young men who get sideswiped by your daughters, and they realize that they were getting played in divorce court. That's what you're not going to get. What you're not going to get is real quick. And I got to give Anton this one. Step crash dummy, stepdaddies.
I do like
that's what you're not gonna get. Yeah, I really like when he say that, like step crash dummies. Shout out to Anton on that one. Right, I disagree with him politically, but that phrase right there, that's so fire. Right, so like I agree with Kevin. We're just not going to let that happen, and it's gonna happen, but we're just not going to let that be mass produced the way y'all had it for the past few decades. Right, and go ahead.
I've never actually heard a lady be able to refute the basic theme of Kevin's message, which is you want somebody who has put in the work to set themselves apart. And with that, why would they choose you? What about
let me do this. Let me do this real quick, better you got it right back. If anybody's not talking and you chilling, if y'all don't mind dropping, because I want to bring Roger up because I'm gonna end out in a little bit and I want to see what he has to say. So if anybody, all right. Thanks, Zulu.
Anyway.
I'll drop out too.
Oh goddamn!
No,
Hey, I was
I was just
these niggas
listening.
said, "Fuck you, goddamn." Go.
Yeah.
Okay. No, you're good. All right. Thanks for coming up, Azriel. Thanks for coming up. All right, Raj, you good? You got space now. You got space. Let me drop the link for you. Go ahead. I'm better you.
Yeah, but I've never heard a woman actually refute that core point, which is if you want somebody who has made themselves a standout and they themselves have reached this level and that they want certain things, that they are no longer just the average Joe Blow. And it's like, it's such a twist. It's like pretzels, getting them to try to rationalize that we're out of it. They're like, well, even though you such and such, blah, 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 that doesn't mean that the regular girl can't get this type of person. And blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, a bench woman in high school can make it to the NBA technically, but his odds ain't too damn good.
Well, I don't like that plausible thing that like when we have the conversation about when we have the conversation about plausible or better yet, possible, and they have the conversation like, no, it can happen. We're talking about likeliness. We're talking about how plausible it is. You're talking about how probable it is. That's
angels in the outfield rhetoric, man. That's that.
Yeah.
I knew it could happen.
Good reference, by the way. Good reference. Good reference.
That's that angels in the outfield rhetoric.
Yeah.
We don't believe that shit.
Yeah. I mean, like you're saying, better you. Can it happen? Yeah. Can you shout out to Shay Shade and Danica Marie and them, because that was a great ass reference they had a few years ago when they was like, can the billionaire walk into the Shake Shack, and like choose you? Yeah, it can happen. Right, and Danica Marie had me down. She was like, "My billionaire gonna walk into this Shake Shack." Like exactly. Can it happen? Yes. What's the likeliness that you're Nicole? That what's her name? The one that had married the billionaire dude, and then her and her son end up missing. What is her name? Not Anna Nicole. Nicole. Anna. Oh damn! I'm getting my Nicoles mixed up. One of the white Nicoles. The one that her son ended up with ODing. I think she ended up getting murdered. She ended up dying. Like, and then there was a debate about
Anna Nicole Smith.
Anna Nicole.
Thank you, Anna Nicole Smith. You ain't gonna be Anna Nicole Smith. For those of you that know the backstory,
Anna Nicole Smith was a baddie.
Yeah. But remember, wasn't she like a stripper or something? And he walked up on her and he was
she was a stripper.
Exactly.
She was a stripper.
You're not gonna be Anna Nicole Smith. Is what I was trying to say. Thank you. Can it happen? Yes. Will it happen? Nah, probably not.
Just tell them straight. Ain't no life raft for you hoes. No life raft.
Hey, let me play this and then you gotta rush because I want to play this because Lion said ho at the end. I gotta play this because at the end actually.
I say it into no man that expect me to go 50-50. You want your wife to bear your children, cook, clean, work enough hours to handle big bills, and take care of you? You expecting me to pay big bills, baby? I'm gonna want some bussy when I get off of work. Fuck is you talking about? Bend that ass over. Let that bussy breathe. This what you wanted, right? 50-50, right? And I do mean.
Look at her, sassy and funny. Yeah, she is cute.
I get off of work. That ass better be tooted up. As soon as he get up off me, I'm gonna look at him like, my turn. My turn.
Cut that bitch off. Next caller. You just saying anything now, ho.
That's why I played it, Lion. That's why I played it because when Lion said, "Oh," that's what I thought.
Who are these niggas?
You just saying anything, ho.
You know what I'm saying? like, we need to stay away from these niggas.
when Lion said, "Oh," that's what I thought.
That's Keisha right there. That's Keisha. Cute, big lips until she starts talking. That's Keisha right there. Probably got a tattoo.
Let me read this.
Probably got a tattoo on her damn shoulder.
Let me read this real quick. That line, you know, she got a tattoo on the other shoulder that we ain't see. You know it, but let me read this and then you got Rush. And Indigo says she was until she opened her mouth. Yeah, she was cute, and then she started speaking, and there you go. The end of that. Go ahead, Rush. What's up?
Yeah, I'm only gonna be here for a short period of time. I'm mad busy doing stuff, getting money. Y'all know how
you ain't gonna pull a me on me. How you gonna pull a me on me?
Man, I gotta get money. Okay, but
what you think I be doing? I be trying to sleep so I can go get money. Go ahead.
Yeah, I stay woke and get money, but hey, no, well, this was the thing because I was saying in the super chat, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times, we conflate certain issues with stuff that ain't really got nothing to do with it. Because when you start talking about getting women, The average woman chooses to be an idiot. And that's just how it goes. The average woman ain't that bright. And this is a choice. This is not like me saying they don't have the ability to be smart people, but there are certain games you play to get women in bed. And so, dudes talking about turn on, I don't know who said it, but you turn off your brain so you can do X, Y, and Z.
Challenge.
Those are dumb
Raj
hoes.
versus Socrates. Go ahead, Raj.
No,
Let
I'm
Socrates
saying
respond. Go ahead.
at the end that's dumb hoes. We know these things are gonna work because they're dumb hoes. Dumb hoes are gonna do this certain thing. If I find a way to get a dumb hoe's attention, and then I pull my attention away, then she's gonna be curious about me because she wants my attention. If I take a chick out and we have a somewhat decent date, then I don't call her for 3-4 days to make her wonder about me. Yeah, she's gonna respond to that because she ain't that bright. It is what it is. I'm not saying what he said is wrong. I'm just saying it's a conflation when you're talking about a woman is worth something. Dumb hoes are gonna fall for dumb hoe stuff. That's just what it is at the end of the day. And then because y'all talked about Kevin a little bit, I'm gonna say, well, one of the problems that Kev kind of create, it's because of the listener. I ain't gonna say he created the problem, but this is what was gonna be what got pulled from it. Dumb hoes listen what Kev's. I'm talking about Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels just said stuff that many black men were saying. It's not about you can find somebody better based on subscriber numbers or anything like that. You can say his advice don't work if the marriage rates amongst black women went up. If it didn't go up because they're still not following the advice, then you could say Kevin is right. Now, if they go up, if they start following the advice and then the numbers of where the marriage rate started going up, then you got to say Kevin was right. And at the end of the day, Kevin just saying what a lot of other men said. But the issue with what Kev did was he started speaking about it from a high value man perspective, and he's talking about very low basic stuff that is far less than what a high value man is going to look for.
But isn't that the
For
foil though, Raj?
is,
Real quick, Raj, isn't that the foil? Because they couldn't even meet that. Like, if I lay out the dinner for you and I say all you have to do, Raj, is show up. I know you hungry. I trust me. Come to the dinner. I got business people here. You got food here. We ain't gonna tell them you starving. I got connections. All you gotta do, Raj, is make it here. As a matter of fact, I'll send the Uber to pick you up. And the Uber get to my house and you not there. Isn't that the point? Like, you couldn't even follow this most simplest. Go ahead.
I get you, but because of the stupidity of an audience, people choose to be stupid, man. What a dummy hears, this is what a dumb person heard. A dumb person heard a high value man don't want a fat woman, so I can be fat and get a poor man. A dummy heard that. A dummy,
you know what? You're right. You're right.
A dummy heard that a high value man don't want a woman with a bunch of kids, so I can have a bunch of kids and get a poor man. That's what a dummy heard. Kevin talked about the most basic things that any man would want, and he threw high value man on it, and people still start tripping, even in the context of a high value man. So now you're talking about a nigga who got more money than the average cat got, and I reject giving him that because him being a high value man doesn't mean anything to me. That don't mean nothing to me. I'm giving these niggas what I want these niggas to have, and people dance on his grave and had all these reactions. But at the end of the day, you're talking about dumb women, the same women that you can take on a date, then ignore them for 3 days, and then they're going to call you and try to see what's going on about you and give you. Yeah, those are dumb women at the end of the day. So I'm not saying you don't sleep with the dumb women because they dumb. This is their choice to be this stupid. But don't have no real expectation that dumb women going to do something that smart women going to do. If I can play these games with you at 20 years old, 25 years old, 30 years old, 35, and it's still working, something wrong with you. Why is this stuff still working on women?
You make some valid points, but I will say this. I think, unfortunately, and I was on Obsidian's stream one time, and the lady, I forgot her name, but Letitia Jackson, whatever, her name is Letitia, whatever, but she says, basically, she was like, they're only going to listen to men that they feel as though are quote unquote high, worthy of listening to.
No,
that's why the premise was, okay, I'm going to listen. Kevin knows where all the high value men are. Not to say
but this is the thing. There is some truth in what that person said, whoever she is, and she don't make no difference. They listen to who they believe is important, and that person is not a black man.
That person cannot be black.
Go there, Raj. Go there,
If
Raj.
you want, your income has nothing to do with your color. If you're a black man, you're not worth listening to. Period. Kev just proved that. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm gonna say the women proved it based on their reaction to what he said. Because when he specified something for high value men, they still said we ain't gonna give you niggas that because you still a nigga at the end of the day.
Yeah, he's
So
right.
even when you took it
Raj
to
is
high
right.
value men, this is what we want basically as men, and the women rejected that before Kevin got popular. Then he got popular and put a spin on it and say, well, a high value man wants the same. And then they still said we ain't giving you that either, nigga. And what black men ain't figured out is the nigga
Wait,
part.
pause right there, Raj. Pause. God damn it. That's why I want you to pause. Why? Take Raj. Say that again and then explain why you said nigga at the end. Please go ahead.
Black men been telling black women what they want from a basic standpoint. Black women have rejected that because you are a nigga. Now, Kevin specified, I'm only talking about the high value men, the people at the top. I'm only talking about them. And what did he ask for? Same basic stuff that other men had been saying. And then what did they say? We're still not giving you that, nigga, because Kevin wasn't white. That's just it at the end of the day. Black women would have failed in line if there was a white man saying the exact same thing and saying, hey, we can get you hooked up with white men. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people, I understand a lot of folks want to make everybody the same. Black people deal with issues that other people don't. Now, if you do the exact same thing for white women, it still may not work because they be power tripping on a whole different level. It's about a power trip to them. But if you line some black women up and tell them you abide by what we say and we gonna get you a white man, a lot of a lot of black women gonna kill themselves trying to fit what they want. It's just that simple at the end of the day. White men don't have to work for no black women.
Roger, brother. You know, the kind of the both of your point and kind of illustrate things. It doesn't even have to be somebody trying to tell them something for their betterment to help them. I think if you juxtapose the way black women responded to Jerry Springer's death, which I think came like a year after Kevin's, who made his reputation off of casting black women and black people in the worst of light, versus how they responded to Kevin, who was actually trying to tell them a little bit of game. I think that says it all, bro.
Man, black women been this way for a long time. It's just black men have a hard time accepting. They ain't listening to you because you're a nigga. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, you shouldn't even take it personal. Just understand they stupid. Black men got to be comfortable with just accepting women are choosing to be stupid at the end of the day. That is not my fault, nor should I make it my problem.
Let me ask you this better. You. Who was Jerry Springer married to? What's her background? Who's Jerry Springer's wife? Asian woman.
She was an Asian
Thank
woman.
you.
Same
Thank
thing
you.
with Maury.
And
Maury's wife was Asian too.
thank you. And Jerry Springer's wife, what happened when he passed? Did she not go around making sure to clean up his name and anything that was gonna be sully? Did she not do interviews afterward? Did she not make sure that I saw her doing a bunch of interviews a couple years after he passed.
But I'm gonna say black women don't care about
wait. Real quick, Bryce, please. There's a reason why I'm bringing it up. In honor of him. In honor of him. She know what he was into. She know what that media is. She know. But she made sure, hey, don't you want to be positive about my husband? I'm just saying, we only seen one person. Well, not even. I mean, her husband wasn't famous, but we only seen the judge rest in peace to her husband. We seen her do that. We don't see too many black women doing that, even if they were married. Go ahead, Ross.
Because black women only care about the color of your wife, in only a couple different scenarios. They care about the color of your wife if you rich and you have a white wife, because they feel like they should have access to that white woman's money that she getting off that black man. So they will care about it in that scenario. Also, they will care about it if any non-black man will be with a black woman and have her be his wife. Then they care. Other than that, they don't care nothing about the color of your wife. It doesn't change anything when it comes to how they respond to you as a man. Your wife don't matter at the end of the day. Because even the guys who have black wives, in order for them to get traction with women, they got to say a bunch of stuff women want to hear. You don't see no man out here today heavily influencing women deliberately with a black wife without saying a bunch of stuff women want to hear. You don't see one.
Rod, let me ask you a question. Actually, let me read a couple of super chats, and I gotta ask you this question before I end up. And Leon says, I got that clip for Tunnel Runner bragging ass. I'm gonna download it. I clicked it. I'm gonna download it, and I'm gonna have it for him next time. Bragging ass. God damn! Every time, Raj, every time Tunnel Runner come up here, he tell about his great ass relationship with his lady who's not black, and he did it just happy as all get out, and she cooking and everything. I'm like, stop bragging. We don't want to hear that shit no more. Like,
Come on the
stop it.
damn
Hey,
chat,
player
giggling.
haters.
Come on the chat,
Right?
giggling like a
Giggling and
motherfucker.
happy and
Giggling
just
and
all
shit.
enjoying his life. And better you got it perfect. Better you said live from paradise every time Turner come pull up. But Rod, so because you're an extra, I think this is important. Yes, you're a younger extra, but this is important. So I reviewed earlier in the stream a brother, darker skinned brother, talking about essentially Tracee Ellis Ross's generation. So she's 52, she's a little bit older than you, but still, and how horrible the men of her same age group are, right? So that would be extras, right? And he mentioned 60s, so that would be boomers too. But and he was saying the men of her age group are horrible, and that's probably why she's single, type of thing. That's why he was framing it. And I'm glad that you're up here. What would you say to a Gen Z, so probably around the age of late 20s, maybe later 20s? What would you say to those young men, young black men, who maybe were raised by a single mother and they have horrible ideas about or horrible notion about Generation X black men, and why so many Generation X black women are either not married, highly divorced from Generation X black men, right? What would you say to those men who have essentially adopted their mother's horrific view of Xer black men? Go ahead.
Why would you, as an adult, choose to listen to a woman who ain't got no husband in the first place? All you know that she understands is failure. That's what you know she understands. You can have all type of theories about how she or what she can say about winning as a woman, but she understands failure because she's literally in it. Okay, she literally couldn't do what she was created to do. Okay, her function as a woman is to be with a man. She didn't even get that right. Okay, then why would you listen to women when women don't take on the position of taking care of you as a man? She ain't gonna take care of you anyway. Why is that important? Why is her opinion that important to you? If I don't pay your bills and I'm never going to do anything to help you pay your bills, why are you that invested when they say stuff that don't add up in their own lives? If you're gonna listen to a woman, at least find one that's married.
Now put that H word in front of the word failure, and then say that again, Raj.
Yeah, correct. Good. Gynecological failures and all that other stuff. Good. I actually deleted. I accidentally deleted somebody's comment, somebody's super chat. I messed around and pressed the wrong button, and I don't even remember what I was gonna read it, and I don't even. Then the thing just went. God damn it. Well, actually, I read that one. I read Rogers earlier. Buckeye fan. Let me read that. And Buckeye fan says, "Ole." Go ahead.
You might be able to go backstage. Click on your starred comments. You might be able to see it in there still.
No, I am on that one. That's what I'm on, and I think that's where I deleted it from. Actually, like a dumb smart ass. Anyway, but yeah, exactly. I done messed up, Raj. I'm gonna have to wait for the replay and then see if I see the comment and it didn't delete. Maybe probably not. And whoever that is, okay, somebody gonna be missing a comment. My apologies. It's Z's fault. I pressed the wrong button and I didn't realize it was the delete button. It was too late and it was already loading and it was gone. Buckeye fan says Ole just did a show on Shannon Sharp. I didn't watch it yet. I saw the thumbnail. I'm gonna watch it. So we stay tuned. We might be reviewing that. Y'all know their takes be off the wall, and of course they be coming from left field, pun intended. Left field. Okay, yeah. So they be coming from left field with their perspectives. So get ready for he's preying on her. She's 19 and da talk. And like I said, if y'all tired of these men dating younger women, then raise the age of consent. I don't think you got the ovaries to try it, right? And tell people why. Say, look, we're tired of rich niggas skipping over us, dealing with younger women who are not as jaded to the world and who might get on their program. Tell the truth. I don't think you will, but you're gonna frame it in some other way that makes it sound like, no, we care about the young women and we don't want to be taken advantage of. But when it's really like, no, these niggas better end up with us or stay single or give us their resources or something, but we don't want them to skip over us for the younger, nicer women. Okay, continuing. But yeah,
Let me say it real quick, because I'm gonna dip out. I'm gonna say it real quick.
Go ahead.
Because I'm thinking about what I would actually say to a younger man. Hey, bro, my mama divorced. I wouldn't listen to her. What can she tell me about men? She can love me as best she can, but she can't tell me squat about nothing when it comes to men, because she divorced.
Let me say this, Ross. Why I'm glad you said that is because you made it personal. I think you needed to be that way for the answer. I think that speaks to how serious you are, that you made it personal and said, look, I wouldn't listen to my mom because she's divorced. And to be frank, my mom is still married, and there's certain things about men that I don't listen to her on. I'll be like, "Nah, mom," and I'll debate her back, and she know it. So yeah, so let me respond to what Raj is saying and to the young man by saying, "Hey, my parents are still married. They're gonna be 40 years next year. Next year will make 40 years, right? And my lady, before her father passed away, her parents were married for 43 years. So, and I still be like, I don't know about that one, right? So there you go. To back up what you're saying, Raj, go ahead.
And let me just throw a little action there. Real talk, because I ain't gonna listen to no women. Anyway, I don't know why some young man listen to some broad except he wasn't raised by his father. And truth.
Just saying. Exactly. Just saying. Look, I get it. Like I said, if you, because that's the water they swim in. The problem is that they're so indoctrinated that by the time one of us, and he actually gives a story of when he was 20, like early 20s, an older gentleman in his 40s tried to be like, hey, bro, I see you getting your money. I wouldn't get married. I'm divorced. I would go deal with some younger woman in the DR. And so an older man in his 40s at the time was telling him this, and he wrote, Raj, the word he used it was disgusting what he was saying. And I'm like, oh, you're thoroughly indoctrinated. Okay, don't worry, you'll learn when you're in divorce court and you going through it. That's when you realize what the hell is going on. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah. When it comes to those people, they got to realize in divorce court. Go ahead.
Question I would ask is he married?
No, I don't think as a matter of fact, no, I don't think he's married. As a matter of fact, he said he was grieving not being in a relationship himself.
Okay, so then why have what you've done been any better than what the brother advised you to do?
Well, he said, I'm still optimistic. If I remember correctly, he did say, I'm still optimistic.
Basically, what you did was, instead of going to the Dominican Republic and failing, you stayed here and failed.
Oof.
It's still the same end result. You still failed.
No.
So how is what he recommended any worse than what you actually did?
I will say this to Leon and to you. So Leon said he'll never be in divorce court. Now, Leon, if I think I know what you're implying, and I think we all know what you're implying. We heard the vocal fry player. We know what you're trying to say, Leon. At least I think I know what you're trying to say. You might not be saying that.
I think he's on that Roger program.
like
Roger has a particular kind of view of divorce.
Yes, sir. Roger's like that to his part. I mean it.
But I don't know. No. I'm talking about something else because I don't. Anyway, we'll leave that because there was some questionable mannerisms and select words that made me question certain things, or that had me question certain things. So maybe he won't be getting divorced, but he won't be getting married. And if he does get married, then maybe it won't be the X chromosome. Anyway, so on that, yeah. Oops. Anyway, continuing, and Gregory Scotland says, and thanks for coming up, Mr. Scotland. And he says, hell, we still have black women's wear wasting time me spent asking about it, Passport Bros, and they have moved on. I'm a little lost. We still have black women's wear, wasting time. We spent asking about it, Passport Bros, and we have moved on. Well, we did. We move on. Well, y'all moved on. Mrs. Z still be going back and forth with these people and then be acting like they don't know me, but then they'll say stuff that let me know that they ripped off what I said or they're responding to what I said. Miss Foster, Miss Foster, I think you know. I think you know who Z is. I see you be kind of low key sneak dissing. I see you. I see you. Hey, why are you in the mud with Z? Aren't you a Harvard grad? Don't you have better things to do than like? Oh, by the way, Miss Foster, I see you putting out a lot of content now. Let me find out it's because what Obsidian said is true, where your money looking funny, and that's why you putting out so much content. See, I read the comments in the comment section, and so your subscribers think it's because you got a burst of energy and you've been inspired and whatnot. Nah, and Obsidian, I saw what Obsidian said. Shout out to the brother Obsidian. I saw what he said. Hey, is your money looking funny? Huh? Them lecture tours is drying up, huh? Is that what it is?
You know what?
I'm just saying.
I wanted to say this too, as someone that's quote unquote, I hate to be associated with them low key, but the college ilk, right? And I'm just getting out of college when I'm still doing my master's, but like I'm telling you, it's no joke to bob and weave in corporate America, like in the office. It's not the most. You see the stuff that people talk about Shador and what he's dealing with, like it's on a microcosm in the corporate office as a black man. I'm telling you that. And I thought to myself in this week, right? I'm talking about like me as an accountant and what have you. Like I'm thinking to myself, damn, maybe a lot of black men in general, they just have this sixth sense that it's like that might not be the greatest place for me to be for my mental health and otherwise. So when I hear someone like Kimberly Nicole Foster's like, oh, the trades ain't nothing. Coding isn't gonna last, or it can't substitute for a degree, which is stupid because most people that are out here with comp sci degrees can't find work because they're not good coders, right? But that's a story for another time. But long story short, just because you have that degree, it only satiates your little insecurities about where you rank in classes, right? It doesn't negate. It doesn't. I'm telling you, it doesn't negate the BS that you have to traverse when you're in corporate America. You having that degree it's just more money, more problems. I'm telling you, in the corporate environment is not. It can be very stressful and very cumbersome. Take it from somebody that's living it right now. It's not the of somebody that's driving a truck or doing construction.
Somebody's background. Somebody's background.
No. I was saying in general.
No,
I'm saying somebody that's driving a truck or somebody that's doing construction or pulling out installing a furnace has a different level of stress than dealing with you're the only one of two black people on the job and the other black person may be a woman that can't stand your guts. You know what I mean? Like it's not for the faint of heart.
He ain't lying.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Nah, I say he ain't lying.
Okay.
I don't even know if I'll recommend corporate America to a black dude. It is death by 1,000 cuts.
This is what happens with flat black. Real quick, this is what happened with flat blackness. When black women get to apply flat blackness to the conversation, and they don't respect sex or gender concerning black men, they do not appreciate that. Even if I'm super generous and say, you know what? Yeah, they treat you different because of your hair texture. Yes, they expect you to put the chemicals in your hair that mess your scalp up. Yes, they treat you a certain way. Yes, Becky get the promotions. Even if I say all that, which by the way, I kind of believe in. Cool. Then what I will say to that is, if you're getting that as a black woman, then imagine what I'm getting as a black man. But because you don't respect it and you believe in intersectionality, you demand that I go through that anyway, just so you could have something to brag about. Not because you care about me, not because you even care about you, not because you care about the black children or black family. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
But what happens to black men is, as you ascend in these corporate environments and you make more money, you become a sexual competitor. People start looking at you differently, men and women. You become this kind of thing to be somewhat revered, feared, loathed, desired. You become this special kind of unicorn kind of figure where there's a lot of attention given to you. And to a lot of white men in particular, they don't want to deal with that shit. They're already scared that your dick is like about 4 inches longer. They're already afraid you can whoop their ass. They're already afraid, think you can probably hoop better than them and all kinds of stuff. So last thing they want you to be up in there is actually out competing them in the actual workplace itself. So I mean, women don't have any. Black women don't experience any of that. Not at all. Not in the least bit. It's completely different. Their experience is completely different in the corporate environment from a black man. Entirely different. It's not even comparable.
Tell the truth. The white men are trying to get into the white to black women pants or under their skirts or whatever it is. They're trying to use them against black men. So Uru's right. It's a completely different experience. It's completely different. While they're trying to undermine the black man, but at the same time benefit from his capacity, i.e. the NFL. Like they need you, but they want to say emasculate and humble you simultaneously. And they use your women to help you do that. And saying by rewarding them in ways that it's like, but anyway, go ahead.
I was watching because I know you guys know about the whole Shador situation, but I was watching something and Gregory Jennings used to play for Aaron Rodgers, and he said one of the scouting reports on him, like after they did one of the interviews, he said one of the is allegedly one of the assistant coaches said, oh, when he enters the room, he has a way of making people feel small. They're talking about Shador now, like this boy is like 21 years old. And it kind of like triggered something, not to trigger something to me, but it clicked into something to me. Is like, to get the job as a black man, you have to give off an air of you're confident and competent in yourself, or else they say, we don't know, he doesn't seem as though he might be fit for the job. But then if you do, right, then if you do come off as confident and you get the job, then it's like you got to regulate your kind of confidence because of a lot of insecurities from the other non-black dudes there. You kind of come off as though, okay,
but the Shador,
so you got to regulate yourself.
Let me explain to you all what was Shador. What's happening with Shador has little to, if anything at all, to do with Shador. What's happening to Shador is all about his father. And you have to be a certain age to know who and what the great Deion Sanders was. Deion Sanders is in a group of maybe 3 or 4 people who are like the greatest living athletes, period.
No, I agree.
Period. Not even unqualified, right? And he was so unapologetically great that he has pissed white men off for nearly 40 years. They've been angry with Deion Sanders since what, 1987, right? Because Deion was popping his shit. Deion was popping his shit when he first got to Florida State. He was showing out. So they have been wanting to get back at Deion for the longest, man. So what they're doing to Shador is really about Deion. That's what it's really about. It's about, we've been wanting to get back at your daddy going back to the 80s.
Mm-hmm. Let me read this from Southern Purchase. Talking about that. And Southern Purchase says, Goldman Sachs will be announcing what I was telling you Thursday. There is no math that can get us out of our current status. Expect 60 to 70% of banks to fail in the US in coming years. You heard it here first. And there y'all go.
Don't say that, bro. I'm working for a bank right now.
Boy, you better, boy, you know, parachutes, bro, parachutes.
Yeah, I'm a fraud analysis for like one of the top 5 banks, like, and it ain't no joke. That's what I'm saying. Like when people, people say stuff like that, but no, I'm telling you that office thing is very, like, she doesn't understand. She's only, when Kimberly Nicole Fox, she's thinking it from one lens, like she's there. If 2 + 2 is equal 4, like how come you don't understand? Like, no, it's more nuanced than that. We don't, because on top of that, you're dealing with debt. Then you have to realize, okay, if I'm gonna secure this nice job, let's say you have a girlfriend, or you're trying to, have a stabilize yourself in a relationship or what have you, you got to kind of play the office politics so that you could keep that job, because you're trying to pay off your apartment, you're trying to pay off your student loans.
What you have to appreciate too, though, Asriel, is that Kim Foster comes from a different class.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Kim, you know who Kim Foster is? Uru's daughter without the discipline. It's Uru's daughter without I ain't gonna raise you like that, right? Yeah. Like, and that's the problem. Like it's because I've heard her mention her father a couple times, but it's to like check black men. She don't bring up her father glowingly and lovingly randomly. She does that with her mother and her sisters. Exactly.
Yeah.
Her mother and her
was
sister.
An engineer. My mom was
exactly.
An engineer. How come you guys can't do it?
Yeah, exactly. And she only brings up her father to say, real quick, she only brings up her father to say, my dad said that a man that isn't taking care of his kids deserve to be shot. Like, that's when she brings up her dad. But stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like my dad wasn't intimidated by my mom or type talk. But she doesn't bring him up like glowingly like she does her mother and her sister. And I'm saying that to say, like, when you factor in the class element of it all. She grew up the younger daughter of 2 boomers, like, right, that were successful, and then she she went to Harvard, and she bounced between Texas and Oklahoma, and she's
and LA. Don't forget LA too.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, and I just think when you listen to her talk, I just listen to the younger daughter spoiled brat. She's a freaking spoiled brat who never got rocked, who never got into like a good old like. I'm not gonna say that.
Whoop ass, right?
Like just like a Go ahead.
We have cousins like that. Everybody have cousins like that. Depending, cousins that are like they may have come from upwardly middle class, and they kind of like stick their nose down when they got to come to the hood to hang out with the rest of the family.
I know. In fact, I have 2 cousins that are Harvard grads.
Rest in peace, but I had one that I was very close to. Yeah, me too.
Z, I think I overworked my wife. She after the gym.
Listen to this, Black Guru. Get him off the stage, Black Guru. Get him off the stage.
I'm gonna let this brother pop all this shit. Go on, pop your shit, Tunnel.
She makes juice, and then she right now she's laid out like really cute on the couch.
Wear a Sandman with the goddamn cane. Like, get him off the stage. Boo! Like tomatoes.
I'm overworked today, but it's all good. I hope she'll be okay.
Look, listen to this. Keep going. Get him out of here. Like we look. I mean, Will Smith, where you at? Get on stage, Will Smith. Look, we need to look.
Keep going, Tyler. Keep going.
Exactly. Sean Billy said, "This nigga," right? Exactly. He's like, boo. And let me read this from him. Exactly. And Leon said 50 milligram Adderall to pass Africana studies, and you're black. Ooh, bro. Look, Leon. I didn't proofread that. That's my fault. I did not proofread it before I read it. Goddamn, Leon. Goddamn. Hey, but it's Harvard though. It's Harvard, so I understand.
How you have.
Go ahead.
Like she was talking about, coding is nothing. She was like, I remember one time she said, I was so disgusted. She's like, how I could never date a man that's in the trades, and it's like, bitch,
Whoa, hold on. She's an Africana major.
Yeah.
African American.
Oh wait, hold on. Let's keep it funky. In the world of academia, the liberal arts are a laughing stock. Okay,
right.
You have the
gender studies.
A bachelor's in science. No, you have a bachelor's in science. You have bachelor's in the arts. Okay, liberal art category is called arts. So when you get a degree, my background's in accounting, so I got a bachelor of science in accounting.
Me too.
My brother has a liberal arts degree, and we always go back and forth. I laugh at him. I'm like, you cannot claim that the same rigor that I had to go through, you went through. Stop it.
Let me say this
Stop
real
it.
quick, y'all. Let me say this real quick. Leon, put it again because I didn't download it.
Yes,
As a matter of fact, I
yes,
think I might have it in my history though. But go ahead, no placeholder, and then go ahead, Socrates. We're gonna end out in a minute, you guys. But yeah, Leon,
All right.
50 milligram. I saw when she said that in Azriel, real quick. Azriel, I saw when she said that too with the blue collar thing. That's why I keep on harping on it. It's not simply. I do, to be fair, I do feel a bit offended because I'm blue collar. So put that on the table. But it's not just that. It's if I appreciate that different classes of people. I don't expect Miss Kim Foster to end up with like a janitor. Like that, I'm not. This is
Why
not
not?
delusional, right? We understand. With that
Yeah, but
said,
why not?
there
Because she's
because
from
there's a
Harvard.
class. She graduated Harvard. I expect a certain class position her to try to maintain that. I understand. Like this is not. We're not gonna be delusional. This is not no movie or fairy tale. Does it happen? Can it happen? Yes. Does it happen? Maybe here and there, but it's so infinitesimal we ain't even count. So
Yeah,
that's not my thing. There's a wait. Let me real quick. Let me
okay,
let
go
me.
ahead.
There's a contempt there. It's not the statement she made. Remember how she contextualized it, Asriel, where she started mentioning like family members and relatives who were white collar and whatever, and they married blue collar men. And the problem is they don't respect class and they don't respect education, they don't respect college. And these are like her quote unquote reasons. And I'm like, you know what? Cool. But there was a contempt that it wasn't simply, look, I did this and I accomplished this in my life. And she didn't even frame it like Clark Peebles did, which is like, I accomplished this in my life and I would like for someone to meet me at that. She didn't even do that, which is standard issue misandry talk. She didn't even do that. There was a contempt. There was a mocking when she spoke of it. And that's why I'm like, okay, now you're not just saying I achieved this, I want someone here. Now you're kind of punching down. Go ahead, y'all.
Quick interjection. When
Go
she's
ahead.
saying they did not respect class, I get the feeling that she's trying to say they didn't respect that I went to Harvard and therefore I should be elevated above them. They see me as one of them, and I feel that I am not. That's what I feel.
I think you're right.
Yeah, that's exactly what she means. That's exactly what she means. Yeah.
I think you're right. And she wasn't just referring to herself. She was referring to her elders, like the older Black women in her life that I think might be white collar or went to maybe a top 50 school or something like that. And like I guess those women and the men in their lives would have a back and forth on how to raise the kids, how important post graduation colleges, university is, and whether where the children should stop at undergrad, that type of talk. And I can appreciate that. So, to be candid and to expose myself a little bit, me and my lady don't have that conversation because we both know that if we have kids, we want them to go to college. Even though I never finished. She did, right? So like we don't have that conversation because like I'm like insistent that I get my kids past where I went, right? So that's not gonna be contentious for us necessarily, right? So when she says that, what annoys me is like you who may not like to be general or generalized are perfectly okay with generalizing a particular class of men. And I do see it as class warfare that she's waging. I want to be very clear. It is class warfare and it's very disgusting. It's very mean. And she gets to get away with it with the thin veneer of feminism. And that's why I'm so annoyed with the masses of Black women. Y'all let other Black women who are your class enemies get away. It's the Trump shit. Just like how we're accusing the working, real quick, y'all. Just like how we're accusing poor white Americans for going along with Trump, but Trump's probably not going to do much for them. I'm saying that about the Kim Fosters of the world. Like y'all getting y'all egos tickled by her, but what exactly is she forwarding that's going to advance your life as somebody who probably won't make more than 65,000 in their lifetime, 65 a year, right? Go ahead. I think that was you. No placeholder. Whoever that was. Go ahead.
It was Black Socrates.
Socrates. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah. Kim Foster is just an elitist. I don't even know if it's a class thing because let's say, for instance, he's an independent contractor, right? Okay. Who's making $500,000 a year. Would she date him? He makes more money than her. You know what I'm saying? I don't think she would because it's not class. It's about status. It's elitist status. The idea that
I think you're right. She mentioned that. She did mention that.
Yeah, she would rather be with a Harvard professor who's making $300,000 a year than a guy I know named Merce who owns 4 trucks that he has on the road who's a millionaire, right? So he's an ex-con millionaire, and he's a millionaire making more than Kim Foster and the professor, but apparently she wouldn't date him because how it appears, the appearance of it. That's what it's about. Hello?
She's
my bad, y'all. I was muted. I think you're
You know,
right.
it's interesting. I would like to see that put to a test, because if the contractor is making so much more than that professor, then at some point that's going to be a dilemma, even from the so-called class differential standpoint, because this guy's a business owner, he's a community leader, he has at a certain point a great deal more status and more influence as that business owner. But I think to the extent that it's they're closer in income and whatever, then she's more likely to go for the status.
So
in that
in other words,
Exactly.
like real quick, Black Rule. So in other words, you're saying there's preferences and revealed preferences. Shout out to Dr. Richard Reeves. There's what these women, because you've expressed that multiple times. Like they'll pop that shit, but are they really about it though? You've expressed that multiple times.
When presented with the actual opportunity, then it gets a little more precarious. Because $400,000 is $400,000.
That's a big ass gap. Yeah, that's a big ass gap.
Generational.
Yeah, and that's a year, by the way. If we talk about y'all together are bringing home, let's say 350, 400, that's nice. That's beautiful. But if this trucker who has a line of trucks is bringing home a million or even 800, 9 something, even 750. That's multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars a year difference. Oh,
and there's a lot of elitist women like him who won't date that guy because she can't take him to the gala or take him to the function and show him off. Because when they say, "What do you do?" he says, "I own trucks." They look at him and say, "Oh, that's all right." Which I think
this is where empathy comes in, right? With the real quickly, and then you got it. We got it. And y'all like, I gotta go. But that goes to what Ebony said. Although her background is different, though, so we gotta acknowledge that. But that's what she said. If he owns the bus, right?
But I think she's lying too. I think even if he did own the bus, she still wouldn't date him because it's an image thing. It's the image thing. She can find there are guys. There are blue collar independent contractors or foremen or people owning construction companies that are out here. Why don't you date them?
And let me read this, and then y'all got it, and then we got to end out real quick. Let me read this first. And then Cheryl says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, "Take your ass back to school." thank you, Cheryl. And I am. We working. I've talked to Ms. Z. We got plans, though, man.
What you gonna study? Don't you study? Don't do any liberal arts, man.
No. My minor is probably gonna be poli-sci, and I'm gonna go to law school, so it don't really even matter. Yeah, my minor.
You want to go to law school?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go to law school.
Why you want to go to law school?
Because I'm Haitian, nigga.
I get that. No. All right, fine. What kind of law do you want to practice?
So me and my lead were talking. I was like, international law is a lot of work. So we're gonna probably have to trim it down to something because that's a lot of work. I've always been interested, but I think I might have missed the boat on that one because of just age and like how hard I would have to go and what I would have to learn in such a short time and how invested I would have to be. So that was my initial. So that's what I'm sticking to right now, but probably not. So get ready for me to change that in no time. But that's where my passion lies. But I think I might have missed the train on that for how in depth I would have to be. And then what I would want to specify in, because that's a broad ass. For anyone that heard me say that knows, no, that's broad as fuck. So yeah, we'll figure it out. But yeah,
I would definitely say go into like mergers and acquisitions or like corporate law or whatnot. But I honestly,
y'all trying to get me to work for McKinsey? Go ahead.
No, they're actually going down the drain. To be honest with you,
Yeah, I heard. Go ahead.
The consulting field is dying. To be honest with you, but I was gonna say I consider you more of on the engineering aspect. I don't know. Maybe you should try that too. You never know. Automotive, electrical engineer. That's if you like math. You gotta like math.
I suck. I'm the one
I wanted
Haitian.
to keep it
I'm the one
short
Haitian that
because
suck. Yeah, go ahead,
just
Leon, and
make
then we don't. You know. Go ahead,
so
Leon, and then you got something.
I think this is more than just a
Consulting ain't
personal
dying.
opinion, but I think a lot of black boys would be good with an associate's and liberal arts because they're lacking certain skills, just straight up, even with typing and all type of other sorts of things. And when I went for my first associates, I did psychology, and they transferred what I wanted to do to another college that I didn't want to go to. So I just switched to health science, and and then I got that associates. Then it was the field that I wanted to be in. They're like, oh, that's science. So all I had to do was take one class. Most people think when they get a degree, they have to start over to get. No, you just you end up taking like 4 classes for that type of degree. So most boys, black boys especially, need certain skills, dead skills, and that's why liberal arts is good. It teaches those skills that we know black boys are lacking. And the other part, um, when it comes to blue collar and why they particularly don't want the guys in the room, because he might be used to being the main face in the room, but now you're around educated people. And like I said, I can switch from talking street saying all the key words, the intersectional words, and you learn that shit. So once they start talking that language, they can tell if you don't know none of it. You don't
That's
have to
true.
agree with it. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I'm somewhat of a Sigma hybrid because I go from both sides. I had to put on a different mask when I go to the hospital, and I have to put on I get my be more free at this job and talk shit with my coworkers, but I can't do that in my other job. You know what I'm saying? I have to
Mm-hmm.
operate differently. So yeah, it's important to like associates
Hey,
and green will
Leon,
get you there
let
pretty
me
much.
simplify. Let me say, me and Leon are talking about the lefty code switch, and when you use certain buzzwords, and they're like, "Oh, you initiated," and you're like, yeah, but right." So you know the language, and you even when you disagree, like what Leon was just saying, you know the language, and they're like, "Oh, you initiate," you know what it is, and there is a full on. If y'all may not know it, but right now the left is in a full on street fight for like
Word.
where we're going. So like Leon might, I'm pretty sure Leon knows this. Like they're in it's a war right now on the left. Like
Bound
y'all
to
don't
happen.
hear about it so
Inevitable.
much. Oh yeah. It needed, but like where do they want to go? So there's the cultural leftists. I put them in two broad categories, and the more socio-economic leftists. And when I say the reason why they simply say economic, because they appreciate how the economic contributes to the social. So and they're kind of pulling at each other, and then there's
No,
so you have go.
yo,
You want to
black
say
women are gonna kill the Green Party in the fucking store. They're gonna
something?
come
Don't
over
say
to
it,
the
Leon.
Green Party
Don't say it.
after talking shit to me for not voting for Joe fucking Biden twice in a row. They're gonna talk shit to me for not voting for Hillary, and I've been voting third party since Obama. I only voted for Obama because he's a black. And talk shit to me. And you have all these black women and some white women on social media. Oh, I'm leaving the Democratic Party. I'm gonna go. No, you're not. Don't come to the Socialist Party. We don't want you.
Hey, I want to like I said this. I think shout out to Army. I think Army Osei Frimpong said this. I think who else might have said this or implied it? Dr. Ronald Neal. Hey, I don't know so much about JD Vance, although I suspect that. But Vivek had a hard on for black women, and not in a good way. Like those type of guys look at the social decay of America in many ways as black because white women were able to use, and I kept on saying that, I'm like, black women, they using you as the goddamn mascot for all their BS, and you so giddy and hot in the ass to be that person that you effectively they left you holding the bag. You
Shout
didn't
out
even
to
realize.
shout out to Letitia James. Yep.
Exactly. They left you, Fannie Willis. They left you holding the bag, and so now you're the face of like negative liberty. You're the face of rude. You're the face of snarky. You're the face of you can't tell me what to do. You're the face of like overly sassy and like
Mr.
you think
Z,
you're doing something, but you just paint a target on your back. Go ahead, Azir. Go ahead.
it's called a fox
Oh,
paw.
Socrates, my bad.
You,
Socrates, every time you
fox
start talking, I
paw.
call you somebody else. Go ahead. You say it's
Yeah,
called what?
it's called a fox paw. Like when you want to retrieve something from the fire, you don't use your own hand. You use a fox
Yeah.
paw. So the fall guy, the fall person, the scapegoat. That's and I'm like, I don't understand why black women sign up for it. I'm like, it's so like you have a high profile legal case. Everyone should be chomping at the bits for it, right? Why are they coming to you, black women? Shouldn't it be a white man in the forefront fighting that case? So when Fannie Willis and Letitia James, it should have dawned upon them. Hold on. Fannie Willis, Letitia James, and Alvin Bragg. Why is it black people in front of this lawsuit? Because you're the fall person. Because if anything goes wrong, you're gonna have the target on your back.
Are you okay with having a target on your back when you
Not
feel
me.
like you've never had the spotlight as a group on scene? You
By
never
the
had
way,
your go ahead.
Now I was gonna say this, not to cut you off. By the way, you guys remember, did Biden ever even pardon any of them?
Nope.
Any black woman?
No.
He didn't pardon Mobley. They said they were what's her name that I forgot. She was not Tiffany Cross and the other Angela Rye. They were complaining.
Oh, Andrew Gillum did.
Yeah, they were complaining on the podcast. Oh, Biden could have pardoned Marilyn Mosby, but he didn't.
Yeah.
He
He could have.
pardon Letitia James. He didn't pardon Fannie Willis. But okay.
No.
You notice you just said 3 black women that went out there battling not for black men. Notice out there for the Democratic Party. So let's call it what it is: white women. You went out there doing white women's bidding, and they left you out there to dry.
Yes.
Hey, bro. I'm just saying. Shout out to Sergeant Willie Pete, who said, "Stop saying this is what you get. F around and find out. If it was up to you, they would have never effed around and found out. You would have kept them from dealing with this because they would have had Kamala."
Isn't it crazy?
Shout out to Sergeant Willie Pete. He said that. Go ahead.
He even pardoned Fauci, but he didn't even pardon that. Like, but you know, I was telling people when I was looking at all the the people like the Christie and of the world and all them other people. I was looking at as soon as when I looked at their channel, they were like, well, don't let this get you down, black woman. Listen, literally quote for quote what Christie said. Don't let this get you down. It's not your fault that you don't have a community that protects you and looks out for your interests.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw when she said
You know what I'm talking about.
I saw when she said that. Like
Yeah,
that.
but what does she mean by that?
Oh, meaning
no, that's when what's her name lost.
Yeah, what they're trying to say is like in actuality, you were vying for her to win, but then when you realize that every other non-black female counterpart of yours chose Trump, then you realize like, oh snap, everybody actually chose their man except you. So and instead of just admitting, okay, you know what, maybe we're wrong here, maybe we're kind of off the path, they blamed it. They say, oh well, the reason why we were fighting so hard for Kamala is because black men didn't build anything. Those were literally her words, quote unquote. I kid you not.
I want to say like oh, okay.
That's what Chrissy said.
But let me do this, y'all. I have to go, so we have to. But before we go, we're gonna play this from Leon. Shout out to Leon because he wanted me to play this for bragging ass Tunnel Runner, bragging ass. Here we go. See, there you go, Tunnel Runner. There you go.
They think I'm trapped, but I'll escape. Tunnel Runner, the new video game where you don't look down on the maze. You're in. They think I'm trapped, but I'll escape. Tunnel Runner, the new video game where you don't look down on the maze. You're in.
Monster! He's smart. I gotta outsmart him. Oh, he's fast. I gotta be faster.
Tunnel Runner with RAM Plus to megacharge your Atari VCS for 3 times the excitement.
Right, left. Better check the map. It's the exit to another maze.
Tunnel Runner from CBS Electronics, where the excitement never ends.
I'm not trapped. I'm not trapped.
Hilarious. Catch you later, man. Catch you guys later.
All right.
Peace, y'all.
Take care. Highway to the danger zone.